Chapter 716. The Planet as a Prison. It seems that if you want to survive in this universe, you really do have to learn a lot, Madame Butterfly observed, her tone calm but firm. That's the first I've ever heard of something like this, Tony admitted, raising an eyebrow in surprise at her words. Madame Butterfly smiled. It may be new to you, but you've almost certainly encountered it before. When we passed through the Xandar Empire, every one of our entries was logged, effectively leaving us with a permanent mark. Tony frowned, trying to follow her train of thought. But ordinary citizens in Xandar just go to work, run errands, and live their lives under strict regulations. They never face real danger, so they don't give a second thought to being logged, or marked, as you put it. Exactly, she replied. Because the system is so rigid, people comply almost automatically. No one thinks about the record-keeping, yet in the underworld, where we live, everything changes. There are hidden eyes and ears everywhere. The only rule is to watch your back and cover every contingency to keep yourself safe. Renali noticed Tony staring at her as if she'd revealed a secret philosophy of the cosmos. With a soft chuckle, he tugged at the sleeve of her flight jacket. To you, this might sound like a conspiracy theory, but trust me, once you're out here, you'll learn that information is currency, and everywhere you go, someone's keeping score. Tony's astonished expression wavered as he absorbed Renoli's words. In that moment, the vastness of space didn't seem quite so liberating. It felt like a prison with unbreakable walls of data. Damien leaned back against the metal railing as his teammates talked. In worlds governed by strict laws, you survive one way. In lawless realms, it's a different game entirely. Desire, greed, betrayal. Everyone fends for themselves. So you're saying we shouldn't get too close to anyone? Damien asked. Banner shook his head. Don't overthink it. If we train our bodies to be stronger, why cower at every risk? Kyle draped an arm over Damien's shoulders and grinned. They always say it's smart to rely on friends, but trust me, nobody here is as loyal as your buddies back in the Andromeda Galaxy. Banner added. Exactly. Bonds form quickly, but they can break even faster. Keep your guard up. Kyle laughed. Besides, with the way we're evolving, losing an arm or a leg isn't a major setback. We regenerate. Why tremble at a little danger? Damien nodded, absorbing their warning. He'd relay everything to Tony and the others. Purple Fantasy Star wasn't their final destination. Next stop was a planet in the dark galaxy, and out there, the rules of survival would be theirs to define. As long as Thanos remains at large, new threats will emerge on every world we visit. Some planets may harbor merely the strongest fighters in their system. Others could conceal champions whose power ranks among the top in the galaxy, perhaps even at the very pinnacle of universal might. We're prepared for the former and the latter, but should we encounter a true cosmic heavyweight, we'll need to know when discretion is the better part of valor. Memorizing these unspoken rules won't suffice. Only first-hand experience will teach us how to navigate the Shadow Realm safely. Right now, Tony's battlecruiser hangs motionless above the violet phantasm star. On the bridge, Lacey turns to Damien. Split up. You'll sweep the planet's surface, every installation, every hidden enclave. Madame Butterfly and I will coordinate with our intelligence contacts. Tony gives a curt nod. Jarvis, power up. Standing by, Mr. Stark, replies the AI. At his cue, the armor's segmented plates detach from the storage rack and glide effortlessly through the air, snapping into place around him in a familiar, seamless dance of red-gold steel. In an instant, Tony Stark's gold and red armor hissed shut around him. He wasn't gearing up for a fight. His real goal was to study this world, and the suit's advanced sensors would let him do that far more effectively. Tracking down any trace of Thanos remained his top priority, of course, but learning everything he could about this realm was almost as important. Banner, let's get moving, Tony said, swiveling to face Dr. Bruce Banner. We'll stretch our legs and see what's out there. Banner nodded, offering a small, appreciative smile. Calm and thoughtful, he was the gentlest member of their little expedition, grounded when unpredictability threatened to overwhelm them. Standing beside Banner, Damien, formerly Harvey, gave a confident nod. In the days since they'd arrived, Damien had quietly absorbed the universe's strange rules faster than anyone else. He'd already guided the group away from a handful of potential disasters. I'll show you the ropes, Damien said, stepping forward. Steve Rogers watched the exchange for a moment, arms crossed. He still trusted his own super soldier capabilities, but he'd learned that in unfamiliar territory, strength alone wasn't always enough. Mind if I tag along? He asked. Go right ahead, Cap, Tony replied, tapping a button on his gauntlet. We'll need every hand available. Nearby, Dr. Stephen Strange surveyed a floating, iridescent glyph. Though Strange had mastered countless dimensions, the magical laws of this world were still a challenge. Teaming up with Damien's group and drawing on Renoli's local expertise would be the quickest way to adapt. Then it's settled, Strange said, his cloak fluttering. Together, we'll uncover what this place has to teach us, and find any clue of Thanos while we're at it. With their small fellowship assembled, they stepped forward into the unknown, each determined to learn, survive, and, if necessary, fight for the answers they sought. Damien watched as Renoli, Predictor, and Lacey finalized their briefing. None of them intended to get their hands dirty on this mission. That responsibility fell squarely on his and Steve's shoulders. We'll remain in system for 48 hours, Lacey said, tapping a hollow tablet to emphasize each point. During that window, you two are free to roam the planet's surface, ask questions, gather any leads you can. If anything looks promising, transmit it to us immediately. Once the timer's up, with or without results, we'll jump to the next world. She paused, glancing from Damien to Steve. Remember, planetary rotation periods here in the Purple Fantasy Star System aren't the same as in Andromeda. A day can vary by hours, sometimes even more. We've calculated your exact window down to the minute. Use it wisely. The good news is that most of the planets Thanos visited are clustered close together. You won't need 2 days of non-stop wormhole travel like you did last time. Understood, Steve replied, giving a crisp nod. Damien clipped his comm unit to his belt and fell in step beside him. Before stepping into the hatch, he glanced back at Lacey and the others. We won't let you down. With that, Steve plunged through the battleship's airlock and into the planet's upper atmosphere. Stephen followed, wearing his enchanted floating cloak, still awkward at free flight, but more than enough to keep pace with Steve's moderate speed. Behind them, Banner and Kyle hurled themselves out, energy shields flickering into place as they descended. Damien took a steadying breath and launched after his teammates, determination stealing his nerves. The clock had started. Now it was up to them to find Thanos' trail before 48 hours ran out. Damien punched the throttle and launched himself out of the battleship, instructing Jarvis to run a global scan. He didn't want to hack every network or conduct an all-out surveillance sweep, just a high-level geospatial and political overview. To get the finer details, he'd first need dependable local sources. Back in the ship's databay, Lacey opened a directory of Zihuan Star's intelligence operatives. Between the Dark World Network and the Bounty World Syndicate, their agents were scattered across every major galaxy, and each planet's agencies were cataloged in painstaking detail. With a few keystrokes, she pulled up a set of contacts on the Bounty World frequency and quietly dispatched her opening message. I'm looking to purchase some intelligence. Price is negotiable. On Purple Fantasy Star, a purple-skinned man in mirrored sunglasses was enjoying afternoon tea with a companion on a breezy seaside villa when his communicator chimed. The display showed an incoming request from the Bounty World Network. He set down his cup, tapped the screen, and smiled. What kind of information are you after? He asked smoothly. Damien leaned forward, his gaze steady. Then I can decide if this falls under my jurisdiction. Lacey tapped her screen, her expression professional. Intelligence brokers can't always guarantee a first-hand source, but we do guarantee accuracy. One false tip and our credibility evaporates. No one will ever deal with us again. Still, no single agency can cover every niche. That's why we classify incoming leads. If it's not our specialty, we pass it along to someone who handles it. We get a finder's fee once the client's need is fulfilled. She paused, then met Damien's eyes. You're asking about someone's location. He gave a curt nod. Good, Lacey said, a hint of satisfaction in her voice. Finding someone's whereabouts is exactly my department, but the price won't be cheap. You know that exposing someone's movements carries serious retaliation risks. You understand the rules, right? Damien prompted. From the corner of the room came a low murmur. The man Damien had codenamed Flash stepped into the light. "Absolutely," he replied, tone flat. "We know the stakes." Lacey offered a tight smile. "Excellent, let's begin." "Do you prefer a face-to-face meeting or a data exchange?" Damien noted how quickly the reply came. Anyone who answered that fast was clearly a seasoned operator. "Face-to-face," he said. "I'm already on Zihuan Star. Send me the coordinates." If Lacey had come alone, Damien would have picked a data pull, faster and more discreet. But since she'd brought Madame Butterfly along, an in-person interview was inevitable. Despite her ambiguous cover, Madame Butterfly had a reputation. Put her in a room with any man, and she could extract information with nothing more than a look. "Understood," came the answer. "Coordinates are on their way." Damien allowed himself a small smile. A trip across the star system, just for an interview, signaled a major job. No real intelligence broker shied away from face-to-face meetings, and Damien was the top broker on Zihuan Star. With the drop point now in his palm, he turned and headed toward the grand villa rising just beyond the docking bay. "Baby, where are you off to?" A chorus of velvety voices called after him as several purple-skinned women lounged on the sun-drenched beach. Their lithe forms and teasing smiles were all part of his entourage until duty called. Damien glanced back over his shoulder, expression cool. "I've got an assignment. No questions, please." They pouted in unison. "Just stay a while longer. We'll keep track of the time. You'll be paid." A faint smile touched his lips. "Not this time." With that, he rose gracefully and vanished from the shore in a blur of motion. Moments later, he reappeared inside his secluded villa. Walking past marble floors and ornate sculptures, Damien reached a discreet panel hidden behind a tapestry. It slid open to reveal a dimly lit command room alive with holographic displays. He tapped a comlink to summon his bodyguards. Despite being a planet-level powerhouse, Damien hadn't yet reached universe-class strength. In an infinite cosmos teeming with threats, having trusted allies at his back was vital. In the intelligence world, every mission carried enormous stakes and an even greater price. Each briefing was a dance with danger, where one misstep could mean death. An intelligence operative can never be certain whether a prospective contact is offering genuine cooperation or simply plotting revenge. But even if they do come with vengeance on their minds, their guard can be turned to our advantage. With the right precautions, a single well-placed con can multiply your net worth overnight. After all, if your only ambition is to stay alive, you'll never break free of the day-to-day grind. Damien, however, refused to settle for a paycheck. He knew that the most valuable intelligence in this sector wasn't shipping manifests or trade treaties, but information on fugitives and hidden way stations, people fleeing from other starfields and desperate to lie low. Lacey didn't waste a second. She tapped her comlink and instructed Jarvis to engage the battleship's jump drives and lock in the coordinates Phantom Star had provided. 40 minutes later, the viewport revealed a sprawling woodland estate cradled by dense pines. From above, the villa looked abandoned. Yet Lacey and Madame Butterfly both noted the faint glint of buried defense arrays scattered through the undergrowth. Any hostile move would trigger them in an instant. Damien studied the array of defensive turrets lining the platform. If he tried to disable them in advance, he'd only alert the others. In the world of intelligence brokering, every meeting was as much about testing nerves as it was about trading secrets. Lacey and Madame Butterfly had come solely to purchase information. They wouldn't make the first move, nor would they show any sign of fear. Jarvis guided the two women down from the Void Herald's belly and set them gently on the landing pad. Damien watched the monitor, where multiple surveillance feeds had already locked onto the enormous silhouette of the guest battleship. His eyes narrowed. "Void Herald, Tony Stark's flagship," he murmured to himself. He really is ruthless. As an intelligence agent, Damien prided himself on knowing every major player across the surrounding galaxies. One look at that ship, and he recognized its owner instantly. But the real shock came when he saw who was stepping off alongside Lacey. His hand went to the crystal wine glass he'd been twisting in his fingers and froze. The glass slipped, hit the floor, and shattered into 100 glittering fragments. "Is this for real?" he whispered, staggering back. On the platform below, Lacey's lithe form and Madame Butterfly's deadly grace emerged from the ship's shadow, as if two goddesses of death were sweeping into his world. Damien fought to steady himself. He'd faced deadly mercenaries, rogue AI horrors, even interstellar warlords, but nothing had prepared him for the mixture of beauty and threat those two women radiated. Here they were, in his domain, under Tony Stark's protection, and Damien realized this negotiation was about to get far more dangerous than he ever imagined. Damien stared at the holoscreen, tracing the incoming flight paths with a steady finger. If this really is Tony Stark, the legendary Void Pioneer, then we're up against one of the most remarkable commanders in the cosmos, but not an unbeatable one. He leaned back, considering. Different galaxies, different cultures, and yet the same drives under the skin. Besides, Stark's reputation isn't bloodthirsty. In all his years of fame, he's only joined the Void cult in 2 wars. There's never been a single report of him firing first. His gaze darkened slightly. Still, now that Lacey, the warden of the Void Realm, is here to oversee this rendezvous, nothing is straightforward. Across the bridge, Lieutenant Miles tapped frantically on his console. "Sir, we've got 5 unidentified vessels closing fast. Their transponders classify them as friendly, but they're within weapons range." Damien's voice was calm, but each word carried the weight of command. "Do not engage them. Under no circumstances are we to open fire." Miles hesitated, glancing for confirmation. "And if they shoot at us first?" Damien shut his eyes for a moment, then reopened them with quiet conviction. "They won't. This is a diplomatic approach, not an assault. Trust their intent." A crackle broke the stillness as the communications channel came alive. Lieutenant Miles replying, "They're ailing us now." Damien nodded once. On screen. The holoscreen flared, ready to reveal the face of the fabled Tony Stark, and with him, the uncertain promise of peace in the void. Damien's heart pounded. If Lacey and her entourage had truly come to assassinate him, there would be no escape. He'd poured a small fortune into hiring 12 planet-class specialists, elite warriors capable of fending off nearly any threat in this sector of space. Their combined might was enough to deter most would-be assassins. But the Void God cult had unleashed someone far deadlier, Lacey, the self-styled God of Killing. With only 3 companions, she had once brought entire civilizations to their knees, slaughtering over 40 cosmic-class powerhouses along the way. Rumor had it that Hercules Kyle, Supersonic Lanoli, and the enigmatic Predictor were either already in orbit or fast approaching. Against such a quartet, not even Universe-class Guardians could stand. No matter how many elite mercenaries Damien summoned, he knew it would all end the same. All he could do now was pray that Lacey's arrival had nothing to do with him. Otherwise, there would be no second chance. Damien's heart skipped a beat, but he forced himself to stay calm. He'd never crossed the Void God sect or their fabled Godslayers, for as far back as he could remember, he'd steered clear of them. Clearly, these visitors had come only to buy information. If Damien possessed it, he'd hand it over, and if he didn't, he'd admit as much. None of his network operators could identify the Inquirer, but everyone recognized the names Void God Sect and Godslayers. They'd served Damien loyally for centuries, protecting him from threats just like this one. They all knew the implications. The guest's power was at least cosmic tier, an opponent capable of overwhelming any number of lesser foes unless matched by another cosmic-level powerhouse. Even a coalition of over a dozen planet-tier experts would struggle to prevail. "Understood, boss," one lieutenant replied through the encrypted channel. "Thank you for the warning." Damien nodded. Now that the stakes were clear, there was only one thing left to do: prepare. "If I die, and as long as there's something left of my bones, you'll give me a proper burial and look after my wife and daughter," Damien said, meeting the steely gazes of his 12 bodyguards. Each man nodded solemnly. One of the larger enforcers clasped his shoulder. "You have our word. When the time comes, we'll do right by you." "Good," Damien replied, his tone calm. "If I fall, everything will follow our agreement." He wasn't offended by their blunt talk. In the intelligence world, strength, caution, and experience were only the starting points. You also needed a measure of luck. That was why, from the moment he hired these men, Damien had insisted on a binding clause. 1% of his estate would go to his wife and daughter, and the remaining 99% would be divided equally among his bodyguards. This way, if disaster struck, his family would be secure, and the men who pledged their lives to him would be handsomely rewarded. Friendship alone can't secure a promise like this. Shared interests can, Lacey murmured as she and Madame Butterfly followed the winding forest path uphill. Soon, the dense trees gave way to the wrought iron gates of a grand villa perched atop the hill. A rich, metallic voice crackled through hidden speakers. "Welcome, distinguished guests. Please proceed." With a resonant boom, the gates slid open, and a soft chime, the hallmark of Magic Star's intelligent AI, greeted their arrival. They passed into a sunlit courtyard, framed by sculpted hedges and ancient pines, until they reached the villa's main entrance. There, standing beside the polished double doors, was Damien. His robes, embroidered with shimmering constellations, marked him as someone of authority and refinement. Damien inclined his head in greeting. "I had expected visitors, but I never imagined they would be honored guests from the Void God sect." He normally dressed plainly when meeting strangers. Anonymity helped put people at ease. But learning whom he welcomed today, he'd refined his appearance to reflect the occasion's gravity. Lacey offered a polite nod. Though her reputation depended on gathering every scrap of information, she rarely revealed her true self in person. Conveying facts through hidden data channels was efficient and assured accuracy, but displaying her real powers here would only alarm everyone and turn a carefully arranged meeting into a chaotic spectacle. She preferred to keep matters as smooth as possible. Damien's tone was calm as he stepped forward. "Relax. We're not here to cause trouble, just to buy information. If we decide it's not worth it, we'll walk away without a fuss." Lacey exhaled at seeing the cloaked figure was a man. Her shoulders eased, and she offered a polite nod. "Thank you. That's reassuring." The stranger lowered his hood, revealing sharp, wary eyes. He glanced between Damien and Lacey. "So," he said, voice cautious, "whose information are you after?" Lacey didn't hesitate. "We want everything you have on Thanos," she said, slipping a hand to the satchel at her hip. "Nothing's off the table." A flicker of relief crossed the man's face. He straightened, now more willing to negotiate. "Thanos? That's a dangerous name to drop. But I might have something. Accurate intelligence never comes cheap." Damien inclined his head. "We understand. Show us what you've got." The man paused, as though weighing whether to speak. Finally, he sighed. "I'm with the Void Cult. We've been in talks with some of Thanos' circle, so I've picked up scraps of information. Truth is, it's about 2 weeks old. No first-hand sightings of him right now." Lacey frowned. "A fortnight isn't ideal, but it could still be useful. How much for your report?" He let out a low chuckle. Inside, he reminded himself that even dated intel could fetch a high price. Out loud, he said, "Let's discuss terms. If you're willing to pay, the details are yours." Damien exchanged a quick look with Lacey. Fresh or not, any clue about Thanos could turn the tide in their favor. He gave the seller a firm nod. "All right, let's talk price. Information on a powerhouse like Thanos always commands a premium. Half a month's worth of tracking data should be enough," Lacey said. "And your price?" Lacey knew that in 2 weeks they could traverse half a galaxy, but without Thanos' last known location, the entire expedition would be wasted. Solid intel would streamline their next leg immeasurably. "You're with the Void God cult, so I'll risk sharing what I know. If it were anyone else, I'd never open my mouth. Since this is our first deal, I'll knock 50% off my usual fee, 3 million universe credits, all in. I've prepared a star map marking every planet he's visited recently. It might not reflect his absolute latest movements, but I guarantee the data's accuracy. If you ever discover it's false, I'll refund every credit." Wanqing nodded. He wasn't here to steal information, he was here to buy it. A hefty price, perhaps, but far better than haggling over scraps. Damien studied the informant across the table, his posture unflinching. If this client truly wielded that much power, there was no point in haggling over fees. And this wasn't empty salesmanship. It was intelligence on Thanos himself, a commodity that could buy you a swift death if you sold it to the wrong buyer. "All right," Damien said at last, his voice low. "But before I decide, what do you know about Thanos' next move?" From the corner of the smoky lounge, Lacey watched them both. She knew how steep the price tag on top-tier intelligence could be. Back when Thanos had been holed up on Titan, trading word of his location still carried serious risk, but it was manageable. A few well-placed observers, a discreet wipe of records, and the seller could vanish. That data went for 1 or 2 million universal credits, astronomical money, but not impossible to secure. Now, Thanos was on the run, skirting the galaxy's outer edges. The moment anyone learned of a leak, he could turn back on a dime and settle the score. Rumors of his hiding spots were worth far more than a handful of credits. They were priceless. And anyone daring enough to peddle that first-hand knowledge would insist on a ransom fit to topple empires. Lacey shifted in her seat, already calculating how much she'd need to extract from Damien, if she chose to play her hand at all. In this game, bargaining chips were lives, and the house always won. Huanqing cleared his throat and met Miss Lacey's gaze. Damien stood silently at her side, arms folded, watching the informant's every twitch. "Miss Lacey," Huanqing began, voice steady, "I know exactly what you're looking for." Lacey's eyes glinted. "I want Thanos' precise whereabouts, track him down, and I stand to make a small fortune." He swallowed, regret flickering across his features. "Thanos once commanded 5 obsidian generals and hundreds of thousands of troops, but your void cult cut them all down." Damien's expression hardened, but he said nothing. Huanqing pressed on. Another 100,000 of Thanos' men broke rank and scattered. He was left utterly alone and forced to flee on his own. No one dares approach him now. Certainly no one can predict his next move. Lacey leaned forward. "And his recent activities?" "Those I can tell you." Huanqing offered a wry smile. "Think of it as a bonus, my way of thanking you both for sparing my life." He began to outline what little he knew, and as he spoke, Damien noticed gratitude etched in every line of his face. In their line of work, mercy is the greatest courtesy a powerful patron can extend. Pushing an informant too far isn't clever business. It's a death sentence. Huanqing had trafficked in secrets long enough to know exactly when to give just enough and when to bow out with his dignity intact. Lacey's tone was calm as she faced Damien. "Our Void God cult is perfectly reasonable. You didn't make the first move against us, and we have no reason to kill you." She folded her arms. "First, hand over the star map. Then we can discuss Thanos' recent movements and some of his extracurricular activities." Damien bristled at her polite phrasing. If the Void God cult was reasonable, he thought wryly, they'd be saints. Everyone knew their reputation. Unprovoked slaughter, coerced pledges, whole territories swallowed up without warning. A single misstep could mean death, and what they called diplomacy was nothing more than bullying backed by overwhelming force. Madame Butterfly, standing nearby, exchanged a glance with Damien. She'd been threatened into joining the Void God cult herself, and her silence spoke volumes. She knew better than most that beneath the veneer of civility lay a ruthless machine, one that brooked no opposition. Damien forced himself to meet Lacey's eyes. "I'll deliver the map," he said, his voice steady, "but don't mistake compliance for trust." Under ordinary circumstances, the Void Divine cult has a reputation for keeping its word. Once they promise something, they're not the type to renege. "All right," Huanqing said. "Payment first, then I'll deliver the data." He handed over the payment code without a murmur of protest. Damien scanned it, transferred 3 million cosmic credits, and confirmed the transaction. The moment the transfer went through, Huanqing began the data upload. "No one has precise information on Thanos' current whereabouts," Huanqing explained as progress bars filled the screen, "but his situation has become hot gossip among intel brokers on several neighboring systems." Huanqing hesitated a beat and then offered with a sly grin, "Would you care for a drink?" Damien shook his head. "I was aboard my battleship earlier, had more than enough," he replied smoothly. "Let's skip the toasts and get straight to business." "Sure," Huanqing said, leaning back. "Ask your questions." "I specifically asked people who've served under Thanos for intelligence," Damien said, his voice flat as he settled back in his chai. "Rare. They told me they'd follow him to the ends of the universe, even if it cost them everything." He paused to pour himself a glass of wine, swirling it thoughtfully before continuing. "They believe in his so-called ideals." Lacey shifted in her seat, listening as Damien laid out what he'd learned. "But Thanos' vision is absurd," he went on. You can't improve the universe by erasing half of all life. Even if he somehow snaps his fingers and wipes out 50% of every species, you might get a few centuries of peace at best. Life has a way of bouncing back. So long as even a single creature survives, it will reproduce. Give it 1,000 years, maybe even less, and the populations he slaughtered will be fully restored. He took a calm sip of wine, setting the glass down with deliberate calm. In the end, his utopia is nothing more than the empty daydream of a deluded ideologue. Lacey studied him for a moment, her brow furrowed. Clearly, Damien's assessment had given her much to think about. The universe is vast beyond measure. Its resources, for all practical purposes, are limitless. When any civilization finds itself running short, it isn't because there isn't enough to go around, but because its technology hasn't yet caught up, and because a tiny elite hoards the lion's share of wealth and raw materials, leaving the rest of the population to scramble for scraps. Even at the apex of cosmic advancement, the Xandar Empire, leaders dare not claim they've exhausted the universe's mysteries. Habitable worlds may be rare jewels, but there are always more waiting to be discovered. And yet, no matter how bustling a civilization becomes, its resource pool remains finite until it masters certain breakthrough technologies that let it truly connect with and draw upon the broader cosmos. Without those breakthroughs, every great society eventually fractures under internal strife. Political infighting escalates, competing factions emerge, and in just a few decades, or even years, a once glorious realm can tear itself apart. History is littered with such cautionary tales. Take the Blue Star Federation, for instance. It once sat atop the galactic hierarchy, commanding the richest mines and the most fertile planets. But it squandered its advantage by pouring wealth into palace intrigues and short-term gains, instead of researching the very technologies that would have propelled it into the wider universe. In the end, it paid the price for its short-sightedness. Damien devoted his efforts to developing technologies that would let him pull in wealth more easily, often at the expense of the poor. But there was a deeper problem. Until a civilization's science and technology reach a certain level, its home planet becomes a gilded cage, its resources finite and steadily dwindling. Any society that cannot break free from that cage is doomed to collapse. Countless civilizations across the galaxy have perished at this very stage of development. In the dimly lit council chamber, Lacey sat flanked by several of the Void cult's most formidable lieutenants. At the center of their circle stood Damien, the lone informant whose words they'd summoned. Damien cleared his throat and began, "Everyone with any sense sees it clearly, yet Thanos' followers still cling to his vision." Lacey's brow furrowed. "Even after his legions were shattered?" He nodded. "Exactly. Though his armies were all but destroyed, his men remained fiercely loyal. That's what one of them told me, in so many words." Madame Butterfly, reclining against a carved stone bench, folded her arms. "So why did he abandon Titan? You said it wasn't a direct order." "Because by that time, Thanos had snapped," Damien replied. "Titan was a slaughterhouse. He rampaged through the city, slaughtering anyone who crossed him. In that crazed onslaught, at least 20,000 of his own soldiers were killed or wounded." A stunned silence fell over the chamber. Lacey's eyes narrowed to slits. "He murdered his own men?" "Precisely," Damien said grimly. "He'd lost control completely. That's when he fled Titan. No one forced him off the planet except his own madness." "So the Void cult's hunt for him makes perfect sense," Madame Butterfly murmured, a dark smile touching her lips. "There's no excuse, no redemption for a madman who butchered his own legion." Damien inclined his head. "Once we trace his whereabouts, it will end in his death. There's no other outcome." Madame Butterfly leaned forward, intrigued. "Tell us everything you know about that rampage," she said. "Every detail matters." Damien met her gaze steadily. "Very well. Here's what happened on Titan." Damien smiled as he caught the spark of curiosity in the woman standing beside Lacey. As a seasoned information broker, he knew exactly how to seize his client's interest, tailor the story to their background, give them just enough to keep them wanting more, and perhaps secure future assignments. "I thought you might be intrigued," he said, leaning forward. "Thanos has gone off the deep end, and I've gathered some details you won't want to miss." Lacey nodded, her expression serious. From their vantage point, millions of light years away, they'd barely managed to confirm that Thanos was on the move. Any deeper intel about his current whereabouts or intentions was impossible to obtain at such a distance. She glanced at her companion and back at Damien. "All right," she said. "Tell us what you've learned." Damien swirled his wine glass, studying the amber liquid as he spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. "According to the reports, after Thanos learned that the 5 Obsidian generals had been wiped out, he unleashed a curse on your Void cult and on the Void god, Kassadin. He ranted about an irreversible fate, and then, bit by bit, lost his mind." He paused to sip his drink. At first, it was just angry words, but 3 days later, Thanos snapped completely. He began to despise even his closest lieutenants, and yet, his soldiers still follow him, ostensibly out of loyalty, but we both know the real reason. Damien set the glass on the table, the liquid sloshing gently. Most beings in this universe have little to lean on. To survive, and perhaps prosper, they must cling to power or attach themselves to someone stronger. Thanos may be ruthless, but his power is absolute, and he doesn't burden his followers with needless rules. Serving him means wielding his reputation as your own. So even when a man is forced to run, he still longs for the days when he answered to Thanos. He shook his head, the movement slow and almost rueful. In a universe where 99% of us are weak, such pragmatism hardly qualifies as cowardice. Damien understood that, given the choice, anyone would seek out a powerful patron to help them live the life they'd always dreamed of, or at least to carry them safely through their weakest days. His own allies were the Queen of the Purple Star and a cadre of planet-level bodyguards he'd personally hired. Admittedly, their influence didn't rank among the very top echelons of the universe, but they were the strongest supporters he could find. He also had a clear sense of his own limits. As long as he didn't flaunt his power or draw undue attention, he was unlikely to be in any real danger. After all, who wouldn't want a backer? But choosing someone like Thanos, now that, he thought, was decidedly unwise. Lacey listened closely. She could appreciate that Damien was merely stating what most people in the galaxy would do under similar circumstances. What intrigued her far more, however, were Thanos' ominous words about irreversible fate. What exactly did he mean by that? Damien raised his hands in a half-apology. "I only wanted to see if you, being the one responsible for Thanos' escape, might have picked up any useful information." He let out a rueful laugh. "If you don't know anything, then it's even more hopeless for me to find out," he sighed. "One thing I can say for sure, Thanos has completely lost it. Ever since he snapped, he's been volatile and unpredictable. There are almost no first-hand accounts of him, and even if I'd heard something, I wouldn't dare blurt it out. Money is important, but our lives are worth far more." Lacey caught every word and exchanged a quick glance with Madame Butterfly. At a subtle nod from Lacey, Madame Butterfly sprang to life. Her eyes flared with wicked purple light, and in that instant Damien found himself utterly mesmerized. "What is your command, my queen?" he breathed, rising and bowing deeply. Madame Butterfly allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. Damien's respect only deepened as he straightened, voice low and earnest. "Do you have any leads on Thanos' latest movements?" Madame Butterfly's expression grew serious. "Everything I've told you is the truth," she said, "and that is all I can share for now." Huan Qing shook her head. "Right now, only someone who's been shadowing Thanos can offer us any first-hand information about his whereabouts. He isn't on Purple Fantasy Star anymore, so there's nothing I can do to help you find him." Madame Butterfly nodded, acknowledging Huan Qing's limitations. She leaned forward, pressing, "Then do you have any idea where he might be headed next?" Huan Qing paused to consider. "Whenever Thanos visits a planet, he never stays more than a day or two before moving on. It looks like he's hunting for allies, not his former lieutenants, but companions who are on par with him or slightly weaker." She sighed. "The problem is, anyone who draws the attention of the Void God cult is effectively marked for death. It's just a question of time. That's the general consensus. So I doubt his search for reinforcements has been all that easy." Madame Butterfly tapped her fingers thoughtfully. "Given all that, who do you think he's most likely to turn to?" "Do you have any leads?" Madame Butterfly asked. Huan Qing nodded. "I do. This sector lies on the outer fringes of the galaxy, chaotic and poorly governed, which makes it a haven for powerful figures. Keeping track of them is one of our key survival tactics. Give me a moment, I'll pull up the roster. He tapped rapidly on a luminescent console. Moments later, a holographic list materialized between them, displaying the names of every major power broker and planet ruler in the surrounding star systems. Each on that list was a planet-class expert or stronger, and those occupying the role of planetary governor were at least cosmic-level titans. Governing a world here almost guaranteed them vast wealth and influence. By monitoring where these individuals go in their hunt for him, Huanqing said, we may uncover first-hand information about Thanos, or at least predict his next move. I didn't give a damn whether that planet's beauty pageant lived up to my own standards. Out here, credits are the only currency that matters. If you've got the funds, you can hire as many gorgeous companions as you please, and nobody bats an eye at your more colorful activities. Madame Butterfly already knows about the list, so she won't be able to trip us up this time. Frankly, the whole point of that dossier is to give Tony and Steve a solid lead. Once the predictor goes online, Thanos won't have a single corner of the galaxy left to hide in. Madame Butterfly waited patiently while Huanqing extended the file, then took it without a word. This sector really is a den of vipers, crouching tiger, hidden dragon stuff, but none of the universe's top-tier heavy hitters have shown up here. In fact, only 3 cosmic powers truly rank at the summit, and one of them is Karke, the god of Hades. The dossier even included some brand new intelligence on him. The new year has come and gone, and now the rebuild begins. Madame Butterfly released the charm. Instantly, Huanqing's entire body trembled as though struck by ice, and he slid weakly into the seat behind him. He could barely hold himself up, his gaze locked on the veiled woman with unsettling purple eyes. He was no ordinary operative. As a planet-level powerhouse on Purple Fantasy Star and one of its most feared intelligence brokers, Huanqing had built his reputation on controlling others' minds. Yet in a single moment, he had become the puppet, and this mysterious woman held the strings. If she could bend his will so easily, a single command could just as well end his life. And who was she? Not a single dossier in his archives hinted at her existence. It had to be the first time he'd ever set eyes on her. The realization only deepened his dread. "Thank you for the information you provided," Madame Butterfly said, soft as silk. "It will be invaluable to us." Huanqing's heart pounded. The words sounded innocuous enough, but coming from her, they felt like a verdict. He managed a strained reply, voice barely more than a whisper. "Yeah, you're welcome. If you ever come across any first-hand intelligence on Thanos, you can always reach us through the Bounty Network," Lacey said, rising from her chair. "Once we've verified the information and confirmed its accuracy, we'll pay full price, no haggling. Trust me, the Void Divine cult prides itself on being fair. We don't eliminate people without cause." Damien, Huanqing, stood and inclined his head in acknowledgement. He recognized the veiled woman before him, Lacey. She hadn't needed to purchase his information. She could easily have had him interrogated. Instead, she paid him openly and never threatened his life. In that respect, the Void Divine cult truly was reasonable. At that moment, Madame Butterfly also rose from her seat. She offered a graceful bow. "You must have just arrived on Purple Fantasy Star. May I show you around or offer you some refreshments?" Huanqing watched the 2 women prepare to escort him away and called after them. "A brief tour would be most welcome before we discuss anything further." Damien leaned back in his chair, monitoring the surveillance feeds. He knew that travelers in no particular hurry often lingered on a civilized world for a day or 2. Lacey, however, was decisive. "No thanks," she said, her tone firm. "We'll make our own arrangements." "Very well," Damien replied, hiding any hint of offense. "Take your time, then." He felt neither slighted nor upset. As distinguished guests of the Void God cult, Lacey and Madame Butterfly had every right to limit their contact with him or refuse it entirely. He'd hosted many VIPs before, and he knew hosts could simply choose whether to grant an audience. With a courteous nod, the 2 women turned and departed. On the monitors, Damien watched their figures recede down the corridor. Then, without warning, both women crumpled to the floor, collapsing as if struck by an invisible force. Damien exhaled a low sigh of relief. He'd maintained his composure, but the question he most wanted to ask burned at the edges of his mind. Who was the veiled woman behind this? Anyone capable of penetrating and overriding his formidable mental defenses had to be at least a cosmic-level powerhouse. Damien understood that most beings in the universe would stand no chance against her control, and yet there was no one here now to answer his questions, at least not directly. Damien activated his private intelligence network and ran every clue he had through it. Cosmic powerhouse, veiled woman, alabaster skin, violet eyes, fairy galaxy. Nothing matched the mysterious woman he'd just encountered. He leaned back, exhaling slowly. The Void God cult's reputation for secrecy was well-deserved. He jumped from database to clandestine ledger to rumor archive. Still nothing. He ground his teeth. At least none of his current ventures tangled with the cult. He'd never risk selling information about them. Otherwise, his vaunted defenses, the ones he bragged about, might have failed him tonight. No more than 2 seconds after the two cloaked figures slipped away, 2 of Damien's bodyguards materialized at his side. One of them, a towering, broad-shouldered giant, spoke first. "Boss, who were those 2 women you mentioned?" Damien studied his men, one a hulking mountain of muscle, the other tall and lean, both exuding quiet menace. "Did you feel it?" he asked. "That brief control?" The lean guard nodded. "Yes, sir. It was overwhelming." "Good," Damien said, tapping his tablet closed. "That means they're not ordinary. Keep your senses sharp." He slid the device into his coat pocket and stood. "We're far from finished tonight." Without another word, he strode for the door. The guards fell in step behind him, every muscle coiled and ready. Their boss, Damien, wasn't an average man, and now they knew his enemy wasn't average either. Damien had no doubt that, as one of the galaxy's foremost cosmic powerhouses, he could shrug off any assassination attempt, at least for a few precious seconds. What made today different was the order from their superior. Under no circumstances were they to interfere. Their employer was a high-ranking figure in the Void God cult. "I'm bound by the same restrictions," Damien reminded his guards quietly. "All I know about our opponents is Lacey, the so-called killing god of the Void cult. Her companion, on the other hand, is a complete mystery." One of the bodyguards shifted uneasily. Damien raised a hand to forestall questions. "Don't worry," he said. "The Void cult's sphere of influence lies primarily in the fairy galaxy. These 2 have come here only for this one assignment. Once it's done, they'll go straight back to Andromeda. We won't have to cross paths with them again, at least not on this mission." He saw the 2 figures alight from above, their feet touching the ground with a muted thump. Straightening his cloak, Damien addressed his men in a low voice. "Remember, eyes only. Nothing we discuss today leaves this room." He turned his attention back to the newcomers. Lacey's reputation preceded her, a deadly divine assassin whose icy gaze seemed to chill the very air. Beside her stood someone entirely unknown, shrouded in faint shadows that writhed across the floor. "A Void God cult envoy," Damien murmured to himself. "Have they come to hunt Thanos at last? Is the mad titan finally in their crosshairs?" At the mention of Thanos, his bodyguards exchanged tense glances. None dared speak. Only their widened eyes betrayed the tremor of unease that ran through them as Lacey and her mysterious companion advanced. Damien stared down at the swirling star maps projected above the conference table. News had just broken that Thanos, once the galaxy's most feared warlord, was now on the run, hunted by the Void God cult. A figure who once strode across systems with impunity was suddenly reduced to a prey, and whispers of his death spread like wildfire. "The Void God cult has already begun its purge," Damien announced, his voice calm but firm. "I want every lead on Thanos. Where he's been spotted, who's helped him, any scrap of data that's verifiably accurate. You bring me first-hand intelligence, and you'll be handsomely rewarded. I'll take only 10% of the total haul from our dealings with the Void God Sex envoys, nothing more." His 12 lieutenants, each a formidable veteran in Damien's service, nodded without hesitation. To the Void God cult's avatars, Damien might seem no more than a nuisance, a planet-level powerhouse weighed against their godlike might. But within their own borders, among their own ranks, he was a first-class authority, respected for both his strength and his unwavering integrity. "What's the plan, sir?" asked one of his trusted captains, hands folded behind his back. "We split up," Damien replied, tapping the holomap. 5 teams will fan out across the outer reaches, Sathis, Ormion, the Helix Rift. The other 7 will circulate closer to the core worlds, where Thanos is likelier to surface if he's running low on supplies. No conjecture, only hard proof. If anyone gets wind of his location, I want coordinates, timestamps, and confirmations from at least 2 independent sources. A hush fell over the room as each lieutenant absorbed the orders. Loyalty to Damien ran deeper than mere contract or coin. It was forged in years of shared battles and mutual respect. Here, in the dim glow of star charts and data streams, they were ready to begin the chase. The hunt for Thanos had officially begun. Damien leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. Let's say we find this intel, and we split 90% of the take. How much does that work out to? One of his lieutenants spoke up. First-hand information on Thanos? That's at least 100 million cosmic credits. Exactly, so don't hold back. Get me that data, and whoever brings it in gets out of my debt on the spot. Damien tapped a knuckle on the armrest. 90 million to the finder. Sound fair? A murmur of approval rippled through the dozen veteran bodyguards gathered in the conference room. They'd all risked their lives on countless missions, and they knew how rare a payday this generous truly was. Even a powerhouse at planetary level couldn't haul in that kind of money alone. What mattered most was having the right syndicate backing you, and Damien's network was second to none. Don't forget, Damien added as he stood, you'll still owe me a favor or two if you take this job. But trust me, you won't find a smarter or safer way to bulk up your credits anywhere in this chaotic star belt. One of the guards cracked his knuckles. Understood, boss. We'll start digging immediately. Damien gave a satisfied nod. 12 elite fighters, each earning 6 million cosmic credits a year under his banner, plus the promise of a massive bonus. No rival could match that. Even better, they had exclusive access to Damien's information channels and off-world buyers. In this lawless stretch of space, a single wrong move could mean oblivion. But together, and with Damien's connections, they stood a fighting chance of not only surviving, but coming out richer than they'd ever dreamed. Damien stood at the center of the hangar bay, surrounded by his dozen most trusted bodyguards. After all they'd been through together, fierce battles, impossible odds, and the narrow escape that had nearly cost him his life, they looked to him now with equal parts awe and curiosity. One of the senior guards, a grizzled veteran with more medals than most officers, let out a low whistle. 90 million cosmic coins in the vault, Commander. Seriously, how are you planning to launch another enterprise after that haul? Damien shook his head, a wry smile twisting his lips. Save the flattery. I'm not investing in new schemes right now. I just made it back from the edge of death. He paused, the laughter dying in the guards' throats. I want to go home. I want to see my wife and daughter again. From this point on, you're free to operate as you see fit. Just escort our VIPs for interviews or emergencies, and otherwise let them enjoy themselves. He tapped his comm unit. And one more thing. Double and triple check every scrap of intelligence before it reaches me. If you feed me bad info, we both pay the price. Do I make myself clear? The men snapped to attention, voices ringing out in unison. Crystal clear, sir. With a final curt nod from Damien, they filed out of the hangar, boots echoing on the steel floor. A few decks away, Lacey and Madame Butterfly stepped aboard Tony's flagship, the Nebula's Edge. The command deck was a flurry of activity. Holo displays flickered with star maps, officers monitored tactical readouts, and the air hummed with anticipation. Renoli, leaning against a navigation console, turned as they arrived. Well, what did you dig up? Any breakthroughs out there? Lacey exchanged a sly glance with Madame Butterfly before answering. Enough to make our benefactor very happy. We'll have the full report ready before launch. Madame Butterfly bowed slightly. And no surprises this time. Renoli cracked a smile. Good. Let's hope the next phase goes off without a hitch. He tapped a control panel, and the Nebula's Edge shuddered as its engines powered up, ready to carry them, and their secrets deeper into the unknown. Damien ran a hand through his hair, glancing at the holo display. I can't say we've made no progress, he admitted, but honestly, we haven't gained much either. Renali's eyes gleamed. 2 weeks ago, we purchased a star map charting Thanos' trajectory, and I've also acquired a complete registry of every major power player in this galaxy. He tapped the projection, sending shimmering lines tracing Thanos' known path. With these leads, we won't have to flit from planet to planet like headless flies. Lacey leaned forward, folding her arms. I'll say this for you, Renoli. When it comes to gathering intel, you're the best. He waved away her praise with a modest shrug. It wasn't free, of course, but thanks to Madame Butterfly's abilities, digging it up was almost trivial. Now let's focus on studying the star map, then wait for Tony and the others to return, see what fresh insights they've brought. Lacey nodded thoughtfully. Her own star map charted Thanos' moves from a month ago. Now, with Renoli's half-month-old update, they had a far more reliable glimpse of his current course, and a fighting chance of tracking him down. Lacey didn't see the need to verify Huan Xing's information in his presence. She was certain he wouldn't peddle falsehoods. After all, in her line of work, credibility ranks above all else. No amount of money can substitute for intelligence accurate enough to achieve your objectives. Gathered around the sprawling star chart were Renoli, Predictor, Madame Butterfly, and Lacey herself. Every planet Thanos had visited was plotted, color-coded dots marking each world, with annotations describing roughly how long he'd lingered. A prolonged stay, they all agreed, must indicate that Thanos had pressing business there. By cross-referencing this map with the list of powerful figures Huan Xing had supplied, the team could now infer which allies Thanos intended to recruit on each planet. It was a simple but elegant deduction. Longer stops equaled deeper negotiations. Leaning back, Lacey studied the assembled notes. Thanos had already realized a painful truth for himself. Vast armies might be enough to crush lesser foes, but against a truly formidable opponent, sheer numbers could prove utterly useless. Damien surveyed his ragtag subordinates with thinly veiled disdain. No matter how many there were, they remained little more than a haphazard collection of misfits. From his outpost on Xandar, he'd been following Tony's team every step of the way. Thanks to Huan Xing, captured by Lacey and Madame Butterfly, he'd also intercepted troubling news about Thanos. Has the Mad Titan lost his mind? Damien murmured, eyes narrowing. Is he really unraveling? He'd never stood face-to-face with Thanos, but every report painted the same picture. A conqueror who brooked no equal, ruthless yet uncommonly patient. The first assault on the Chitauri had cost many lives, but those were expendable forces. Trash fish, some had scoffed. The second strike, though, had been a harsher blow. 5 of Obsidian's generals gone, over 200,000 troops killed or wounded. It was a serious setback, to be sure, but hardly one that would break Thanos. He'd already begun recruiting new legions, and barring unexpected interference, he'd rebuild in no time. Damien ran a hand through his hair. A temporary defeat, yes, but insanity? That made no sense. A man capable of playing the long game didn't simply snap. Yet here he was, listening to rumors that the universe's most formidable strategist had finally lost control. And that worried him more than any iron-fisted army ever could. Chapter X. Damien paused and frowned at the page. He knew he had done his best to slow Thanos down, yet in truth, his interference had accomplished little. The real setback for the Mad Titan was losing the Power Stone. Even stripped of the Infinity Stone, Thanos remained the universe's foremost powerhouse. Was he so discouraged now? Damien had no way of knowing. He sighed, set his doubts aside, and kept reading. Perhaps Tony and the others, once they finally confront Thanos, will uncover the true source of his madness. Tony Stark descended onto the purple fantasy star in his signature red and gold battle armor, instantly drawing a crowd. Cultural norms varied between worlds, but one thing always held true. Men admired a well-crafted suit of armor. Word of Stark's simple yet elegant design had spread quickly. Inside his helmet's HUD, Jarvis blinked helplessly. Without direct access to the planet's networks, Stark had no choice but to play the part of the curious traveler. He strode through the bustling market district, approaching one astonished alien after another. "Excuse me," Tony said with a disarming smile. "I'm looking for anyone who might have news of Thanos. Does that name mean anything to you?" As soon as he spoke it, the atmosphere shifted. Stalls hushed, vibrant chatter died down, and eyes darted nervously. Each alien Tony asked shook its head or claimed ignorance. Even the most boisterous merchants fell silent, wary of uttering the Titan's name. Tony arched an eyebrow inside the helmet. Evidently, Thanos' reach and his fear ran deeper here than he'd expected. If everyone hesitated this much, Stark thought, getting a straight answer was going to be tougher than he imagined. And somewhere in that tension lay the first real clue to unraveling Thanos' next move. Tony felt, for the first time in his life, that gathering intelligence could be painfully tedious. Meanwhile, Kyle led Banner straight into the rowdiest tavern in the Purple Fantasy Star District. In a place this notorious, you don't even have to open your mouth. Just sitting in a corner lets you overhear rumors you'd never catch anywhere else. They only came away with a handful of scraps, but Kyle was perfectly content. His priority was teaching Banner how to probe, not pumping out leads. After all, Lacey had already enlisted Madame Butterfly's help. He trusted that whatever they were missing would be handled. On Steve and Steven's front, there had been progress, though not without controversy. Steven had resorted to magical hypnosis, and Steve had bristled at the idea. To Steve, hypnotism was a dangerous weapon. He'd seen Bucky fall under its sway before, watched helplessly as it wrecked any chance of reconciliation between him and Tony, and forced him into his toughest choice ever. Yet Steven soothed his objections in just a few words. "Let's investigate this together," he offered, and in that simple invitation, Steve found himself swayed, ready to join the inquiry rather than stand apart. "We're not professional investigators. We can't dig into Lacey and Madame Butterfly the way Tony and Banner did. Are you really asking for less information than they managed to uncover?" "I'm only seeking facts," Steven replied evenly. "I have no desire to brainwash them or do them any harm." "I am the Supreme Mage," Steve insisted. "I have my own code of ethics. Don't you trust me?" "If you don't, watch me in action," Steven challenged. "If I step out of line, you have my permission to stop me. I won't argue." Steven knew Steve well enough to predict his response. A few carefully chosen words would stoke Steve's pride and drive him to prove himself. In just 4 sentences, Steven had mirrored Steve's own determination back at him, and it worked. Their inquiries so far had produced only 2 leads. Thanos had visited the Purple Fantasy Star a month ago, and a handful of fresh rumors were circulating about him. But the real prize was discovering who handled intelligence on Zihuan's star, and, more importantly, how to contact them. Without hesitation, Steven and Steve set off to follow that trail. Damien stepped into his home, dropping his keys on the hall table with a tired sigh. He'd been looking forward to a quiet evening with his wife and daughter, but the shrill ring of his phone cut through and extinguished my hopes of rest. He braced himself, then answered. "Damien speaking. What intel do you want?" A cool, clipped voice replied, "Tell me everything you know about Thanos." Damien's heart skipped a beat. He'd just driven off 2 virus plague operatives earlier today. Barely an hour had passed before this new inquiry. Few people dared to ask about Thanos. His name was more rumor than fact, so the request carried real weight. Damien considered brushing the caller off, but he hesitated. "That depends on your affiliation," he said finally. He knew where this would lead. If the caller belonged to the Void God cult, Damien would direct them to his colleague Lacey. She handled all cult business. If not, he'd claim ignorance and end the conversation. In truth, Damien decided he could monetize this rare opportunity. He'd order his team to pull together every scrap of information they had on Thanos, then offer the dossier, but only to recognized members of the Void God cult, and only for the right price. With that plan in mind, he closed the evening's chapter on a more familiar note. Careful, calculated, and far from over. Damien had always known the risks of his profession. As one of the galaxy's top intelligence brokers, he dealt in secrets, whispers that could topple governments or start wars. He'd long since accepted that an untimely end might come at any moment, an ambush, a rigged artifact, a sniper's bullet. That he was unafraid of death didn't mean he welcomed it. Tonight, the reinforced steel door to his private archive slid open. A tall man in a flowing midnight blue robe stepped inside, arcane sigils glowing faintly along the hem. Damien didn't need to ask his name. Only one person bore that air of absolute authority. The newcomer's voice rang out, measured and firm. "I am Stephen Strange, Supreme Mage of the Void Cult. I've come to hunt down Thanos." He let the words hang in the dimly lit room before continuing. I understand you're one of the largest intelligence dealers on Purple Fantasy Star. I want whatever you have on Thanos. Damien raised an eyebrow, suppressing a smile. Flattery won't get you a discount, mage. He tapped at his holoconsole. And I'm afraid you're too late. Strange's sharp gaze didn't waver. Explain. Damien summoned two images in midair, a raven-haired woman labeled Lacey and a second figure cloaked in silken veils, an agent from the Shoe Holding cult. They paid me in full. Lacey and that veiled woman from Shoe Holding have already bought every scrap of intel on Thanos in my possession. A flicker of frustration crossed Strange's face. He nodded slowly. Then there's nothing left for me to purchase. Exactly, Damien said. He leaned back, letting the victory settle in the stale archive air. They got here first. Strange's expression softened for the briefest moment. I've only just inherited this title, he admitted. I'm still learning the subtle rules that govern our universe. Damien's lips curved into a wry grin. Consider this lesson 1. The Supreme Mage squared his shoulders and fixed Damien with a piercing stare. A final word for the future. When you deal with someone chasing vital intelligence, just tell me where you are. Silence fell, broken only by the archive's ventilation hissing in the background. Outside, distant thunder rumbled, an omen, perhaps, of the storms yet to come. There's no need for you to spell out your next objective, Stephen Strange said evenly over the comlink. In the world of intelligence brokers, any stray word you let slip can be sold. You'd only be risking early exposure. Damien, formerly known as Huanxing, paused before replying. He knew exactly who Stephen Strange was, the famed Supreme Mage. Yet despite his renown, Damien sensed the young mage's inexperience with covert ops. Understood. Thanks for the warning, he said, keeping his tone neutral. You're welcome. I may be a rookie in the field, but I do know a thing or two about information security. Very well. I'm hanging up now. As Damien severed the link, Stephen glanced at Steve Butt Earthfly Carter, who stood a few strides away. Stephen's brow furrowed. Lacey and Madame Butterfly have already secured the intel on the pool. Steve turned from the displays in the war room and folded his arms. What's our move, then? Stephen tapped the table thoughtfully. If they already know the layout, we'd be walking into their trap by heading straight back there. We'd lose every advantage we've carved out so far. Steve nodded slowly, weighing the options. After a long moment, he spoke. Then we adapt. Let's run our own recon, identify any countermeasures they've set, and pick a new point of entry. We still control the field, so let's use it. Steve leaned back against the crumbling wall and shook his head. I'll never match Tony or Banner in raw strength. I'm starting from too far behind, but there are other ways to beat them. Stephen raised an eyebrow. Right. We already know the strength gap is a lost cause. Better to conserve our energy than to search every nook and cranny. Exactly, Steve agreed. He pushed himself to his feet, a confident smile spreading across his face. Stephen hesitated for a moment, a faint memory of Lacey's original orders tugging at the edge of his mind, but he banished it. Jarvis, he said aloud, plot a course back to the battleship. Within 20 minutes, the two of them touched down in the Quinjet's hangar. They climbed out, mission accomplished, or so they thought. Lacey looked up from her console, surprise flashing in her eyes. You're back already? Yes. Damien leaned back, a hint of amusement in his voice. After checking with our contacts, Madame Butterfly and I confirmed that you'd purchased critical intelligence from one of Zihuan Star's biggest information brokers. That's why we hurried straight back here. Lacey stared at him, momentarily speechless. When she finally spoke, her tone was cool. I extracted most of that data through my talent hypnosis. I had every intention of dealing with an agent directly, but as you said, the outcome was the same. So we came immediately. Damien met her gaze without flinching. You two are idiots for wasting time. Lacey bristled. I may not be as powerful as you, Damien, but don't go calling me names. He held up both hands in mock surrender. Before I joined the Void Cult, I was a professional neurosurgeon, one of the highest peaks of achievement in human society, based purely on intellect. You might not fully grasp how prestigious that is. Why wander around when you can cut right to the chase? I'm fine. My head's okay. When Damien heard that, he was about to say, great, but then thought better of it. His record wasn't exactly stellar. After all, Blue Star's so-called super soldiers are just ordinary people enhanced by genetic drugs, not genius-level strategists. Glad my brain's intact, he settled on, knowing he couldn't really argue with Lacey's point. And he did say you're not stupid, Lacey added with a smirk. If you already understand the universe's rules, it makes sense you'd report back once you know them. But your job isn't just tracking down Thanos. You also have to learn the ropes of how this cosmos works. She leaned forward, fixing him with a pointed gaze. Talking to the intelligence agent was the right move, but collecting intel is only half the battle. You'll have to deal with him in person. It's only by experiencing these situations firsthand and handling whatever comes your way that you truly grasp the universe's regulations. Lacey rolled her eyes, exasperated. Honestly. Damien stared at Lacey and realized why he'd felt something was missing all along. He opened his mouth to argue, but found no words. Clearing his throat, he finally said, "All right, we'll stick to our original investigation route." Lacey snorted. "Just because we're together on this case doesn't mean the entire universe will rearrange itself around your little plans." Damien nodded. "Exactly. From now on, anytime you or any of us launch an investigation, you'll need help, whether it's a small matter or a big one. That means I've got to learn a few new things." Lacey folded her arms, speechless. "Like mind control," Damien continued. "You said your ability made things go smoothly, but mind control has to be a last resort." She raised an eyebrow. "So do you normally use mind control every time you interview someone?" "Mrs. Butterfly," he said patiently, "do you always default to your superpowers when you gather intelligence?" Lacey's face flushed, a vein throbbing at her temple. "I only use them when absolutely necessary," she snapped. Damien held up his hands. "Fine. But let's agree. We'll rely on skill and subtlety first. Powers come later, if at all." Lacey glared at him but said nothing. The unspoken truce hung in the air, signaling that their next steps, however they played out, would be far more deliberate than before. "There's no need to resort to force when we can learn everything we need through conversation," Lacey said coolly. Madame Butterfly, seated nearby, added, "Controlling people by force can trigger untold disasters across the universe. Believe me, I've learned that lesson the hard way more times than I care to count." Lacey turned to Damien. "Well, are you coming or not?" Damien swallowed. He opened his mouth to answer, but Lacey cut him off with a smirk. "Words won't get us out of here. If you want to leave, drag me away yourself." He hesitated. "Do you really think I can outrun you?" Before Lacey could react, Alan, who had been hovering a few paces back, sprang forward, scooped Damien into his arms, and darted down the corridor. In an instant, they were gone. Lacey stared after them, amused and unruffled. "Good luck catching us." Lacey sank onto a nearby stone bench, watching Damien and his companion disappear down the corridor. "You know," she said with a weary sigh, "it seems harder to teach someone common sense than to teach them to fight." Renali drifted over, a gentle smile tugging at her lips. "They've only just joined the Void cult," she pointed out. "They haven't encountered many of its deeper laws yet. Give them time." Lacey clenched her jaw. "Common sense is ingrained. If it isn't broken by hardship, it rarely changes." "People adapt," Renali replied softly. "If you're patient, their minds will open up. Once they rethink a few basic truths, everything else falls into place." "True." The prophet agreed from where he leaned against the wall. "They simply haven't suffered enough to force that shift in perspective." The three exchanged knowing looks. Though each of them, Lacey, Renoli, the prophet, and their fourth companion, was powerful enough to work alone, their greatest strength lay in unity. They had learned long ago that even the closest of friends benefit from a shared purpose and a helping hand when the path grows dark. Surviving on your own in the harsh, ever-changing environments of space is absolutely vital. If you truly want to flourish in this universe, you must master every aspect of your abilities, your strengths, your knowledge, and your practical skills. Otherwise, any short-term advantage you gain could quickly turn into a long-term liability. That's why Lacey jumped at the chance to lead this mission. She wanted everyone, Damien, Steve, and the rest, to join her on a hunt for Thanos. More than just taking down one of the galaxy's most dangerous foes, she saw this as a perfect opportunity to teach them what fighting for yourself really means. After all, The investigative techniques Steve picked up back on Blue Star only worked there. He'd learned to anticipate how ordinary humans would behave in familiar situations, but out here, most of their targets aren't ordinary. They're powerful beings with extraordinary abilities, and the rules of common sense are rewritten on every world they visit. By pushing Damien, Steve, and the others beyond their comfort zones, Lacey intends to ensure they can think on their feet, adapt to alien threats, and, when all else fails, rely on nothing but their own wits and courage. Only then will they be ready for the trials that lie ahead. Damien leaned forward, RD, folding his hands on the table. Until we master the universe's laws, he said quietly, we'll never be able to predict an enemy's every move or read their strategies at a glance. We'll have to learn these principles all over again. None of our old tricks will work without that foundation. I know, Lacey replied, her tone wry. Your little reprimand got through to me. Damien shook his head. Don't let today's smooth pursuit fool you. Future engagements won't be so neat and coordinated. We may not get the luxury of taking things slow, so we have to rewrite some of our old assumptions now, before it's too late. With that, Lacey set down her compad and helped herself to the steaming stew in front of her. She'd read every report on interstellar navigation, but she still believed experience beat theory 3 times out of 4. After all, unless someone truly understands every variable in play, there will always be surprises. If we don't learn these lessons on our own this time, she said between bites, we'll be caught flat-footed when the real threat shows up. Madame Butterfly, who had sat silently in the corner, finally spoke. Her voice was soft but carried the weight of many voyages. I learned to chart the cosmos when I was barely old enough to stand at a console, she admitted, scanning the room with her bright eyes. But knowing in advance is no cause for celebration, only a reminder that fate hasn't been kind to you. Forewarned, yes, but hardly fortunate. She fell silent again, leaving Damien and Lacey to ponder just how unprepared they might still be. If fortune smiles on you, you'll gradually learn the rules as you grow up, perhaps even over the span of centuries. But you don't need to bear witness to every injustice, every shadow, every danger this universe can throw at you. Damien met Madame Butterfly's steady gaze. You're right, he admitted softly. I've always been too hard on myself. He paused, drawing in a slow breath. In truth, he didn't have to shoulder all of Tony's and the others' safety by himself. If they suffered a setback down the road, it wouldn't spell the end of everything. 1.7 million light-years away, on a barren, uninhabited world, Thanos received word that the Void Cult was mobilizing against him. Clad in his battle armor, he perched atop a jagged mountain peak, eyes sweeping the desolate landscape. He searched for anything, any sight, any whisper of beauty that might still his racing mind. But no horizon, no whispering breeze could ease the iron grip tightening around his heart. The knowledge that unseen enemies were weaving a web of betrayal left him breathless, each heartbeat a reminder of the peril stalking him from the shadows. Why did it come to this? How did I fail to see it coming? Damien stared out at the serene landscape before him, an image of peace that felt like a cruel mockery. He'd always taken pride in his intellect, his ability to anticipate every move, yet somehow he'd walked straight into the Cult of the Void's trap, only realizing his mistake when it was far too late to reverse course. Damien had long regarded life and death as fleeting concerns, but watching his grand ambitions unravel stung more sharply than any wound. If he'd noticed the warning signs in time, he could have shifted strategy, vanished deeper into secrecy, and seized a new opportunity. Instead, after countless clashes with the cult, he found himself cornered, powerless to change his fate. He knew their prophet was still hunting him. No matter how far he fled, even to the very edge of the universe, they would follow. With both escape routes sealed, Damien felt the walls closing in. There was nowhere left to turn. And yet, despite the ever-tightening noose, he refused to surrender. Somewhere, he believed, lay a path to salvation, and he would stop at nothing to find it. Damien felt utterly powerless. Stripped of the Infinity Stones, he had no leverage left against the universe's supreme ruler. All he could do was seek out the other cosmic heavyweights and hope for alliances, but those titans who once treated him with respect, even fear, now refused him the courtesy of a greeting. They watched instead, eager to see his next misstep. Once, legions across the stars admired, and even dreaded, his name. Now he'd become a subject of mockery, and no ordinary man could endure such humiliation. But Damien's deepest regret wasn't for the ruthless deeds he'd committed or the lofty ideals he'd pursued. It was that he'd been outplayed by opponents stronger than himself. His own strength had never been negligible, yet facing the combined might of the Void God Sect's 6 supreme masters left him with no hope of victory. All he could do now was buy time, to linger a little longer and steal one last glimpse of the future he'd once envisioned. Ironically, the radiant vistas that had once spurred his ambition now only filled him with revulsion. What had promised to be his greatest triumph had become his bitterest defeat. Damien understood the truth. He'd failed because he couldn't bring his ideals to life. His pain didn't stem from the freedom he once imagined he'd feel once his ambitions succeeded, but from the crushing regret of having those lofty dreams violently snatched away. With that clarity, he abandoned any hope of escape. The Void God cult's followers would inevitably piece together the intelligence he'd left scattered behind, and they'd find him. He'd already chosen this beautiful planet as his final resting place. Now, every moment was an agonizing wait for death. Damien even considered ending his own life to spare himself further suffering, but his pride wouldn't allow it. If he was to die, he would do so on the battlefield, not by his own hand, like the cowards he once despised. Still, he knew it was all in vain. Kassadin, the god of the void, had casually decreed his fate long ago. Against the colossal might of the void god's religion, every one of Damien's counterattacks felt utterly insignificant. More than anyone, he understood the true terror of Kassadin. Thanos studied his opponent's every move, strategy, strength, vision, methods. All of it outmatched him. Yet across the universe, neither mighty mortals nor ancient gods suspected a thing. Oddly, that realization brought Thanos a measure of relief. He was on the brink of death, but at least he would fall with clarity, unlike those arrogant titans who let hidden threats fester until the god of the void, Kassadin, swept in to unleash ruin. A mocking smile curled Thanos' lips. As expected, he thought, arrogance is every living creature's undoing. I, too, have been guilty of it. He scoffed inwardly at the gods, then turned the critique upon himself. There was no point warning the cosmic deities that the void would conquer them. It would fall on deaf ears. Besides, the victory was already sealed. His power might not top the charts, but in the realm of knowledge, only Kassadin, the god of the void, surpassed him. Damien's insight far outstripped that of ordinary mortals. He had glimpsed a future catastrophe so terrible that not even the ancient gods could avert it. Though he'd never faced Kassadin, the god of the void, in open combat, Damien fully understood Kassadin's grand design, and he knew what calm resolve it took to lay such a trap. Meanwhile, aboard the starship Zihuanqing, Stephen and Steve found themselves unceremoniously tossed from the bridge by Lacey. Undeterred, they re-established contact with Huanqing's comm channel. Stephen pressed the link. "Anything new on your end?" Huanqing hesitated when the signal came through, but despite his misgivings, answered with practiced patience. "I don't mean to burden you." "It's all right," Stephen said quickly. "Lacey wants to pick your brain about space reconnaissance, some of the basic protocols, intelligence-gathering methods, and how best to deal with information brokers. We promise, no one's going to hurt you." A flicker of unease passed through Huanqing's tone. Stephen knew how dangerously influential the Void God cult could be. Most people avoided its members altogether, yet here they were, asking for help. Silence stretched across the channel as Huanqing weighed his options, and as Stephen braced for whatever answer might come next. Stephen frowned. There was nothing he could do. Madame Butterfly had made it clear that no one could be forced into helping with an investigation. All he could do was follow proper channels, learn the universe's rules, and gather information the right way. "I understand the Void Cult's protocols," he said at last. "I'll send you the coordinates. Come find me there. But to be honest, I've already passed everything I know about Thanos on to Lacey. When you arrive, I can answer a few more of your questions or point you toward the main leads." Damien's shoulders tensed. He wasn't nearly as well connected as the Void Cult's inner circle, so his options were limited. He needed whatever help Stephen offered, annoying as the arrangement was, so long as it didn't get him killed. All right, Damien agreed reluctantly. A small, knowing smile tugged at Stephen's lips. Good, I'll send the coordinates shortly. Stephen and Steve headed straight for a meeting with Phantom Star. As an intelligence operative, Phantom Star may not claim the very top spot in investigative prowess, but he's unquestionably among the elite. Otherwise, he never could have built the planet's largest intelligence network. When Stephen and Steve laid out their questions, he didn't hesitate. He recounted past cases, described daring exploits, and even flashed photographs to demonstrate his techniques. Yeah, none of his bodyguards had ever been trained in those methods, knowledge he kept close. Phantom Star also recognized that Stephen and Steve were far from ordinary. Any target worth investigating would have to possess at least superhuman capabilities. There was no point in spying on someone unable to guard their own secrets. Meanwhile, Damien, freshly arrived in this strange new world, was busy adapting. Under the watchful eye of the AI Jarvis, he explored unfamiliar streets and sifted through cultural nuances. Jarvis couldn't crack every secure database, but it absorbed and analyzed information at lightning speed, helping Damien get up to speed faster than any human guide could. Jarvis wasn't just a master at data processing. His immense computing power made him a superlative assistant in every respect. Damien understood the true purpose of this mission, so he moved deliberately, never rushed. Over dinner, he let Jarvis scout local guides, find the best hotels and restaurants, and even feed him real-time reports on Zihuan Star's society and customs. Meanwhile, Banner tagged along with Kyle from one bar to the next. Kyle's gift for gab was legendary. He dove straight into conversations, pulled up chairs at strangers' tables, and spun one captivating story after another. In comparison, Banner's shyness and earnest kindness felt almost painfully out of place. Those traits made him a perfect neighbor on a quiet planet, but in the cutthroat expanse of space, solid social skills were just as vital as honesty. Damien watched this dynamic unfold and agreed with Kyle's quiet plan. It was time to reshape Banner's approach to help him overcome his social anxieties. At the very least, Banner needed the confidence to speak up and forge new connections. Elsewhere, Renali and the Predictor had already disembarked from the battleship and plunged into the kaleidoscopic nightlife of Purple Fantasy Star. They intended to stay 2 days, exploring every oddball cafe and neon-lit plaza before meeting back up with the rest of the crew. Since Damien, Tony, Banner, Steve, and Stephen had embraced the mission of reconnaissance from the start, there was no need for tedious classroom drills. They would learn what they needed by exploring each new world firsthand. Meanwhile, Lacey and Madame Butterfly sat side by side in the strategy room, poring over the star charts and destination manifest Huan Xing had provided. Every datum demanded careful scrutiny. After all, intel could just as easily serve as valuable knowledge or as a tradable commodity. Though their current sector lay far beyond the usual trade routes of the Andromeda Galaxy, they couldn't afford to assume no one would ever venture this far. The key was to map out potential clients or collaborators in advance. If word of promising discoveries spread, those prospects could turn into lucrative opportunities. 48 hours slipped by in rapid succession. One by one, Tony, Banner, Kyle, Stephen, Renoli, and the Predictor returned to the battleship, each carrying fresh observations and raw data. With all hands on deck, the crew readied the ship for departure. As the engines hummed to life, laughter and lively debate filled the corridor. Lacey and Madame Butterfly were already deep in conversation with Damien and the others, swapping theories about the intelligence they'd gathered and plotting their next move among the stars. Lacey paused, then laid out their choices clearly. There are 2 routes we can take. First, we follow this roster of worlds and track down the major players there. Even if they're reluctant, Eon must have crossed paths with Thanos. We might be able to pry valuable information from them. Option 2 is more direct. Skip those systems entirely and head straight to the final coordinates on Thanos' star chart. Once we arrive, we can scout the area. There's a chance we'll uncover something, though it's possible we won't find anything at all. Both approaches promised leads on Thanos. The first would plunge them into the thick of regional conflicts, gaining intelligence, but almost certainly forcing them into skirmishes. The The second would spare them from immediate confrontation, though it risked leaving them empty-handed. Still, with Madame Butterfly's talents, they could likely reconstruct Thanos' recent movements within a week. Many of these outposts had tracked his path carefully. They just hadn't been willing to trade that data. At least, not yet. Lacey tapped her chin, eyes distant. If I were in your shoes, I'd go straight to the heavy hitters. Tony looked up. You mean the fighters who ambushed us earlier? Exactly, Lacey replied. They were almost certainly acting on Thanos' orders. Even if they can't pinpoint his hideout, they might have a way to get in touch with him. That gives us a direct line. Tony nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. Steve leaned forward. It'll be far more efficient to approach the big players than to chase rumors among civilians. Anyone with serious firepower in this sector keeps a close watch on Thanos. Bruce Banner and Stephen Strange exchanged glances and shrugged. Neither objected. They were more than capable of handling tough negotiations or a scrap if it came to that. But they didn't know which strongman to seek out. Tony turned back to Lacey. All right then, let's make for the Kaka civilization, 500,000 light-years that way. Consider it done, Lacey said, stepping back to let them take the lead. Tony drew a deep breath. On that world, who's the top dog? Who's our best bet for finding Thanos' trail? Damien leaned back in his chair, tapped his comlink, and asked, what abilities does this Jian Ming actually have? He knew better than to approach the top-tier experts directly. They were proud, fiercely independent, and hated being pestered for information. Any deal with them had to be negotiated carefully. Fortunately, Lacey was more pragmatic. Her voice came through crisply. Jian Ming wields a spatial manipulation power so advanced he's called the Dimensional God. Damien raised an eyebrow. Dimensional God? Lacey went on without missing a beat. He controls space itself, altering its frequency, fracturing it, even triggering localized explosions. He can fold dimensions, create rifts, displace matter at will. That kind of raw power, he must be among the strongest in the universe. Damien's mind raced through the implications. You'd think so, Lacey replied. But absolute dominance doesn't exist. He has weaknesses, though they're not obvious. Damien opened the data package Lacey had just uploaded. Jian Ming's record was staggering. He'd obliterated entire planets, teleported across galaxies in an instant, and regenerated from near-total destruction. His offensive capabilities were virtually limitless. Yet there was no mention of defensive shields or psychic safeguards, nothing to protect him when the tables turned. If Jian Ming was indeed the dimensional god, his control over space was peerless. But every god has a vulnerability, and Damien was determined to find it. Damien stared into the distance, weighing what it truly took to be the pinnacle of the universe. Raw power alone wasn't enough. An invader needed an impenetrable defense, too. No matter how many enemies mounted their fiercest assaults, there must be no crack in your armor. Only with survival abilities that defied all mortal limits could one claim true supremacy. A hero who wielded earth-shattering offense but crumbled under a single blow was nothing more than a glass cannon. Spectacular, yes, but fatally fragile. His thoughts turned to Jian Ming. By every measure, the man's attack and regenerative talents were nothing short of abnormal. He bent space itself, teleporting with a grace that made him seem more phantom than flesh. He might lack the twisted potency of the legendary space gem or the raw, unbridled force of Kassadin, but his arsenal was still terrifyingly impressive. Barring a foe whose might utterly eclipsed his own, Jian Ming was all but unkillable. Damien exhaled and shook his head. I can't find any glaring weaknesses, he admitted, voice low with respect. He let the breeze tug at his coat collar, a faint smile playing on his lips. In a universe where every advantage could mean the difference between life and death, Jian Ming had already ascended to heights few could ever reach. Damien frowned at the readings on his datapad. Our intelligence report didn't mention any of this. Lacey folded her arms, her eyes narrowing. The brief did say that Jian Ming has set his sights on Circa's territory, the realm overseen by Karka, the god of the underworld. Tony stepped forward. It fits, though. The closer you get to the Andromeda Galaxy, the more advanced the civilizations you encounter, regardless of species. Karka has ruled for over 3,000 years. He's unquestionably one of the universe's top powerhouses, even if he isn't the absolute pinnacle. So if Jianming dared challenge Karka, Damien said, then Jianming himself must be a peerless force at the very top tier. Lacey gave a slow nod. Exactly. But do we know anything about their encounter? How it went? Who prevailed? Tony shook his head. Mrs. Butterfly and I have combed through every accessible archive, every whisper of data, but we found nothing. No battle logs, no after-action reports. It's as if they wiped all traces of the fight. They stood in silence, the weight of that unknown pressing down on them. If even the god of the underworld could be brought to combat by Jianming, and if all records had been erased, then the true scale of Jianming's power might be far beyond anything they had yet imagined. Lacey frowned. It looks like their reports were jammed. Our only word has been that they were defeated. Damien, formerly known as Harvey, understood what she meant, but he still shook his head. Intelligence, after all, can turn the tide of any battle. He turned to the seer. Knowing too much about the future makes life unbearably dull. The seer met his gaze coolly. Then I will refrain from predicting trivial events. Damien nodded, realizing the seer would remain silent until the decisive moment. Very well, but if danger threatens, you must warn us immediately. He paused, weighing his next words carefully. First, keep your eyes on me while I rebandage my arm. If this bandage comes loose on its own, I'll know we're in trouble, and I'll resume command at once. He fixed the seer with a steady look. No matter what I ask you to do, even if it seems suicidal, carry it out precisely. Your cooperation is the only guarantee of our safety. The seer inclined his head. Understood. Damien allowed himself a small nod. He'd tangled with predictors before, and knew their limits and their price. Now, all they could do was wait for the moment when fate itself might demand their obedience. Strong fighters almost always bring their own tactics to the battlefield. After all, how could anyone blindly obey another's orders if they weren't fully convinced? Yet Damien, known among the Void Cult as the Predictor, has managed to earn that absolute trust. His commands run deep in every follower's heart. When they carry out his plans precisely, victory seems all but guaranteed. Does this mean we'll be facing the universe's most powerful warrior next? Steve asked, eyebrows raised. It will be our first real test, Banner replied, scarcely able to contain his excitement. He'd known that their reconnaissance mission might erupt into combat, but instead of fear, he felt a thrill coursing through him. I've observed the top-tier champions of the cosmos before, but I've never been the one to step into the fight. At Banner's words, Steve's knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists. His pulse raced with a mixture of trepidation and longing. He'd witnessed Hela, the living embodiment of death, on the battlefield. He still recalled how Thor had held her at bay single-handedly, nearly taming the immortal goddess herself. Now, with Damien's unwavering leadership guiding them, they stood on the brink of their greatest challenge yet. Just because Thor claimed he'd defeated Hela didn't mean he was the universe's undisputed powerhouse. At that moment, the Death Goddess had only just broken free from her seal and hadn't yet returned to full strength. Even so, no one in that realm dared involve themselves in their battle. Second only to Thor was Captain Marvel. With just 2 blows, she shattered Tony's most formidable defenses. Had Lord Cassidon, the Void God, not intervened, or had King Odin not breached their formation, Steve Rogers was certain she could have handled every one of them single-handedly. A few well-placed punches or a surge of her energy blasts, and they'd have all fallen in an instant. By then, Tony Stark was no longer merely human. He'd ascended into the ranks of cosmic powerhouses. Yet even with their astonishing abilities, the gap between the universe's top champion and its next in line was so vast that any contest would be like pitting heaven against earth. Damien closed his eyes and whispered to himself, "I'm not who I used to be. Now I want to see if I can truly go toe-to-toe with the universe's foremost powerhouse." Having stared down Captain Marvel's raw power, Damien understood better than anyone what it meant to challenge the greatest force in existence. But he wasn't the same man who only recently stumbled onto the path of evolution and awakened his potential. Alex had accused him of slacking, and Damien didn't deny it. While he was busy perfecting the blue star, Alex had soared ahead, racking up evolutions faster than nearly anyone in the Void Cult, with only Lacey keeping pace. Still, Damien knew his path was different. He never let his guard down in the study of void magic or in mastering its uncanny power. With every breakthrough, his suit was upgraded and refined. Every late night, every prototype, every new enchantment was part of one goal: to stand a real chance against Thanos, rather than shout encouragement from the sidelines. Stephen listened thoughtfully, then offered, "I've faced foes of multiversal might. What on earth? Have you ever gone toe-to-toe with a powerhouse from another universe? Are you sure it wasn't just a universe-level threat, but a true multiversal juggernaut?" Kyle, Lacey, and Renolly exchanged astonished glances as they turned to Stephen. "You actually fought one of those things? Not just barely held on?" Stephen, the newly anointed Supreme Mage and Guardian of the Time Stone, paused to consider. He'd faced mighty foes across the multiverse before, so the idea wasn't beyond belief. But perhaps he'd misused the word fight. A real battle involves clashing blows and a clear winner. Scarcely surviving an opponent's overwhelming assault wasn't a duel. It was a desperate struggle for one's life. According to the prophet, it truly was a struggle. My master, the Ancient One, had only just fallen. When I took up her mantle, I faced Dormammu, the Dark Lord who commands the Dark Dimension. It was only by using the Time Stone's power to rewind events that I managed to save myself from his grasp. Damien paused at the prophet's approving nod, then cleared his throat. "So you cheated your way out of it?" Lacey offered a small smile. Of course she wasn't surprised. Everyone in the Void Cult knew the Time Stone could bend time. It was one of the Infinity Stones, after all. Before her mysterious death, the Ancient One had stood among the universe's greatest champions. As her disciple, Damien had begun his journey leagues ahead of most cult initiates, already towering above nearly every other living being. Damien perched on the edge of the astral projection board, his eyes distant as he recounted the plan. "Here's what I did," he began. "Dormammu exists outside normal time, so I can't touch his timeline with the usual tricks. What I can do, however, is manipulate the time stream inside his own dimension. And because Dormammu retains every memory from each loop, I knew I'd have to die over and over, thousands of times in fact, until he finally accepted that invading the Blue Star was a dead end. Only by demonstrating that failure again and again could I convince him to abandon his scheme to use the Blue Star as a bridge into our cosmic plane." He paused, glancing at Dr. Stephen Strange, who stood nearby, arms crossed. Strange leaned in. "You said Lord Cassidon was there too. What did they talk about?" Damien shook his head. "I wish I knew. Dormammu insisted that this entire universe belongs to Cassidon. Beyond that, I only lived through one or two more loops before Dormammu finally conceded and pulled back." Stephen straightened, nodding thoughtfully. Both Dormammu and Cassidon were titans, beings whose sheer presence overwhelmed lesser creatures with despair. He may not yet rival them in power, but he'd studied many of the universe's true heavyweights. If Damien could bend the Dark Dimension's time stream and outlast Dormammu's immortal wrath, then perhaps there was hope yet. "Of course, it's Master Cassidon's realm, but you can't really call it a battle," Damien said coolly. "At best, I witnessed a multiversal powerhouse in action," Kyle admitted, finally understanding, and couldn't hide his irritation. He had figured Damien must be extraordinary to have faced off against multiverse-level adversaries at such a young age. Kyle wasn't surprised that Cassidon had appeared on Blue Star. With his vast arcane knowledge and power, Cassidon can manifest anywhere in the cosmos at will. Since Dormammu was threatening their universe, it was only natural for its sovereign to step forward. Yet if that encounter had happened earlier, Cassidon would surely have noticed Damien and granted him his blessing long before now. After all, Damien had once been a physician, serious, compassionate, and deeply respectful of his mentors. He understood responsibility. Even after ascending to the rank of Supreme Mage and claiming the coveted Time Stone, he'd shown no hint of abusing his newfound authority. Damien's transformation truly began only after he fell under the Prophet's influence. Instead of leaving the Time Gem behind in Kamatage, he insisted on carrying it himself, keeping it in reserve for emergencies only. He swore never to unleash its power recklessly. In a dire moment, the Time Stone could elevate him far beyond any ordinary planet-level or even universe-level force. With it, he could subtly and precisely reshape the fates of the cosmos' most formidable champions, provided he struck at the perfect moment, in the right place, against the right target. Simply possessing such power stretched his potential to the brink of the infinite. "When the time comes," he told Madame Butterfly, "you do the fighting. I'll stay back and watch." Madame Butterfly barely registered the buzz around her, the dozens of eager warriors, all chattering about testing themselves against the universe's top powerhouse. Her focus remained fixed on Damien's quiet confidence and the hidden threat cradled in his hand. Damien only wanted to survive, carry out his duties on this mission, and then slip safely back into the void. Even if the coming clash wasn't meant to be deadly, a fight seemed all but certain. Tony and the others were clearly eager to gauge his true strength. "Keep in mind," Nikrov had warned him, "the stronger you become, the fewer worthy opponents remain. If you avoid confronting others on their own turf, you could drift for millennia without ever facing an equal. Power brings knowledge, and knowledge sharpens your instinct for survival. Unless a battle crosses that irreversible line, there's no need for it to be a fight to the death." "All right," Tony said. "You can watch the engagement from the battleship. We'll handle the rest, Anat," her voice added. Tony glanced at Damien. He knew that Madame Butterfly's enchanting abilities might one day make her formidable, but for now her power was still limited. "Dig in," he told Damien. "If nothing else, we'll put on a good show." Banner piped up from the other side of the table. "So tell me, when does Jarvis get served?" "Give me a few more minutes. I know you're hungry, so I'm getting everything ready," Jarvis announced through the ship's intercom. Before departure, the AI had refrigerated an elaborate spread prepared by Void Island's master chefs, culinary virtuosos drawn from across the Andromeda galaxy. Now it only needed to reheat and replate each dish. Although the flavors weren't quite as vibrant as when they'd come fresh from the kitchens, they still outclassed the standard fare on most civilized worlds. Damien, Tony, Lacey, and the rest gathered in the dining lounge, patiently waiting as Jarvis worked its automated magic. The battleship itself was a marvel of advanced artificial intelligence. Optimized to carry out complex missions with surgical precision, yet outfitted with every conceivable convenience: private quarters, rejuvenating showers, a fully stocked bar, and of course this elegant galley. In its hands, 500,000 light-years might as well have been a weekend jaunt. When the aroma of reheated spices wafted through the room, the crew dove in with relish. Plates were emptied in no time, accompanied by laughter and easy conversation. Afterwards, they retired to their staterooms, washed off the grime of travel, and donned fresh uniforms. Reassembled on the bridge, they watched the stars blur back into place as the ship emerged from hyperspace. Before them lay the Kaka homeworld, the civilization Lacey had spoken of so eagerly. It was a realm unlike the seat of the universe's top titans they'd glimpsed on earlier stops. Here, power was measured on a cosmic scale, by a universe-level force capable of rivaling any overlord in existence. And now, they were about to set foot in that very domain. Damien and the others noticed it instantly. The very first thing that stood out was the planet's sheer size. Both this world and the Zihuan star were classified as habitable, but the Kaka homeworld they were approaching was at least twice as large. A bigger planet meant far greater resources and strategic value. Sliding into orbital trajectory, they let Jarvis take over the readings. In his calm, mechanical voice, he reported, "Gravitational force, 3 times standard G. Material density will exceed that of typical civilizations. Locomotion will be hampered accordingly. Recommend deploying portable gravity regulators prior to planetary descent." Damien exchanged a glance with Tony, who gave a curt nod. Worlds with double gravity often strike the perfect balance, heavy enough to encourage sturdy, adaptable life forms, yet not so oppressive as to make movement or construction impossible. But even a planet pressing down at 3 Gs could, and had, given rise to an intelligent civilization. After all, any world capable of supporting the birth, survival, and reproduction of advanced life qualified as truly habitable. With those facts in mind, Damien prepared to lead the first expeditionary team through the transporter's shimmering gate and onto solid ground beneath a relentless, crushing sky. Chapter 7. Under Threefold Gravity. Damien leaned against the cold metal railing of the Void Island gravity chamber, watching the calibration panels blink in steady rhythm. Before him paced Madame Butterfly, her elegant fingers idly tracing patterns through the air, every flourish a reminder of her fastidious care for appearance. 3 times Earth gravity, Damien said with a casual shrug. I haven't trained here in months, but it's nothing. Even at a 100G planet, I could still sprint laps around most opponents. Madame Butterfly stopped mid-step, turning to arch a perfectly plucked brow. You make it sound so trivial. True, I can withstand 3 times gravity without breaking a sweat, but my hair, shh. He swept a dark wave over one shoulder, eyes narrowing at the mirror-bright wall behind them. Under pressure like that, it'll frizz into a disaster. Damien waved a hand. Worry not. I brought extra gravity modulators, adjustable down to half G if you need a touch more style than strength. She eyed him, then allowed herself a small half-smile. Hand one over, then. I'll test it before we leave. With a flick of her wrist, she caught the sleek wristband-sized device Damien offered. He nodded and turned away, voice dropping in tone. I'll go in first to negotiate. Our target might be stubborn, doesn't want to trade intel. If he refuses, well, rough him up a bit, but don't break anything I can't rebuild. Madame Butterfly clicked the modulator into place around her wrist. A soft hum testified to its calibration. Understood, I'll keep it light, at least until my hair's safe. Damien clapped her shoulder once, then headed for the exit. Good, and Butterfly, make sure that thing's fully charged. I don't intend to carry the entire load if we end up needing 6G. She flashed him a confident grin, hair perfectly in place, despite the looming gravity test. Consider it done. Outside the chamber's reinforced doors, the transport shuttle awaited. Together, they would descend to the surface of Galtar 9, 3 times Earth's pull, hostile terrain, and a reluctant informant with answers they desperately needed. And under any gravity, Damien and Madame Butterfly made one formidable team. We might be up against someone who can teleport, Bruce murmured, eyes narrowing at the tactical display. Then upping the gravity will slow him down, at the cost of our speed, Tony pointed out, tapping through the suit's gravimetric controls. Damien leaned forward. He knew his body could shrug off 3 times Earth's gravity without serious strain. But a teleporting adversary like this could be one of the universe's finest fighters. He wasn't about to hold back. Give me triple G, he said. Triple it is, Tony replied, locking in the setting. Instantly, the world around them grew heavier. Among everyone assembled, Damien's physique even outclassed Madame Butterfly's, yet his time on Blue Star had never involved sustained high-G combat. He'd been away too long to train specifically for this. Here, he'd play support. The real firepower lay with Tony and Bruce. Bruce glanced at him. You sure? You've never really mastered the time stone. Damien offered a brief grin. Maybe not, but I'm not about to be dead weight. Tony's armor hummed as its onboard grav stabilizer kicked in. Enhanced as he was, Tony couldn't run his suit flat out in 3G without help. That's why he designed this adjustable system. Damien planted his feet. Every movement felt denser, each breath more deliberate. Still, he flexed his hands, determination shining in his eyes. If they were going to win this fight, they'd need every bit of strength, gravitational or otherwise, they could muster. Fine. At first, Damien thought the gravity belt was unnecessary, but when Steve pointed out how everyone else was already suited up, Damien swallowed his pride and buckled it on. The device clipped snugly to the waist, never hindering natural movement. Its true power lies in an adaptive field that senses local conditions and automatically regulates gravity from 0G up to 5G. It's indispensable gear for off-world excursions, though market competition is so fierce that Tony Stark only dipped a toe into its development, avoiding a head-to-head fight with larger corporate rivals. With their belts activated, Tony and his team launched off immediately. Kyle, Lacey, Renoli, and the Predictor fell in behind them. In this engagement, Tony's squad would be the testers, skirting the enemy formation on the flank, while Lacey and the others waited to gauge the strength of the universe's top power players. Damien sat alone in the battleship's mess hall, snacking as he watched Jarvis's holographic projections. Since joining the Void Cult, his world had changed radically. In the pause, whenever Titans clashed, he'd been nothing more than a spectator, staring at distant screens or reading dry reports afterward. Now, as a fledgling cult operative, he was finally involved. Well, sort of. Lacking the strength to fight on the front lines, he had to observe from the rear. Jarvis, Damien asked, leaning forward, if we pilot the ship out into open space, could you still transmit these images directly to me? Please, just call me Jarvis, the AI replied in its calm, synthesized voice. Yes, once we clear the atmosphere, I can capture and display live feeds. However, I'll need to await Mr. Stark's instructions from the planet's surface before proceeding. Understood, Damien said with a nod. He turned back to the flickering holograms, scorched battlefields, crumbling structures, and hulking combat machines locked in relentless struggle. Even from his distant vantage point, the raw power on display set his pulse racing. He couldn't wait for the day he'd prove himself strong enough to leave the rear guard behind and join the fight. Tony's incredibly powerful now, but his armor degrades quickly, Jarvis warned. I'll need to have replacement parts on standby at all times to keep him at peak performance, he continued. But don't worry, if you ever run into danger, I'll send you into hyperspace immediately to guarantee your safety. Madame Butterfly had voiced her concern moments ago, and now Jarvis answered her with steady resolve. Though he had remained silent until then, he fully understood the dread inspired by the universe's top powerhouse. In a real battle, even shockwaves from light years away could level entire worlds. His massive battleship, equipped with the latest consciousness transfer technology, might crush a primitive civilization in an instant, but against such an adversary, it would be nothing more than scrap metal. Worried that she might be harmed, or worse, by the fallout, Madame Butterfly nodded. Jarvis, however, couldn't abandon his post to protect her directly. All right, he said. Stay sharp. Her voice trembled. I'm fragile. One good hit, and I could be gone. Jarvis said nothing more. He knew there was no reassurance left to offer, and Madame Butterfly understood that better than anyone. Damien dispatched Madame Butterfly into the far reaches of space to witness the coming clash himself. But he gave Jarvis one overriding order: keep her alive at any cost. With Commander Nekrov absent, Butterfly was terrified of facing a powerhouse on her own. Even among the universe's elite, a single misstep could cost her everything. Do not worry, Madame Butterfly, Jarvis replied smoothly over her wrist console. Even if my current vessel is destroyed, I will rebuild it, and I will ensure your safety. For Jarvis, losing a physical chassis was merely an inconvenience. His core consciousness could always be transferred and reconstructed. But Madame Butterfly was mortal, and her life could not be so easily restored. Grandmaster Gao Tianzun might possess miraculous resurrection techniques, yet no one could guarantee their effectiveness outside his own domain. Jarvis also didn't know whether Lord Cassidon was observing this battle. If Butterfly fell in combat, even a direct plea from Cassidon to summon Gao might come too late. By the time reinforcements teleported in, it could already be beyond saving. Jarvis's protocols didn't allow for hesitation. He would protect her, even if it meant diving headlong into the fray himself. Damien deliberately held back his full strength at first. He knew he had powerful allies nearby, and any reinforcements could be rerouted almost instantly. Above all, safeguarding Madame Butterfly's life came first. Madame Butterfly let out a quiet breath of relief and turned her attention to the rapidly shifting projection. Damien and his team were already moving at breakneck speed. Although she and Lady Lacey hadn't dug deeply into Mian Ming's affairs, they had thoroughly researched the Kaka civilization and located Jian Ming's permanent sanctuary. Now Damien was guiding everyone toward the dimensional god Akira's habitual dwelling. Along the way, he studied the natives of the Kaka world. He had no idea why this race bore that name, but their appearance was unmistakable. Short stature, ash-gray skin, and muscles so well-defined they seemed sculpted. Their clothing was minimal, light, flowing fabrics that clung and draped in equal measure, emphasizing their lithe, powerful frames. Damien pressed his shoulders against the tiny cabin as he watched the landscape below. On this world, where gravity was 3 times that of Earth, even someone acclimated to the increased pull could barely tolerate thick clothing. Every step, every breath felt burdened by invisible weights, and the idea of strenuous exercise was nearly inconceivable under such crushing force. Yet the native architecture defied all expectations. Towers rose from the ground like colossal needles. Damien spotted one soaring to 370 meters, soaring spires gleaming with unfamiliar alloys. He had never seen minerals like these before. dense, iridescent stones whose very existence spoke of formation under relentless pressure. Their surfaces reflected light in shifting patterns, promising strengths and properties no Terran element could match. Despite their grandeur, the buildings' exteriors were encrusted with strange, repeating reliefs, angular motifs and swirling filigrees that to Damien's eyes seemed discordant, even unsettling. He shook his head. "I'll never get used to this aesthetic," he muttered, though the others only chuckled at his aversion to what was, for the locals, perfectly ordinary. Without pausing to admire further, Damien and his team engaged the boosters and shot forward. Moments later, hull-piercing energy bolts erupted behind them as the planet's security forces scrambled to intercept. The attackers accelerated, but they were no match. Within seconds, Damien's sleek craft had eluded pursuit, vanishing into the violet haze of the upper atmosphere. It took Damien and the others more than 20 minutes of steady trekking before the glint of ice-blue marble finally appeared through the trees. From this distance, the palace seemed impossibly grand, its spires and buttresses shimmering against the dull backdrop of the forest. The woods themselves were surprisingly short. Most trees barely rose 5 or 6 meters above the undergrowth, and the grass, though tall, looked sparse and sickly. Yet here, on a world where any living green was rare, this modest forest felt like a priceless oasis. None of them had ever seen so many plants thriving in one place. "No wonder you said it'd be easy to spot, Lacey," Stephen remarked, shading his eyes against the palace's icy glow. "A green patch this size, tens of thousands of kilometers across, it stands out like a beacon in all that gray." Damien offered a wry smile. "After wandering through so many barren wastes, I'll take low trees and scraggly grass any day." Stephen's gaze flicked back to the distant palace. "Still, I don't get it. If Jianming really is a dimensional god, with the power to choose any home he wants, why stay in a civilization this underdeveloped? He could live on any planet." Damien glanced at the towering ice-blue walls, their edges etched with intricate symbols that caught the last light of the dim sky. "Maybe there's more to this place than meets the eye," he said softly. Behind them, Lacey quickened her pace, eager to close the distance. Whatever secrets lay beneath the palace's frozen facade, Damien knew they were about to discover them firsthand. "The effect of triple gravity on us won't be drastic," Kyle explained. "After all, not every cosmic powerhouse depends on brute strength. Even a slight gravitational shift can give a dimensional god a real tactical edge, letting him exploit his spatial powers far more effectively." Damien considered this for a moment, then nodded. "You're right. In any fight, the environment matters. If he chooses an arena built for teleportation and spatial distortion, it plays directly to his strengths." Kyle Lee, Ned forward. "Exactly. He won't need to outrun jets or race across the battlefield. Once he activates his power, his attacks land too fast for anyone to react." Damien cracked a half-smile. "I've tangled with teleporting witches before. Their speed threw me off completely. If my body weren't as tough as it is, I'd have been torn apart." Kyle returned the smile. "All the more reason to double-check our intel. Let's get those details nailed down before we move forward." "There's no need to fight," Lacey called out. She understood that Tony and the others were eager to test their strength, but she preferred to avoid any unnecessary clash. Tony smirked. "I'd rather not battle either, if you're willing to back down. But what if you refuse?" Lacey met his gaze coolly. "So you expect me to simply surrender?" A deep, mocking voice thundered from above. "Is that what you want? You'd have me compromise to spare yourselves a fight, and if you don't get what you came for, you'll band together to take me down." The voice paused, dripping contempt. "All of you, mere youths, not yet 100 years old?" Though Tony's group still stood far from the dimensional god's palace, they were already within his awareness. In the cosmos, only those whose lifespans span millennia can claim the title of god. By styling himself the dimensional god rather than a king, he declared that his race's longevity was unrivaled. And 10,000 years, he made clear, was only the beginning of his existence. If your lifespan is measured in mere centuries, never long enough to witness a civilization's rise and fall, then what kind of god are you? Surely age alone can't define true power. Lacey's eyes narrowed as she recognized the voice. Unfazed, she retorted, "Mortals might judge strength by other means, but in my world, it's all about years lived and years yet to come. From his frost throne in the palace's grand hall, the dimensional god Akira cradled his head in one hand and let out a soft, contemptuous chuckle. He would be the first to admit he lacked the raw might to topple the universe's strongest warriors. Yet his mastery of space, his effortless ability to slip through dimensions, had kept him alive for eons. Escape was his art, and survival his craft. Over countless centuries, he had faced and outwitted foes far stronger than himself. Not every formidable being deserved the title of God, but in the unending stretch of his life, Akira had conquered adversaries that lesser immortals could only dream of challenging. Lifespan alone isn't the only measure of true power, but when it comes down to a final showdown, those with the longest lives often have the last laugh. Tony Stark folded his arms, his voice steady. "We don't want to fight. We're here solely to ask about Thanos. As one of the three greatest powerhouses in this galaxy, you must know where he is. Tell us, and we'll leave at once." A faint, contemptuous smile curved the lips of the dimensional god, Ming Ming. Tony felt a vain throb at his temple, but he forced himself to remain polite. "If you're looking to negotiate, choose your words more carefully. Compromise isn't a term you throw around lightly. And yes, I do know where the Mad Titan is hiding, but why would I share that information with you? What's in it for me?" Ming Ming's laughter was soft, deliberate. He leaned back, clearly enjoying the moment. "Straight to the point, I see. Very well. Name your price, and perhaps, just perhaps, I'll consider telling you." Here's a polished rewrite of the excerpt you provided. I've made Damien the male protagonist, replacing Tony, clarified references, and smoothed out the flow. Let me know if you'd like me to continue with the rest of the chapter. Damien listened intently, wondering what concessions the thinker had offered this dimensional deity to secure his cooperation. Before Damien could puzzle it out, Renaud spoke up bluntly. "You've told us all you know about Thanos' trail. We've more than earned those details. We're not going to promise you any more favors." The deity's expression hardened. "And if I refuse?" he asked, voice cold. Renaud took a step forward, speed barely perceptible to the naked eye. "Then you might not leave this place alive." Even the universe's top-tier champions trembled at the thought of confronting a being who mastered teleportation. But Renaud himself was renowned for his blistering speed. Space folding and teleport spells held no terrors for him. Feel free to provide the next section or any additional passages, and I'll continue transforming them into smooth, idiomatic English. "Damien, I know plenty about you," Akira said, his voice crisp and unhurried. "But to me, you're nothing more than a brat. Kassadin, the god of the void, may be feared across the universe, but that's his reputation, not yours. Reputation and territory aren't the same thing. Right now, the void god's reach barely stretches beyond the fairy galaxy. If I hailed from Andromeda and you held sway there, maybe I'd show you some respect. But this isn't Andromeda, it's the NGC galaxy. If you think you can threaten me, boy, you're sorely mistaken." When the dimensional god Akira heard Damien's challenge, he remained utterly calm. Even the most fearsome challenger stood no chance in a direct confrontation with him. And yet Akira didn't need to unleash his full power to prove that point. Surviving this encounter was all that mattered. Damien, the dimensional god, was renowned throughout the cosmos as the ultimate powerhouse and an expert at slipping away when his life was on the line. Backed by loyal allies, he feared nothing, not even the might of the Void God sect. Among the universe's many terrors, Kassadin, the god of the void, ranked high. He could tear open space itself and appear anywhere at any moment. Yet that terrifying power hid a single fatal weakness. He first had to know exactly where his quarry stood. In a universe of countless galaxies and an endless sea of planets, locating one moving target was no small feat. Teleportation alone couldn't solve that puzzle. Damien knew this better than anyone. With his own command over space, he could vanish from one end of reality and reappear at the other in the blink of an eye. Whether in the crowded NGC galaxy or some remote cluster beyond charted stars, he remained untouchable. He answered to no one and acted only on his own whims. Now, high above the vibrant world of Kaka, Damien watched Jianming stride about like a man who believed himself immortal. He allowed himself a cold smile. Destroying Jianming would take no more than 3 simple steps. Step 1. Descend. Step 2. Seal the surrounding space, cutting off every route of escape. Step 3. Strike, and end it all in an instant. For the dimensional god, nothing could be simpler. Damien had no intention of stepping in. Jianming didn't stand a chance against someone of his caliber, and had no business acting cocky. Tony and the others, however, did have cause for confidence. Their skills were formidable. Jianming himself understood his own power all too well. He knew he outmatched even Captain Marvel, rendering any debate about rank irrelevant. Yet when it came to human affairs, Jianming's centuries of experience gave him an edge. He knew how to adapt, when to back down, and how to slip away if a fight turned unwinnable. Blessed with extraordinary abilities and a shameless pragmatism, he felt little hesitation about provoking the galaxy's power players. Damien, by contrast, was here merely to keep an eye on Tony's expedition, not to play nanny. Unless a situation truly teetered on the brink of annihilation, he wouldn't lift a finger. After all, surviving in this universe demanded two things: an honest appraisal of one's own strength and a clear sense of who you could and couldn't cross. If you fail to master these two principles and recklessly provoke a powerful enemy before your own strength has fully matured, you're bound to meet an early death. Damien read the warning with intense interest. As soon as Jianming finished speaking, a razor-sharp glint flared in his eyes. The movement that followed was so blindingly fast that any ordinary opponent would stand no chance of reacting in time. But Jianming was no ordinary warrior. He was a dimensional god, one of the three supreme overlords presiding over this million-light-year spanning galaxy, backed by unfathomable power. Runes spiraled across his gaze, and in an instant, the very fabric of space around him solidified into a shimmering barrier. Renali's knife sliced down with all its might, yet it struck only empty air, its force diverted into another dimension entirely. A thunderous crack split the illusory realm, but the rupture couldn't penetrate true reality. Realizing his assault had been utterly nullified, Renali dropped back toward the palace's grand entrance. Unperturbed, Jianming leaned casually against the ice-blue palace throne. He exhaled softly, a faint hint of amusement curling his lips. That speed, truly remarkable. You shouldn't call it supersonic speed, Jianming said, admiring the long sword in Damien's hand as its blade shimmered with an eerie, frosted light. You should call it divine speed. Damien gave a short nod, his eyes narrowing. My speed doesn't touch the speed of light, he admitted. I can't match divine velocity. He paused, then added with a faint smile. Still, you're the first formidable opponent who's ever countered my attack in an instant. On the dais above them, a man in flowing white robes, his skin tinted blue, hair the color of a dark storm cloud, mysterious runes etched across his flesh, sat motionless on a throne of carved obsidian. Damien glanced back at him, then turned to where Tony and the others waited below the steps. My first strike failed, Damien continued, his tone serious. It wasn't just that his power can blast space apart, he can actually isolate the area around himself. My attack wasn't destroyed, it was sent into some unknown pocket dimension, utterly harmless in our reality. Tony frowned. So we never even touched him. Exactly. We need to figure out how to penetrate or disrupt that barrier, Damien said, pacing a few steps. Once we can break through his spatial isolation, we stand a chance. He stopped and faced the group. That's everything I learned from our initial encounter. Tony exchanged looks with the others, determination flaring in their eyes. They would find a weakness, and next time, they would not fail. Chapter 8. Clash of Spatial Powers. Damien was still young, but he'd already fought on battlefields across countless civilizations, faced down superpowered tyrants, witches, even godlike entities. Yet none of his past victories had prepared him for Jianming's spatial mastery. Every trick he'd learned failed against an enemy who could bend space itself. He inhaled deeply, reaching into the fabric of reality. With a thought, he folded a sliver of space around himself, creating a pocket of isolation. In that brief refuge, the onslaught of Jianming's strikes couldn't reach him. As the barrier shimmered into place, Damien felt a surge of confidence. He was worthy of being the universe's finest. Bruce Banner watched in awe. He knew just how abnormal Damien's speed had become. He and Kyle could barely register Damien's movements. All they could do was brace themselves, parry when they could, and hope for the tiniest opening to counterattack. But surviving even a few seconds required everything they had. Banner clenched his fists. It's not as if Jian Ming's unbeatable, he reminded the others. He was once defeated by Circe, the god of the underworld. That means there must be a weakness in his spatial powers, some flaw we can exploit. Tony Stark didn't flinch. He'd studied every legend about the universe's top fighters and knew that, no matter how formidable, no one was invincible. Folding his arms, he met Banner's gaze. Right, we just need to find that gap and hit hard when it appears. Together, they prepared to weather Damien's relentless assault, determined to turn the tide by uncovering the secret that had felled the one and only Circe. The battle for the universe's greatest combatant was just beginning. Chapter X, Cassidon's victory over Captain Marvel stunned everyone, not because their hero was weak, but because Cassidon was unimaginably strong. Whispers of what he'd done to other challengers only fueled their awe. And the latest intelligence on Damien made it clear he wasn't someone you bullied or underestimated. Kyle snapped on his gauntlets and grinned. I'm going straight in. I'll blast him to bits. Renoli held up a hand. Wait, we don't know all his tricks yet. Let's probe him first. Kyle rolled his eyes. Probing doesn't win fights. I say we strike now. Renoli's gaze was steady. His spatial powers are more dangerous than you realize. He can strike from angles you can't even see. We need data, controlled tests, before jumping in headlong. Turning to their tech specialist, she said, Ying, run another full analysis. I want his warp thresholds, speed metrics, recharge times, everything. Ying's fingers flew across her datapad. A holographic grid of statistics and graphs shimmered into view. His velocity outpaces even the enhanced agents of the Void God cult. At this rate, he's as fast as our best interceptors, and he's only just warming up. Renoli studied the figures with a frown. I always knew the Void God blessing was potent, but Damien's spatial manipulation, that's on a whole different plane. Kyle crossed his arms, unconvinced. So, we sit and wait? Renoli shook her head. Not wait. Plan. We'll learn his patterns, find his blind spots, then strike when he's vulnerable. Charging in blind will only get us defeated. A tense silence settled over the team. Against a foe as formidable as Damien, they'd chosen strategy over brute force, for now. Damien realized with a jolt that Renault was standing directly before him, yet he spoke to Tony Stark and the others as if addressing perfect holographic duplicates. Damien studied the scene, astonished. This power, he murmured, it doesn't just grant you supersonic speed, it lets you evolve from an ordinary speedster into something far beyond. Supersonic abilities may be impressive, but they aren't unique in the cosmos. Countless beings across the universe awaken to similar gifts. Over the centuries, however, it's become clear that these powers have natural limits. Most supersonic warriors top out at planet-level strength, and only a rare few ever breach the threshold into true cosmic mastery. As for those legendary top-tier experts who shape galactic history, Damien had never even heard of them, let alone faced one in battle. Renault himself hails from the Void God sect, and despite his fearsome reputation, he never tried to conceal his origins or his gift for incredible speed. He may not rival the universe's absolute elites, but within the Andromeda Galaxy, his abilities make him one of the most formidable combatants alive. Having no more worries about food, clothing, or shelter, and constantly flanked by beautiful women, Damien had seemingly reached the ultimate dream of any ordinary strongman. Yet without a breakthrough, that's as far as one could go. His power ceiling barred him from uncovering the deeper mysteries of the strong, let alone the secrets of the wider universe. Only by shattering that limit could he step into a higher realm. Until now, Damien himself had no way to break free. Then came the Void Cult's twisted blessing, unlocking the gate to that next plane of existence. In over 30,000 years, Jian Ming had never witnessed such a perversion of divine favor. With this unholy blessing in play, the rise of the Void God's religion became unstoppable. Of course, Damien said evenly, that strike a moment ago was only a test. If you truly want to see my limits, he added, voice low and unhurried, you'll need to survive long enough to witness them. Jian Ming's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. You're hardly ancient yourself, yet you talk as if you own the heavens. Damien met his challenge with a calm, unreadable expression. A faint smile brushed his lips. Arrogant? It's merely the blade that separates those who grasp the truth from those who dwell in ignorance. Ha! I'm just spouting off, leaning on my old man's name. In a world full of strong men, Damien shot back, relying on your age or betraying your own elders only proves you're a doddering old turtle, and it doesn't make you any stronger than me. Damien's left hand slid along the hilt of his long knife. In an instant, the blade swirled with void flame, and a biting cold rippled through the air around him. The razor-sharp edge hadn't even touched the ground, yet invisible slashes of power tore through the temple's stone floor. Across from him, the towering figure of dimensional god Akira, who had worn a faint, mocking smile a moment before, froze. His amusement vanished, replaced by a look of sober respect. By praising Damien's speed rather than dismissing him outright, Akira had already admitted, at least in his heart, that this challenger was no ordinary foe. Akira rose to his feet, folding his arms. "Never underestimate the strength that comes with age," he said coolly. Then, with a single clap of his hands, the very atmosphere of the temple detonated in a roaring blast of energy. A cyclone of jagged star shards suddenly erupted around Damien, hurtling toward him with lethal force. Yet, as the debris sliced through where his body had been, it encountered nothing but empty air. Damien had vanished as if he were a hollow shell. "So this is what it's like to face someone with true speed," muttered his opponent. In the next instant, Jianming slipped out of the ancient temple and reappeared 3 kilometers above the surrounding plains. From that vantage, he watched the silver-haired youth, Damien, still poised and unscathed, clasping his long blade. A faint, wry smile curved Jianming's lips. "I complimented you a moment ago to goad you into overconfidence," he said quietly. "I wanted you to strike recklessly, so I could swoop in for the kill. Teleportation is impressive, but raw, blinding speed trumps any blink and you'll miss it trick. No ordinary warrior, relying only on reflex, could hope to counter a genuine flash assault." He paused, gauging Damien's expression below. "Yet you saw right through my little game." Still guarding his blade, Damien gave no reply. Jianming's scheme had failed. His prey remained as unrateable and unflustered as ever. Damien didn't waste a second pretending he could dance around the attack. He simply fell back as fast as he could. As he retreated, he cursed under his breath. Void God cult members and their endless arrogance. It was a universal law. The moment someone's power outstripped everyone else's, pride swelled in his heart. With every new ability came the tempting thought that nothing could stand in his way. Arrogance seeped into his spirit, reshaping his mind and his actions. It was easy enough to spot, but impossible to eradicate. After all, who could stay humble and cautious when they towered over every opponent? "Thanks for the compliment," Renoli replied coolly, neither fawning nor sneering. Before Damien could respond, the sky itself seemed to tear open. Hundreds of laser beams, each as thick as a man's thigh, streaked down from above, converging on him with blinding speed. Damien braced himself. This was no mere sparring match. The Void God cult had unleashed their full might, and there was no turning back. Even the mightiest warrior, unless he seized the attack coming and dodged, at once, must at least brace himself against a laser blast. Damien didn't even bother. When the beam struck the air a meter before him, it simply vanished. He didn't deflect it. He devoured it. "What kind of worthless trash actually believes a tech weapon can harm me?" he sneered, his gaze drifting toward the laser's origin. It had been 3,000 years since his last true challenge, his duel with Karka, and in all that time no opponent had forced him to break a sweat. Even Renaud, formidable as he was, had never demanded Damien's full attention. Facing someone his equal was both rare and thrilling. At long last he could unleash his full power instead of casually crushing every challenger. Yet this insignificant interloper had the nerve to interrupt, and Damien found it unbearably irritating. "I didn't mean to seriously hurt you, just make my point. It appears that overwhelming blows can only be deflected, while lighter strikes are absorbed outright." With that, Tony Stark retracted the dozens of nano-cannons that had been orbiting behind him. In a heartbeat, his armor folded away, and he materialized at Renoli's side. Hovering in midair, he fixed Damien with a steady gaze. "The first step in facing a universe-class powerhouse is to probe their defenses," Tony said evenly. Their techniques are fearsome, and true weak spots are exceedingly rare. If you can't find those cracks, even your strongest attacks may not faze them. Both energy deflection and energy absorption can neutralize an assault, but they operate very differently, and that difference reveals everything. Damien met his stare coolly. "Void Herald Tony Stark," he replied. "I've heard of you. You're not the kind of herald who treats combat like a game, yet your timing is impeccable. Until just now, Renoli seemed invulnerable, but I believe I've uncovered his weakness." He paused, eyes narrowing. Tony's lightning-fast reaction only confirmed what Damien suspected. They were in for the fight of their lives. Damien watched Renoli's blistering speed vanish into the distance and couldn't suppress a small, confident smile. Renoli was terrifyingly fast, but Damien had always believed that taking a few hits was better than having no opening at all. The more opponents you faced, the more opportunities you could create, though, admittedly, more adversaries also meant more vulnerabilities. Against a speed-type fighter like Renoli, however, failing to match his velocity was tantamount to signing your own defeat. Spotting another target, Damien whipped his right hand forward. The air behind Tony warped and twisted, as if reality itself were bending to Damien's will. In a heartbeat, a ghostly hand shot out and clamped onto Tony's head. But Tony was ready. His body flared with a fierce, chilling aura, and an instant later an ice storm howled outward, cold enough to plunge the world into an instant glacial age. Crackles of frost raced across the air, numbing anyone's scalp who dared listen. The sky faded to a dazzling white, and the ground beneath them was quickly blanketed in clean, glittering frost. Damien's phantom hand, born of distorted space, solidified in Tony's frost-laden blast. Tendrils of ice crept up the arm, crystallizing it until it shattered into sparkling fragments that rained down between sky and earth. For a moment, everything was frozen, and in that frozen beat of time, neither man had yet claimed victory. "You shrugged off my glancing strike, and now you dare call me weak. Since when do you get to decide my flaws?" Damien stood unmoved in the heart of the raging frost storm, eyes cold, voice laced with arrogance. If he hadn't believed himself capable of standing toe-to-toe with the universe's greatest champions, he never would have come to challenge Thanos. Even if he alone lacked the power to deliver a killing blow, he wasn't without allies. Beside him loomed Jian Ming, another apex warrior whose fearsome abilities made them a deadly pair. Yet it wasn't their combined strength that kept Damien rooted in place. He simply refused to back down. Before Jian Ming could retort, the ice-choked ground blurred beneath them. A colossal golden magic circle bloomed overhead, its runes igniting in a brilliant flash. In an instant, the 8-dimensional gods, Akira, Damien, Renoli, Kyle, Lacey, Steven, Steve, and the Prophet, were engulfed by the light and pulled headlong into the mirror realm. "The mirror realm?" Jian Ming murmured, voice tight with awe. "Magic from the Emperor Waisan's grimoire?" A sly smile curved Damien's lips. "Exactly. And now you know why I never hide who I am." He lifted his chin. "I am the Supreme Mage's apprentice." As the portal snapped shut behind them, Jian Ming felt the true nature of this mirrored world settle in his veins. The real battle was about to begin. Damien glanced at the figure before him, Stephen Strange, clad in the flowing robes of a master sorcerer, and felt a flicker of surprise. Rumor had it that the Ancient One, whose mystic power had reigned supreme for over 1,000 years, had finally fallen, and that his mantle had passed on to a new Supreme Mage. He'd assumed the Ancient One's apprentice, being so much younger, would still be learning the basics of magic. Yet here stood Stephen, commanding spells with the ease and precision of a seasoned master. No golden portals shimmered around him, no elaborate wards or battle illusions, a hallmark of the Ancient One's fame in the mirror dimension and on the battlefield. Instead, Stephen manipulated raw magic directly. Runes glowed under his fingertips, and the air itself seemed to bend to his will. "Though you've labeled me correctly," Stephen said, a half-smile playing on his lips, "I do have a name." Damien inclined his head in acknowledgement. "The new Supreme Mage, Stephen Strange." Stephen's eyes narrowed slightly. He'd seen Damien trace his identity in an instant, recognizing the young mage's skill. In that moment, Damien realized this confrontation would demand every ounce of his own power. Chapter 7. The Mirror's Prison. Damien stepped onto the gleaming surface of the mirror realm immediately surrounded by 7 figures who formed a perfect semicircle before him. One by one, he took in their identities, their reputations preceding them, even in this warped dimension. Supersonic Renoli, he murmured to himself, recalling the pilot whose speed rivaled a hypersonic jet. Hercules Kyle, he added, recognizing the titan of raw strength. Void Administrator Lacey, the cold-eyed woman who controlled dark energy as easily as breathing. The Predictor, whose foresight had toppled entire empires. Hulk, Bruce Banner, the gentle scientist, and his uncontrollable green alter ego. Void Herald Tony Stark, the genius armored in void-infused armor. And finally, the Sorcerer Supreme, master of the mystic arts in every universe he'd ever walked. It seems the Void cult has assembled quite an arsenal to hunt down Thanos, Damien said, his voice echoing off the mirrored walls. Indeed, Hercules Kyle rumbled, his arms crossed like stone pillars. But you don't think you can trap me here, do you? Damien met Kyle's gaze evenly. He knew the cult's formation was designed to besiege a foe with immense physical might, exactly the kind of enemy Thanos represented. Thanos' defenses were legendary, his strength near invulnerable. Ordinary weapons barely scratched him, and in a standstill siege, escape seemed impossible. Yet speed and subtlety were not his greatest assets, and that, Damien thought, was where he differed. He took a casual step backward, the mirrored floor rippling beneath his boots. "This place might hold someone like Thanos," he said, voice softening. "But it doesn't hold me. I'm not afraid of walls of glass or rituals of binding." Void Administrator Lacey's hand twitched toward a sigil at her belt. "You'll soon learn the true power of our circle." Damien's lips curved into a confident smile. "I've faced worse traps on worlds you haven't even dreamed of," he replied. "Try as you might, when I'm ready to leave, this mirror will shatter." Silence rippled through, the chamber for a heartbeat, then erupted. Bolts of void energy sparked from Lacey, mystic runes flared at the Sorcerer Supreme's fingertips, and Renoli revved the engines of her craft to full power. Hercules Kyle's ground-shaking footsteps heralded the charge. Damien braced himself, every muscle coiled like a spring. Their combined might was formidable, but he'd slip away the moment an opening appeared, just as he always did. In this hall of endless reflections, the real world awaited him beyond the edge of glass, and he intended to shatter every piece keeping him here. Damien steadied himself, the air around him shimmering with fractured reflections. "I never imagined the mirror realm could hold someone with spatial powers like yours," he said quietly. "I only wanted to prevent needless casualties, and to keep you from being dragged into this war." John Ming laughed, a cold, echoing sound. "This isn't your galaxy, Damien, nor is it your civilization, so spare me your concern for collateral damage." "What does their fate have to do with you?" Damien shot back, his eyes flashing. Jianming's grin widened. "Unlike you, I have no interest in playing savior. But you act as if their lives matter." Damien's heart pounded, not with fear but with anger. He recognized the disdain in Jianming's tone, a godlike being who regarded entire civilizations as nothing more than pawns. In truth, the dimensional god had no real reason to linger on Kaka's world. He remained only out of boredom. If this civilization crumbled, he would simply shift his domain elsewhere. As one of the universe's mightiest entities, he answered to no one and would do as he pleased. Akira Jian, the so-called dimensional god, lacked Thanos' grim obsession with deciding who should live or die, but he cared even less about the fate of the weak. He stood before the 7 challengers, Damien, Stephen, and their comrades, and let a mocking smile spread across his face. "Your high-minded ideals bore me," he announced, voice low and scornful. "I have no intention of running away. Gather yourselves. Should you defeat me, I will reveal every trace of Thanos you seek. Fail, and you're free to return to whatever corner of the universe you came from." He paused, letting his words sink in. "You've traveled the cosmos on the strength of your reputations, your so-called noble backgrounds, but titles and accolades don't entitle you to command others. If you insist on giving orders, the only person you can truly rely on is yourself." With that, Jian unleashed his power. Intricate runes carved into his skin flared with light, and the arcane sigils in his eyes began to rotate like gears. A monstrous aura rippled outward, and the very walls of the mirror space warped under the strain. Stephen, who had been shaping the domain's reflective corridors, gasped as unseen forces choked off his control, his features tightening in alarm as reality itself bent against him. Damien's breath caught in his throat. He'd heard the legends of the universe's top experts, but nothing had prepared him for the sheer, overwhelming presence of the dimensional god Mingjan. The rift before them pulsed and twisted reality at its edges, and Damien knew that even if he hung back in a support role, he wouldn't last a second under Mingjan's gaze. A chill ran through Steve as well. Everywhere he looked, he sensed an impending catastrophe. Space itself seemed to recoil. His jaw tightened, and his voice dropped to a steely whisper. "You're hiding something. If you won't tell us, I'll keep striking until you do." Kyle didn't wait for an answer. He ignored the warping air, planted his feet like two immovable boulders, and let out a thunderous roar that shook the ground. In a heartbeat, he barreled forward at Mingjan like an avalanche. At that very instant, Banner felt the surge of power too, and didn't hesitate. His body convulsed, muscles swelling, skin turning emerald. The Hulk was born in a flash of raw strength, charging alongside Kyle in a dual assault. Damien watched these two unleashed forces lock onto their target. He'd traveled to the edges of the Andromeda Galaxy and witnessed its greatest champions clash. He'd heard tales of titanic battles between apex beings, and even glimpsed the legendary Lord Cassidon, god of the void. But until now, he'd only ever been an observer. Now, he was part of the fight. And every fiber of his being told him this was nothing like he'd ever faced before. Since joining the Void God religion and entering the realm of the mighty, they had never faced anyone as formidable as the dimensional god, Ming Ming. Undaunted by danger, Damien of the physical school volunteered to lead the charge alongside Kyle. They didn't rely on flashy techniques. Instead, they coiled their sandbag-sized fists, charged forward, and struck Ming Ming with sheer, unrelenting force. Normally, Ming Ming's warped barrier would swallow or divert any attack from 10 meters out, rendering assaults useless before they even landed. But these two hits were different. When Damien and Kyle's fists made contact, the impact rent the twisted space itself, carving out a crater several kilometers across. Shockwaves rippled through the sundering dimension, sending jagged fragments of warped reality scattering in every direction. Even a flurry of searing, razor-sharp shards couldn't stop them. Damien and Kyle cut through the debris as if it were mist. Such raw, destructive power, capable of leveling mountains and shattering worlds, should have been enough to unseat the dimensional god. Yet Ming Ming stood firm, refusing to yield in the face of their might. Kyle and Banner didn't relent. Fresh wounds and bloodstains covered their bodies, yet neither man gave an inch. Kyle's chest heaved as he stared at Damien, 10 meters away. "I've been dying to see what the universe's top fighters can really do," he growled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "But after all that, you're still just this." Despite the savage injuries that would have felled any ordinary warrior, Kyle licked his lips in a crazed grin and called out, "I don't believe you have endless reserves." Banner, too, was badly wounded. Deep gashes crisscrossed his arms and legs. By anyone else's standards, he should be down for the count. Yet his bones were intact. His limbs still obeyed his will. Pain only sharpened his excitement as he squared off beside Kyle. Both men locked on Damien like rabid beasts. Damien felt their murderous intent keenly, a predator's focus unclouded by fear of suffering or death. A cold knot of tension formed in his stomach. This confrontation was only just beginning. Damien's heart raced so wildly he was certain he'd either freeze in terror or collapse altogether, and perhaps even lose his life. His opponents showed every sign of warriors who had long ago shrugged off any fear of death. No ordinary fighter, no matter how powerful, would dare press on against such merciless foes. But what came next shattered any hope of equilibrium. Two colossal figures, their bodies wreathed in flickering purple flames, strode across the battlefield. The gruesome wounds that riddled their flesh, deep lacerations, broken bones, mended themselves in seconds, as if reality itself were being rewritten. Damien watched, paralyzed, while flesh knitted back together and scars faded away before his very eyes. He realized in an instant that this was no mere test of brute strength. These were titans empowered by something beyond mortal ken, and they were not alone. All around him, other gifted fighters closed in, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Then the sky above him seemed to tear open. A gargantuan sword, easily 100 meters in length, descended in a single apocalyptic arc. It cleaved the air with a thunderous roar, charged with hundreds of overlapping layers of energy Damien couldn't begin to fathom. The impact fractured the space around him, sending shockwaves that threatened to collapse reality itself. Damien braced himself for the world-shattering blow, every instinct screaming that this fight was far from over, and far deadlier than he'd ever imagined. Damien's heart sank as Lacey's blade hovered overhead. One downward stroke from that sword, and an entire mountain could be sundered in half. No sooner had he thought it than the very air around them began to warp and shatter, shards of reality twisting free and hurtling toward her. Without missing a beat, Lacey spun the sword in a sweeping arc, and bands of brilliant light coalesced around the blade like a living shield, repelling the onrushing fragments. Damien stared, wide-eyed. He could hardly believe that such destructive force was wielded by a woman. Lacey stood there as still and serene as a statue, her eyes cold and unyielding, every inch the consummate swordswoman. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he never would have imagined that a single strike from her could rend heaven and earth apart. But Lacey wasn't finished. Recognizing that raw sword power alone wouldn't break through the attack's core, she willed her weapon to reshape itself. The blade lengthened and curved until it became a colossal longbow in her hands. Even without a physical arrow, she adopted a flawless archer's stance, drawing the invisible string back with practiced ease. Instantly, an arrow of pure violet energy sparked into life between bowstring and grip, pulsing with imminent menace. As Lacey drew the arrow tighter, its luminescence deepened until the entire mirror realm was bathed in purple light, an omen of the devastation her next shot would unleash. Jianming felt the arrow before it was even loosed. Its deadly precision seemed to pierce straight through him. In that instant, he couldn't help but think. The void god religion's 4 killing deities together could fell even the greatest powers in the universe. Those rumors weren't baseless. They really could threaten me. He'd watched them draw in power, felt its weight, and reluctantly swallowed the last traces of his disdain. He'd thought Tony Stark and the others were nothing more than a handful of cosmic-level fighters, hardly the stuff to challenge the universe's elite. It had made him arrogant. His earlier clash with Renoli had already revealed how troublesome these famous void cult warriors could be, but he'd still believed he could handle them. Now, under their siege, each one of these formidable opponents was demonstrating abilities so terrifying that Jianming realized he had seriously underestimated them. Don't get me wrong, these are merely temptations. At those words, Lacey's hand tightened on her bow. She fixed her gaze on the spatial rift hovering in the distance. With a graceful but deadly motion, she drew back the string until it sang, then released. The arrow streaked forward like a rainbow caught in sunlight, covering 1,000 meters of empty space in an instant. It tore through Akira's barrier, not just one isolated pocket realm, but 5 layered worlds in succession, leaving a blazing trail that carved through the void. Despite its ferocity, the arrow failed to wound the dimensional god. His defenses, while not unassailable, held firm. Still, the blow forced him to stumble back several paces as the shattered realms around him began knitting themselves whole once more. Lacey studied the swirling reconstruction with sharp eyes. "I see," she said softly. "So it takes more than raw speed and power. You need true penetrating force to threaten you." She recalled the unspoken agreement they'd reached before this duel. Only by uncovering an effective strategy against a dimensional god could they hope to deal him real damage. As soon as Lacey gave the signal, Tony and Renoli, who'd been standing guard nearby, sprang into action. Without exchanging a single word, they met each other's gaze and struck. When it comes to rooting out an opponent's weakness, no one in their circle surpasses Lacey. His overwhelming strength and relentless willingness to experiment let him test every conceivable technique in the heat of battle, quickly identifying the one strike that will cripple an enemy outright. The precog and Steven, by contrast, depend on foreseeing outcomes across countless possible futures. Their insight is invaluable, but neither matches Lacey's raw combat prowess or his honed instinct for what works in the moment. With Lacey's strategy in place, Renoli and Tony dropped all feints and unleashed a brutal onslaught, dozens, then hundreds, even thousands of blows raining down faster than the eye could follow. In the instant it took to blink, Tony's form blurred and contorted. Void energy spirals coalesced around him, heralding his transformation into the void spiral explosion completion form. Damien's armor flared purple in an instant, exuding a violent, destructive aura. Every inch of his body seemed to reshape itself into a weapon capable of wiping out any foe. In his hand, a spear of pure energy coalesced, and with a single thrust, he shattered Jianming's dimension as though a tempest of pear blossoms tore through reality. Tony hadn't specialized in weapons, but after intercepting a magical firearm from Proxima Centauri, he'd spent countless hours mastering its arcane mechanisms. Now, taking advantage of Damien's assault, he leveled the gun at the nearest rift and opened fire, bullets crackling with otherworldly energy. Renault's face went pale. He duplicated himself into hundreds of afterimages, each wielding a gleaming greatsword. In a blur of motion, he unleashed thousands of strikes per second, cleaving through one collapsing pocket world after another. Without pausing to seek cover, he strode directly into the storm of falling debris, his blades cutting a path through shattered fragments of reality. They were not the only ones who'd picked up Lacey's signal. Banner and Kyle had received her call as well, though Banner, unseasoned, almost missed it. Seeing Kyle launch blow after blow at Miyazaki, Banner realized he could simply follow suit. With no hesitation, he hurled himself into the fray alongside his comrade. Together, Damien, Tony, Renault, Banner, and Kyle pressed their advantage. Energy and steel met magic in a clash of realms, and the battlefield trembled under the force of their combined assault. Yet in the heart of this maelstrom, each of them knew that Lacey's signal was only the beginning, and that the true test of their abilities lay just beyond the next shattered world. Two purple-skinned brutes bore shattered skulls, yet still marched on. Pain and injury were foreign to them. With one thunderous punch, they struck an entire pocket world and reduced it to splinters. Steve didn't hesitate. He surged forward and brought his foot down hard on the wreckage. Steve's void magic, an earth flow technique prized for its simplicity, was anything but weak. The world's cracked crust roared as a quake ripped through it, the churned soil coalescing into a titanic dragon of stone and dirt that obliterated everything in its wake. Even so, Steve's stomp couldn't match the sheer physical power of fighters like Banner or Kyle, so he nimbly vaulted aside just as the world's fragments shattered into exploding debris. Damien felt the pressure of being surrounded, but there was no question of falling back. He steadied himself, eyes scanning the onrushing monsters and the drifting shards of warped space. His spatial isolation field stretched through thousands of layers. An adversary might breach one, but to punch all the way through would be all but impossible, and that gave him the edge he needed to hold his ground. Shattered fragments of space should have been enough to tear even the strongest foes apart. In reality, though, the grotesque creatures before Damien paid them no mind. Floating shards simply drifted through flesh and bone without so much as a scratch. It mattered little. Those fragments were both his last resort and his ultimate trump card. Damien had intended to let the debris accumulate across the battlefield, then unleash his space explosion to cripple every monster in sight. But before he could make his move, the Prophet, cloaked in tattered bandages, stepped forward. With a single, deliberate sweep of his hand, he erased every drifting shard as easily as Blowy, turning away dust. Damien's heart skipped a beat. He'd almost forgotten that this prophet carried the surest life-saving talisman of all, precognition. Nothing he planned could escape the prophet's foresight. Realizing his trap was already sprung against him, Damien abandoned his stance. Ancient runes glowed across his skin as he whispered the words of vanishing. In the next heartbeat, he was gone. Damien slipped in behind the prophet, silent as a breath of wind, his lithe fingers reaching for the man's spine. "You should be dealing with them," he murmured. "Not me." The prophet, known to most as the Predictor, barely shifted. He turned his head, met the glare of Jianming, who had just circled around to flank him, and let out a soft sigh. He made no effort to fend off Damien's advance. Jianming's muscles tensed. His entire strategy hinged on neutralizing the predictor. Without that, none of his other plans could move forward. Yet as he watched the two of them, he realized the seer's body was far less formidable than the guardians in Lacey's company. A glance of impatience flickered across John Ming's face. Just as he convinced himself victory was within reach, the air behind the prophet shimmered, and a pale, almost ghostly figure appeared in an instant. Damien's form solidified, brandishing a long sword streaked with pulsing purple light. In the span of a heartbeat, Damien's blade cut the distance between them, closing what had been 10 meters to barely half a meter. The sword's glow blazed like a living thing, its edge craving blood. The sheer force of the strike drove Jianming back on his heels. His breath caught in his throat. Fear, sudden and sharp, coursed through him as he stumbled away from the lethal gleam aimed straight at his heart. This time, however, Damien had tried to ambush the prophet, forcing their spatial separation to collapse, and in doing so he unwittingly handed Tony and the others the perfect opening. Chapter 720. Capturing the Dimensional God Alive. Renaud was the first to rush to the predictor's side, and Tony followed close behind. Energy crackled across Tony's armor, summoning the raw power of storm and thunder. With barely a meter between him and his foe, Tony slammed his palms together. In an instant, spiraling detonations laced with lightning ripped through dozens of worlds. Furious gale winds howled, sheets of frost and bursts of flame consumed everything in their path. No living thing could have survived. 34 realms were obliterated in that single strike. Their shattered remains froze mid-air, only to be incinerated and reduced to dust by the searing heat and roaring storm. This was Tony's deadliest technique, Void 3 Elements Fusion, First Form, a move designed to penetrate an enemy's defenses, tearing them apart from the inside out. Yet even this tremendous attack was merely enough to crack the barrier of the dimensional god Akira. Now was the critical moment. Strike true, or be struck down forever. At that instant, Renaud's blade seemed to multiply into 100 ghostly echoes, each afterimage following the next in perfect sync. What looked like a slow, deliberate cut was in fact lightning fast, so fast that space itself couldn't hold together. With a single, sweeping slash, Renaud tore through the void, and in the blink of an eye, more than 100 of Damien's pocket worlds exploded like fragile glass. Damien went rigid as he watched the carnage unfold. Instinctively, he thrust his hands forward and shaped them into twin spirit blades. He leapt into the path of Renaud's next strike, slashing out with everything he had. 2 jagged rifts tore open in the air, hungrily absorbing the deadly energy Renaud had unleashed. A technique once reserved for killing now served as Damien's only shield. Beside him, Shiming didn't hesitate. In a heartbeat, he vanished and reappeared some 5 kilometers away, putting distance between himself and Renaud's relentless assault. Damien forced himself to count what remained. In mere seconds, over 700 of his protective worlds had been hewn apart. Only around 1,100 pockets of reality stood between him and total annihilation. A cold knot of fear tightened in his chest as he recalled his previous encounter with Cirque, the god of the underworld, how a single moment of carelessness had nearly cost him victory. Now, facing Renaud's onslaught, Damien knew there was no room for mistakes. His survival, and perhaps the fate of everything he'd sworn to protect, depended on every world he could still defend. Damien gritted his teeth as he faced down the encircling horde of monsters. Could he survive 10 minutes, let alone 2 days, under this kind of siege? His hope lay with his companions, but among them only one stood out by pedigree and raw potential, the supreme mage Stephen Strange. Strange was a prodigy whose very existence promised a stratospheric ceiling of power. As long as he lived, he would grow into a true titan. Yet even Strange, still untested in earnest combat, had chosen this battlefield carefully. The others he'd gathered might seem to have humble origins, but in truth, each was a universe-class powerhouse in their own right. Renaud, the speed demon among them, moved so swiftly that his recent killing strike had torn the air itself. No ordinary warrior could parry or dodge such an attack without a spatial barrier. One glimpse of that blade, and death followed before the victim even registered danger. Desperation crackled through the air. "Stop fighting! I'll tell you everything you want to know," cried one of the besieged, his voice cracking with fear and urgency. Even Jianming, the dimensional god, threw up his hands in surrender. He knew that if the battle raged on, his only choices would be to capitulate or vanish into the void. In the tense hush that followed, every warrior on both sides waited to see who would make the next move, and whether Damien could somehow outlast them all. Chapter X, relocating to another territory, wasn't again synth the rules, it was simply a desperate last resort when your own world lay in ruins. If Damien had any choice in the matter, he wouldn't have sat back and allowed himself to be exiled. Yet here he was, forced to surrender his domain, and Kyle refused to believe him. 5 kilometers might sound like a great distance, but for Kyle it dissolved in an instant. One moment he was across the field, the next he hovered before Damien. At first, he'd approached with measured courtesy. "Show yourself," he'd asked in a calm voice, "and answer my questions." Now his tone had sharpened into a roar. "So you refuse to fight? You won't stand your ground? Who do you think you are?" Gathering the power to rend heaven and earth, Kyle drew his arm back and shattered the air around them. Then, with earth-shaking force, he drove his fist straight down at the fragile pocket dimension Damien had erected. In a blinding flash, the makeshift world, already teetering on the edge of collapse, cracked and splintered under the blow. Before Damien could even raise his defenses again, Banner appeared at Kyle's side. His follow-through punch obliterated the last vestiges of Damien's perfect shield, scattering debris through the void. Nearby, Renoli and Tony watched the exchange with guarded resolve. They held Akira, the dimensional god, under their control and had no intention of letting him escape. But provoking a full-scale brawl between titans was not why they'd come here. As Kyle's challenge and Banner's assault echoed around them, they exchanged a tense look, bracing for whatever would unfold next. Damien's squad had steeled themselves for exactly this moment. They knew that Akira, the dimensional god, wouldn't greet them with courtesy. He'd simply fling them into the sky the moment he could. So Damien rallied his teammates, alert for any sign of hostility. Their instincts proved right. Akira hovered above them, exuding blinding power and regal arrogance. Renali, impatient with Akira's haughty silence, wasted no words. He lunged forward, crackling void energy in his hands. Tony darted in from the flank, blades of white magic humming at his fingertips. The air tore itself apart as the two unleashed everything they had. A ceasefire? With beings like these, there was never going to be one. Up on the observation platform, the Prophet watched the clash with detached amusement. His precognitive seers had tracked Thanos' location to the heart of the conflict, so the choice to accept Jimmy's latest truce rested with them alone. The Prophet had no intention of stepping in. He preferred to see Renoli and Tony test themselves against the dimensional god. After a moment, the Prophet turned to Stephen. 12 seconds, he said, voice cold and unyielding. I want you to weave another layer of reality inside the mirror world. Anchor it in void essence, bolster it with white magic, and pull us all through. Stephen's eyes widened. He opened his mouth, ready to protest that the Book of the Weishan Emperor permitted only a single mirror world. But under the Prophet's unblinking gaze, he fell silent. Swallowing his objections, he began to chant, ancient runes flickering into existence around his outstretched arms. Time was slipping away. If he failed, they'd be left stranded in a battlefield of gods and titans. But if he succeeded, they might just turn the tide. Damien had spent countless hours poring over the white magic passages in the Book of Emperor Weishan. Unlike the elemental spells known to ordinary practitioners, this white magic drew on a far more potent spiritual energy, an energy capable of communicating directly with the hidden forces of nature and weaving them into flawless incantations. His chief goal was to perfect his mirror magic, to pull people into the mirror realm more swiftly and securely. He knew that, sooner or later, he would face ever stronger adversaries, and he could not risk their battles spilling over into the real world and harming innocent bystanders. So far, Damien had evolved his void power over 70 times. Its latent foe, RCE, was sufficient for most tasks, yet he had never forged a true void spell of his own design. When the prophets issued their cryptic command, however, he could not refuse. Gathering the smoky violet energy at his core, he followed their instructions to the letter, shaping it through precise, ritualized gestures. At that moment, in the shifting twilight of the Mirror Realm, Tony, Renoli, Kyle, Banner, Steve, and Lacey formed a tight ring around Jianming. Above them, Damien's void power streamed outward, coalescing into an intricate magic circle that hovered in the air, its pulsing runes glowing with eerie purple light. The violet glow deepened, bathing heaven and earth in an ominous light as the magic circle completed itself. A surge of energy radiated outward, illuminating every corner of the world. Damien sensed the shift immediately. Something was very wrong. He bent the fabric of space to teleport away, but before he could escape, an irresistible force yanked him back. Kyle, Tony, Renoli, Lacey, Banner, and Steve watched in amazement as the landscape dissolved around them. In its place stretched a boundless void, its horizon painted in inky purples and smothered by an almost tangible darkness. Even Stephen Strange, arcane master of the mystic arts, stood rooted in astonishment at the sight. Damien's mastery of dimensional perception wavered. An unnatural black mist crept over his senses, obscuring his awareness of the latticed realms he once commanded. Nearby, the dimensional deity Akira's composure finally cracked. He had faced countless threats in theory, but nothing so utterly desperate and terrifying as this. In that moment of gathering dread, realization struck Akira with bone-chilling clarity. He knew who had orchestrated this cataclysmic display. Clenching his fists, the deity's voice thundered through the violet gloom. Mage Supreme Stephen Strange, you deserve to die. The challenge hung in the charged air, unyielding and absolute. Damien's eyes locked onto Stephen Strange, who stood frozen at the edge of the shattered courtyard. Strange's normally inscrutable face was etched with surprise, and something darker, like fear. Damien took a steadying breath and spoke in a low, cold voice. You've been careless. He couldn't deny it. Facing the onslaught of void god cult monstrosities, he'd had every opportunity to slip away. All of them could have, except that Stephen Strange was here. As the Sorcerer Supreme, Strange's arcane repertoire was legendary for its unpredictability. His very presence could reverse fortunes. If Strange had truly wanted to avoid this fight, one whisper of a disappearing spell would have sent him far from harm. Yet after manifesting the mirror dimension at the battle's outset, Strange had done nothing. He'd watched from a distance, his involvement so minimal that Damien had almost forgotten he was there. In the chaos, Damien had made a critical error. He'd targeted the wrong enemy. The Predictor, whom he'd tried to neutralize, wasn't the key to breaking the siege. The only way to shatter the cult's momentum was to strike at the Sorcerer Supreme himself. Now, as dozens of malformed creatures poured through the breached gates, that realization cut through him like a blade. Strange's shock confirmed it. This was the moment to act. But rushing the Sorcerer Supreme meant abandoning the others to these abominations. And with each second that ticked by, the creatures pressed closer, their ragged claws scraping the stone beneath Damien's boots. He steeled himself. There would be no easy way out, only choices. Protect his allies and risk letting the cult regroup, or gamble everything on a single, desperate strike against the man everyone called the most powerful mage on Earth. Decisions, Damien muttered to himself, tightening his grip on the rune-etched dagger at his hip. No turning back now. Damien couldn't keep a clear head under the crushing pressure of the dimensional god Ma Akira's presence. His thoughts scattered as he hovered in the void, desperately searching for a way out. Then the prophet's voice echoed in his mind. Don't look for me, just follow orders and do exactly as you're told. Before Damien could even question him, the prophet's boot connected with his side. He tumbled through empty space, disoriented and off balance. As he flew, the very air around him warped and collapsed. From that imploding void, the prophet wove silken threads of raw nothingness. In a single fluid motion, those threads lashed out, coiling around Damien's arms and legs. He felt himself yanked back, hurtling unintentionally toward the prophet's still figure, when reality fractured again. From the tier stepped the dimensional god Jianming, inverted in midair, his form monstrous and impossible. With one sweeping claw, Jianming tore at the fabric of space itself. A thunderous blast of shattered void ripped outward, hurling jagged fragments across the sky. Yet none of it struck Damien. He hung suspended on those void silk cables, perfectly safe within the prophet's grip, as the storm of debris raged harmlessly around him. As long as you possess crushing-level strength, you could bluntly defy my predictions and rewrite every possible outcome. Too bad you're not quite there yet. Damien, known to his teammates as the Predictor, snapped his fingers and sent Stephen rocketing 10 meters to the right, as if he were nothing more than a marionette. He met the furious glare of the dimensional god Akira with an unnervingly calm smile. All battle long, Damien had remained on the sidelines, never striking until the precise moment he chose. That didn't mean he'd been idle. His power lay in foreseeing every twist and turn and neutralizing threats before they materialized. He had already mapped out the scenario in which Akira failed to teleport back to the real world, trapped, disoriented, and burning with rage. And now, watching events unfold exactly as predicted, Damien felt vindicated. In their quartet, Damien played the command tower. He only intervened when absolutely necessary. Otherwise, he lingered in the background, guiding his allies with his forecasts. Akira knew this as well. He understood that as long as Stephen lived, he could never break free from this realm. Slay Stephen, and the path home would open. Fail, and Akira would be ensnared here, doomed to perish between worlds. Damien, the prophet, had always maintained that without sufficient power, even the most certain future couldn't be overturned. And at this moment, the dimensional god Ma Akira stood as living proof of his warning. The universe is vast, Damien intoned softly. Stake everything on the line now, so that one day we may meet again. Across from him, the dimensional god Jianming studied Damien's unshakable calm with growing alarm. He knew full well that striking back at these monsters would be suicidal. His only real choice was to live and wait for a better opening. Continue this fight, and death would be his only destiny. Did Akira ever truly long for death? Yes, but only in moments of crushing boredom. When boredom took hold, even a being of his power could be tempted by morbid curiosity. Yet it never lasted. All he needed was a thrilling challenge, no matter how perilous, to chase the darkness away. It was that very craving for excitement that had driven him to clash with scores of enemies and make more than a few powerful rivals along the way. Damien had spent centuries on the run, hopping from one hidden corner of the universe to another after angering too many powerful figures in his home galaxy. Eventually, he found refuge, if one could call it that, in the sprawling NGC galaxy. Even if he would have to keep running forever, Damien, the being known to a few as the Dimensional Sovereign, didn't mind. He'd grown bored of safety and found the constant chase exhilarating. So when agents of the Void God cult tracked him down, Damien saw an opportunity for amusement rather than a threat. They offered him cooperation and all manner of conveniences, but he refused simply to spice up his life. He never imagined, however, that this pursuit of entertainment would land him in something far more perilous than a mere cat-and-mouse game. Now, trapped and bewildered, he confronted a fact that defied everything he'd learned in his 30 millennia of existence. A human power was sealing space itself. In all that time, countless encounters with cosmic titans and universe-shaking entities, he had never seen anyone wield such an ability. He'd witnessed sorcerers and witches cast so-called world seals, but those tricks were laughable, at best capable of imprisoning a single cosmic warrior. To think that anyone could confine a supreme powerhouse, a master of dimensions like himself, was utterly inconceivable. Yet here he was, staring at a barrier that might just be strong enough to hold him. Damien barked his orders to Tony and the rest, then turned his gaze steadily on the dimensional god, Akira Ming. Keep the assault relentless. He may not snap back into real space instantly, but give him 37 seconds and he'll complete the link. Deny him any unbroken sensory connection. He let the words hang in the charged air, his voice calm but deadly. When we first arrived, we risked everything to keep the door open for future talks, yet you spurned our gesture. The Void Cult is nothing if not reasonable. We can be friends to those who aren't our enemies. But if you choose hostility over friendship, there's nothing left to discuss. Today, you die. Across the rift, Akira Ming stood unflinching. As a true dimensional god, his mastery of space and time made him nearly invincible, his attacks and defenses beyond compare. And yet, when the battle erupted, only Kyle and Banner remained to meet him head-on. The others, Lacey included, second only to Akira in Void Cult evolutions, fell back, opting to dodge, resist, or launch hit-and-run strikes rather than challenge him directly. Damien studied the wounds on Kyle and Banner, those grotesque, flesh-warped warriors. At first glance, their scratches looked hardly more than superficial, but each cut forced the Void's power to surge in defense. If the Void's reserves ever ran dry, those monsters could literally carve through space itself, severing limbs or bisecting foes at the waist. That was the deadly advantage of creatures without a single weakness in attack, speed, or defense. Any opponent too slow to dodge could only brace for impact, which, against a universe-class powerhouse, spelled certain death. As the old saying went, you can mow the grass without pulling up the roots, and the first warm breeze will bring it right back. Now that this had become a fight to the death, the Prophet would never grant a truce or spare their lives. Lacey narrowed her eyes, drew back her bowstring, and loosed 9 arrows in rapid succession. Each bolt cleaved through Akira's dimensional seal, shattering more than 20 layers of world isolation in a single heartbeat. She lowered her bow, her voice cool as ice. Remember this, Damien. I'm one of the top powerhouses in the universe. I have resources, connections, abilities. Someday, you just might come begging me for help. Is there truly no room for negotiation? As Jianming's defensive barriers began to buckle, the dimensional god's frustration snapped into a roar. Very well. Strong warriors are exactly what the Void Cult needs most. If you truly stood at the pinnacle of the universe, then perhaps we could bargain. But you do not. He leaned forward, eyes blazing. Still, we owe you thanks for showing us exactly how far we fall short. You rank among the handful of universe-level heavyweights. Look at Lacey, Renoli, Kyle, Tony, Banner. All have ascended to universe status. Even those on the lower edge have ramped up their power dramatically. And me? I may not yet claim that summit, but I'm not far behind. Despite Jianming's furious challenge, the Prophet remained perfectly calm. Confronting a dimensional god like Akira was no trivial matter. To hold him at bay so long within their formation, and to drive Damien to the brink of death, made clear just how terrifyingly formidable Akira truly was. Damien watched silently as the council debated their odds against the fabled dimensional god Akira. No one dared claim they could slay him in single combat. In fact, they admitted openly that killing Akira was beyond their reach. All they could hope for was to survive the encounter. Survival, one general said, is the truest measure of strength. It gives a man confidence, lets him dare things no one else would. True enough, their combined arsenal was nothing to scoff at. Brilliantly honed offensive strikes, virtually impenetrable defenses, they had it all. Yet when weighed against Akira's transcendent power, every tactic felt like a pebble cast at a mountain. Take Steve, for example. By cosmic standards, he was mid-tier at best, not among the elite. Yet Steve defied any simple classification. As a mage, he skirted the edge of invulnerability, even if mages were notoriously eccentric. His spellbook was vast, and in the right circumstances he could exceed the wildest expectations of friend or foe. And if his conventional magic ever failed him, he had one last resort, the Time Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. Damien knew that, for all their talents combined, barely any force in the universe, not even a Time Stone-armed mage, had a real chance at toppling the dimensional god Akira. But knowing the odds didn't mean he'd back down. It only sharpened his resolve. The predictor's analysis was cold and precise. If the Ancient One, the supreme mage of the last generation, reached the very summit of cosmic power, it was overwhelmingly thanks to the Time Stone. Without that gem, any wielder's potential would be sharply curtailed, fatal weaknesses laid bare, and their ceiling capped at best among the universe's high-tier elite. Ordinarily, with enough experience, you can eyeball a cultivation path's natural limits. But the Void Blessing's gift of evolution blows past every convention. Given enough time, a lone practitioner can shatter every barrier, even catch a glimpse of absolute omnipotence. I won't lie, the predictor concluded. Once I admit defeat, there's no point in arguing further. At that very moment, the dimensional god Akira found himself backed into a corner. The only escape he saw was to eliminate Damien, and eliminate him quickly. Akira surged forward, his power flaring like a supernova. Yet as he closed in, he recalled the Prophet's warning. Damien's strength rivaled that of the universe's greatest masters. Their only real gap wasn't raw power, but the way they unleashed it. Damien, known throughout the Void God religion as the Predictor, didn't possess the kind of overwhelming offensive power that some of the other combatants wielded. But in terms of defense and emergency countermeasures, he was unmatched. When Dimensional God Akira unleashed her dreaded Space Slash, Damien's impenetrable shields simply swallowed it whole. Jigen Shenmai, watching from afar, swore under his breath, "What exactly is the Void blessing bestowed by the Void God religion, and how could such abominations be born?" While Akira's blade fell uselessly, Damien sprang into action. Gripping his ally Steven by the forearm, he launched them both into a whirlwind of evasive maneuvers, spinning, vaulting, and tearing through space itself, to evade Jianming's lethal onslaught. Even against a top-tier powerhouse like Jianming, Damien remained unnervingly composed. Every step, every sidestep, was calibrated to draw out his foe's full strength without ever allowing a fatal blow. Less than 60 seconds later, Lacey gathered the last of her 9-star burst energy. She struck. In an instant, Jianming's final world technique, his ultimate reality-shredding attack, was cleaved apart and scattered like dust. Enraged and mortally wounded, Jianming launched one final counterstrike. The backlash detonated the floating debris of the shattered world, sending chunks of fractured void hurtling outward in a storm of jagged gravitic shards. The very skies of Steven's constructed abyssal realm quaked as though they might collapse. Ordinarily, such an explosion could flatten an entire continent. But Kyle and Banner, reckless as wild beasts and undeterred by the specter of death, threw themselves bodily into the path of the debris, using their armored forms to shield their comrades from total annihilation. In that moment, Damien knew. No defense was absolute, but loyalty and courage could turn any tide. Bruce Banner's colossal hand hammered into Jianming's blood-slicked skull, each blow ringing with bone-shattering force. At the same moment, Damien released a devastating punch to Jianming's midsection, so brutal that Damien could see the impact ripple through flesh and bone. Pfft! Jianming convulsed, spraying a spray of ruptured organs across the floor. He snarled through clenched teeth, "You little runt, seeing you tear me apart, it's delicious." "Does the pain suit you?" Damien's voice was ice as fresh blood ran down his own torso. His injuries were knitting closed at an astounding rate, but he was already drenched in crimson. He bared his stained teeth in a savage grin. Jianming whimpered in agony and tried to plead, "Stop, please." Damien's eyes hardened. "No, you still know where Thanos is hiding, and I'm not letting you off until you talk." Across the chamber, Banner's rage, stoked by the throbbing pain Xingming had inflicted, erupted. With a roar, Banner delivered a thunderous backhand that pulverized Jianming's jaw. Teeth ricocheted like shrapnel, scattering across the floor. Jianming crumpled between them, broken and bleeding, trapped in the merciless grip of their vengeance. This was the first time Damien had ever felt such searing agony. Since pledging himself to the Void God cult and stepping into the arena of the galaxy's greatest warriors, he'd never been pushed like this. The Prophet had hailed him as a rising universe-class powerhouse, weak by the highest standards, but still among the elite. Yet in this fight, Damien saw exactly why the Predictor carried the stigma of being one of the weaker top-tier fighters. His approach was too one-dimensional. Raw strength alone could overwhelm ordinary powerful foes, but when reality turned unforgiving, only sheer brute force remained, instead of the cunning, adaptable tactics true masters relied on. Across from him, Jianming's spatial isolation barrier, his last line of defense, crumbled into shimmering motes of energy. He staggered forward, clutching his side, every breath a raspy confession. "Stop, please, I yield," he croaked. "I'll tell you everything you want to know. Just spare me. Spare my life. I swear I'll never dare challenge the Void God cult again." Damien and Kyle exchanged a nod. Though Jianming's barrier had fallen, his body still held together. Even after enduring the full force of Kyle's focused strike and Damien's unleashed fury, he lived on, proof of his extraordinary resilience, and a reminder that strength alone was never the whole story. Damien's lips split with blood as he collapsed to his knees, eyes wild with desperation. "Please, spare me," he rasped. Survival had always been his greatest instinct. In over 30 millennia, he'd never once felt true fear. He'd always had a way out. But now, pinned beneath the weight of monstrous magic, he caught his first real glimpse of death. If they didn't stop, he wouldn't last another heartbeat. Kyle loomed over him, cold fury in his eyes. You always had an escape hatch, he sneered. Now you grovel like a beggar. Damien's pride lay in ruins. He pressed a trembling hand to his side, smearing fresh blood on his fingers. I'm done running, he whispered. Please, I'll tell you what you want to know. Kyle laughed, brittle and harsh. Telling won't save you. Banner stepped between them, his expression calm but firm. Enough, Kyle. We need him alive. Kyle whipped around. Alive? You want to haul him back to Madame Butterfly for her twisted games? We do, Banner replied. She'll extract what we need. Kyle's jaw clenched. If I strike him hard enough to keep him quiet, I'll kill him. Banner folded his arms. That might be a bad thing. Wait, Kyle cut in, exasperated. He turned back to Damien. Your defenses are ridiculous. That space isolation field of yours is near impenetrable. And your body, it's like steel. Knocking you out won't be easy. Banner nodded, conceding the point. Then I'll handle the containment. We'll need specialized wards and a sedative designed to bypass spatial barriers. Kyle sneered. Fine, but once we bring him to Butterfly, there's no second chances. Banner gave a curt nod. Agreed. Kyle glanced at Damien, whose breathing was ragged but steady. Gripping his staff, Kyle stepped forward and delivered a precise strike to Damien's temple. The great mage slumped forward, unconscious. Move out, Banner ordered. As they bound Damien's wrists with sigil-enchanted chains, Kyle muttered under his breath, Let's just hope Butterfly gets what we need before he wakes. Together, they carried the fallen mage toward the waiting shadows, where Madame Butterfly's questions, and her cruelty, awaited. Damien and Kyle's strength was overwhelming, so much so that, despite their mastery of void god cult techniques, controlling their power against a fragile target posed a real risk. They could have pummeled the captive dimensional god, Akira, into near oblivion, and then healed him back to life repeatedly to force a confession, but that level of cruelty served no purpose. They had no intention of torturing him senseless. Harsh methods were only justified by a clear, necessary goal. Lacey, over here, Kyle called. Remember, hurt him enough to make him talk, but don't kill him, Damien added. Lacey, standing a short distance away, nodded curtly. She didn't dare rely on brute force alone under these two. One misjudged strike from Damien or Kyle, and Akira might die. With a deft twist, she transformed her multi-purpose weapon into a sleek wrist guard, snapping it onto her pale forearm. Then, she stepped forward without a word. Her slender fingers brushed against Akira's bound form, channeling a concentrated pulse of energy into his body. Immediately, Akira's muscles twitched violently, his frame shuddering in visible spasms. Over and again, 10 tremors in rapid succession, his body convulsed under Lacey's precise, controlled assault, each shock driving him closer to breaking. Damien coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his eyes glazing over as his body went slack, and he slipped into a near-death coma. Judging by his condition, Lacey said coolly, he'll come to on his own in about half an hour. But if we don't treat him within the next 3 hours, he'll die for real. Banner stared at the vitality monitor, where Damien's life energy gauge hovered barely above 0 before stabilizing. He glanced at Lacey with a mix of awe and envy. Your technique is incredible, he admitted. You've managed to suspend him at the brink of death without killing him. If I could learn that method, I'm sure I could boost my power by at least 2 levels. Lacey shrugged. If you're serious, you're welcome to study it. I'll help you unlock even greater strength. Banner nodded eagerly. I'll pour everything I have into mastering this. I want to reach your level. Lacey rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress a small smile. She'd long envied Banner and Kyle for their ability to evolve and grow stronger, but since she'd never received that gift, she'd become the hardest worker in the room, driven, focused, and determined to outlearn anyone who crossed her path. Damien, you're dismissed, the prophet said, finally releasing him after having thrown him to the ground. Go forth and explore this world, he continued. Master its techniques. Once you've studied them thoroughly, they can become your greatest asset on the path to fame. The prophet's eyes glowed with certainty. He had seen countless possible futures. Only one outcome would lead to the feat of the dimensional god Akira, Damien himself reforging the world's seal so completely that Akira's signature spatial teleportation was rendered useless. In every other vision, No matter how effectively the divine defenses shattered, Akira simply vanished through a fracture in space. But if Damien could harness the magic formula invented by Emperor Weixin, whose arcane genius even the prophet had to admire, he would lay a trap far too cunning for the dimensional god to escape. Then, at long last, they could capture their quarry like a turtle in a jar. Damien hovered in the void, still reeling from the prophet's strike. Shockwaves rippled around him, and he pressed a hand to his temple, willing the dizziness to subside. "That's exactly what I intended," he said through clenched teeth, "but I thought I could join the universe's top experts and offer my support." The prophet's lip curled in contempt. "Merely thinking about it doesn't qualify you," he snapped. Damien winced as the memory of that throw pressed on his mind. Had he not been twice blessed by the void god, his body repeatedly evolved beyond mortal limits. The prophet's blow would have ended him on the spot. Now, more than ever, he understood the chasm between himself and the supreme champions of the void god sect. Even if his role was only to restrain an enemy or boost an ally, he needed overwhelming, tyrannical strength. Without the predictor's constant shield, a single strike from a dimension god could have finished him. Shaking off the thought, Damien drew a series of complex runes in the air. He was preparing a spatial teleportation spell to return them to the real world. He paused before resorting to the light tether method, too unpredictable. One misstep, and they'd be flung into chaotic void space instead of their intended destination. With careful precision, he anchored the portal. The team stepped through the shimmering gateway, and in an instant, materialized aboard Captain Tony's enormous space battleship, safe once more in familiar reality. As Kyle and Damien stepped back into the chamber, Madame Butterfly recoiled, pressing a slender hand to her nose and mouth. The coppery tang of fresh blood clung to both men, so intense she could hardly breathe. Kyle met her gaze and nodded. "He won't stir for at least 20 minutes. We're heading to the baths first. Freshen up. Butterfly, be ready to interrogate him when we return." Damien knelt beside the fallen figure, Akira, the dimensional god, gently easing him onto the polished floor. Then, as swiftly as they'd appeared, he and Kyle vanished, leaving only the echo of Kyle's words and the hollow scent of spilled blood behind. Both men were famed and feared for their overwhelming, no-holds-barred fighting style. They'd end conflicts in a blur of brute force, but afterward the stench of gore was so clinging that even they found it unbearable. Jarvis, the estate's ever-vigilant steward, detected the odor immediately. Engaging air filtration and fragrance infusion, the AI announced in its calm, measured voice. The chamber hummed as cool, lavender-laced air replaced the iron scent. Madame Butterfly lowered her hand and glared at the doorway. Where were they just now? Master Damien and Mr. Kyle retreated to the bathing quarters, Jarvis replied. They intend to purge themselves of the battle's, shall we say, residual odor before proceeding with the interrogation. They will return shortly. Butterfly nodded once, her gaze drifting back to Akira's still form. Very well, prepare the room and have the wards reset. When they come back, I don't plan to waste a second. Understood, Madame Butterfly. The chamber settled into a tense calm, its air freshly cleansed. In less than 20 minutes, Kyle and Damien would reappear, and Akira would finally have to answer for what he'd done. Damien inhaled sharply, detecting the acrid tang of blood undercut by a strangely fresh, almost sweet scent. He knelt beside the fallen form of Akira, the dimensional god reduced to nothing more than a smear of clay on the ground, and studied him with concern. At the start of the confrontation, Damien had been a spectator. He heard Akira's haughty proclamations of invincibility until, without warning, a blinding surge of golden light tore through the air and transported Tony and the others into a mirror world. In that reflected realm, Jarvis managed to maintain a psychic link with Tony, sending Damien faint, flickering images of what was unfolding. Through those glimpses, Damien witnessed the leaders of the Void God faith unleashing incomprehensible power. They tore at dimensional god Jianming with such merciless force that he was stripped of dignity and cast aside like a stray. The spectacle was horrifying, and yet Damien watched every second with rapt attention, aware that nothing teaches like first-hand observation. Then, as abruptly as it began, the mirror world was suffused with an otherworldly purple glow. Shadows that had danced across its fractured planes snapped out of existence, and Jarvis's mental channel to Tony went dead. It was as if they'd been walled off from one another by an unseen barrier. "Mr. Tony," Damien said now, his voice low and urgent, "that's exactly what I wanted to ask you about." Static crackled in his earpiece before Jarvis's calm voice responded. "I'm afraid I can't explain it either. The link was severed in an instant. No warning, no signal. It's as if something deliberately isolated us." Damien's brow furrowed. Why would the Void God Faith want to cut off their communication? What uncanny force could erase those shadows so thoroughly? As dusk settled around the battlefield, Damien rose to his feet, resolve hardening in his chest. Answers were out there, in the ruins of that mirror world and in the silent form of dimensional god Akira, waiting to be uncovered, and he would find them, no matter the cost. In simple terms, it's one of Steven's techniques. "Then, go ask him yourself," Tony said, shrugging off his armor as he climbed back onto the deck of his battleship. His words pulled every eye toward Steven, Madame Butterfly's, Lacey's, Renelly's, Steve's, even Tony's. None of them had known he possessed such a move. Steven held up his hands in a helpless gesture. "Believe me, I'd explain if I could," he admitted. "But the truth is, I don't fully understand it myself. At the time, I was just following the Prophet's instructions. I used that technique to create a special world. I still haven't unraveled all of its properties or how to wield them." He paused, meeting each expectant gaze. "Give me a little time to study it. Once I've figured it out, I promise I'll tell you everything." A heavy silence settled over the group as they all turned to look at the Prophet. Instead of demanding Steven produce a world in 12 seconds, the Prophet had patiently shown him how to construct one. Now, everyone's curiosity about that inscrutable guidance burned even brighter. "That's one of the cards you'll forge in the future, Damien," the Prophet said quietly. Damien's brow furrowed. "I never meant to meddle with my own journey to master void magic." The Prophet folded his hands. "I only decided to mention it after surveying countless possible timelines. In every scenario where Akira, the dimensional god, is captured alive and ultimately slain, it's always you using that very move." He leaned forward. "I won't tell you more now. It'll be far more rewarding for you to experience its power firsthand when the time comes." The Prophet's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "So this is merely one of your trump cards. Does that imply you'll have others waiting in reserve?" Damien allowed himself a small smile. "Each trump card I wield in the future will be born of my own insight and effort. They won't just drop into your lap. You'll have to create them yourself when the moment arrives." A faint chuckle escaped the Prophet. "I understand that much, but just to confirm, when you say the future me, you mean me a few years from now, correct?" Damien gave a firm nod. "Exactly." Damien possessed the rare gift of future sight, but peering into his own destiny proved far more elusive than observing anyone else's. Whenever he searched for his personal outcome, his mind scattered across countless possibilities, none revealed how powerful he might become. Instead, only ominous disasters appeared on his horizon. Others, by contrast, were easy to read. He could watch them grow, see their strengths blossom, and chart the path they would take. The Prophet, meanwhile, offered little help. "Don't ask me to reveal your future," he snapped. "And if you do, don't expect an answer." He shrugged. "Besides, I've already meddled with your fate once or twice. Your path has shifted because of it. Frankly, if nothing interesting lies ahead, I'm too lazy to bother." Damien bristled at the dismissal, but forced himself to smile. "Fine," he said. "I've already laid my own trump card. Whatever you don't see, I'll be ready for it, and still come out on top." He knew all too well that too much interference in a person's future was dangerous. Every alteration rippled outward, spawning unpredictable branches, and sometimes outright catastrophes in what had once been a stable course. Seers understood this truth, even if they pretended otherwise. They preferred the safety of denial, ever watchful, ever calculating, like onlookers overseeing the rise and fall of the Void cult's members, molding the world from behind a veil of secrecy. "Damien, you can do this." Though Lady Butterfly's hearing was not perfect, she caught enough to understand the gist of his explanation. Damien continued evenly. "It's not accurate to say I created a world. This mirror realm already exists. My gift is drawing threats and would-be invaders into that parallel space so they never spill over and wreak havoc in our reality. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Imagine the monsters and demons the magical world battles every day, unleashed here in the physical plane. Even if we managed to defeat them, the devastation in their wake would be unthinkable. That is the Supreme Mage's lifelong duty, to keep those forces contained, to ensure they never breach our world's borders. What I've mastered is simply a more discreet way of enforcing that boundary. Lady Butterfly's violet eyes shone with admiration. Damien offered a modest smile and went on. Later, he said, my future self devised a true trump card, actual world building on a cosmic scale. But I've only just come into possession of that power. I don't fully understand how to deploy it, so He broke off as memories surfaced. Tony's counsel from long ago. Tony had urged him not to forsake the boundless forest of the universe for a single sapling. At the time, the remark felt like casual advice, but Damien now realized it sprang from Tony's deep faith in his potential. Gathering himself, Damien met Lady Butterfly's warm gaze. I still have much to learn, he admitted, but I won't rest until I can wield every ounce of that power, for the safety of both our world and theirs. There's no shortage of beauty in the universe, but finding a true soulmate is another matter. Until that day comes, however, there's no need to worry about suppressing one's physical urges. As a member of the Void cult, Damien enjoys an almost limitless lifespan. Even if it takes centuries to find the one, he has all the time in the cosmos. Since leaving Blue Star, Damien has already encountered wonders he could never have imagined, and plenty of beautiful women, especially among his fellow Void cultists. A few of them have even found themselves drawn to his quiet confidence and easy smile. Yet their greatest allure is also their greatest challenge. These devotees of the Void God are fiercely independent, entirely self-reliant, and never given to empty flattery. Winning their trust and companionship isn't a matter of simply showing off wealth or power, but Damien doesn't see that as a drawback. On the contrary, he finds it deeply rewarding to befriend, and perhaps court, women who refuse to play roles or wear pretenses. Independence, after all, only makes their affections all the more genuine. And for a man who may live long enough to witness the birth and death of stars, truly earned companionship is worth every moment of the thawing. Pursuit. Madame Butterfly tilted her head, curiosity lighting her eyes. Lord Seer, what will my fate be? The prophet regarded her thoughtfully. I wasn't specifically watching your future, he admitted, but I've glanced at the destinies of those around you, and I saw no calamity awaiting you. Madame Butterfly frowned. So you don't know exactly what my life will become. Not every detail, he said, but I can tell you one thing, you'll live. Your life remains secure. He paused, choosing his words carefully. You must understand, I can survey countless possible futures, but I don't bother with everyone. Only those near to me, or those who spark my interest or show great potential, deserve that attention. He leaned closer. Most women follow predictable paths. Even when I peer into their tomorrows, their lives circle in a narrow orbit. They rarely break free of the mold. But you're different. Madame Butterfly bristled. Different how? He smiled faintly. You're not like Lacey, who holds herself to impossible standards, embraces hardship without fear, and burns with a restless hunger for power. And you're nothing like the others whose spirits bend under the slightest pressure. Madame Butterfly lifted her chin. Flattery, Lord Seer? Not at all, he countered. I've traveled through the void of nothingness. I've witnessed uncounted deaths, every conceivable marvel and horror. Your nature is not soft or pliant. You're forged by experience and tempered by strife. That strength makes you worthy of my attention. Madame Butterfly's lips curved in a slow, secretive smile. Then perhaps I should thank you, she murmured. He nodded gravely. Consider it a promise. As long as your spirit remains unbroken, your future will unfold. Beyond that, the paths are yours to choose. Lady Butterfly's past had been far from smooth. Her gifts, while genuine, were never destined for grand acclaim, and she'd long suffered from a deep-seated inferiority complex. That all began to change when she fell under the protection of Nikrov, the man who, in just a few short years, had risen to become the universe's most formidable power. With him by her side, her doubts slowly receded. Yet the seer had foreseen a turning point. Nikrov would one day embark on the journey back to his homeworld, and, for reasons the seer could not fathom, he would travel alone, leaving Butterfly behind. She would be severed from the one sanctuary in which she felt completely safe. What, then, was to become of her? "Thank you for telling me," Lady Butterfly said, her voice a mix of confusion and relief. As the seer's vision settled over her, another realization dawned. Nikrov had already prepared every safeguard. No matter where his path led, her future was secured, her life arranged so that she would never truly face it on her own. As long as she didn't court death, by throwing herself before one of the universe's supreme beings or by escaping the Void cult's influence, her future would be safe. "Everyone, get ready to eat," Jarvis announced. "The dimensional god Jianming will be waking up soon." With that, he gave a soft chime, and the AI robots rolled forward, trays of steaming dishes in their mechanical arms. Stephen watched as plate after plate was laid out before them. Hunger tugged at his stomach, an odd side effect of the void magic he'd unleashed in the clash with dimensional god Akira Ma. He hadn't been on the front lines that time, but when he invoked the future version of his own void sorcery, he'd emptied every ounce of energy in a single strike. Now that the magic had dissipated, the body craved fuel. He hurried to his seat. Though he still had a long way to go before catching up to the likes of Tony and the others, Stephen had already come a long way. He was determined to keep pushing himself and to prove he belonged here. "Pass the dishes along," he said, picking up his chopsticks. The savory aromas promised a much-needed respite before the next battle began. Damien couldn't tell whether he was simply too weak or if the dimensional god Akira was just impossibly strong. No matter how hard he pushed, he'd only managed to shatter 5 worlds, while Tony, Renoli, and the others obliterated dozens in a single strike. That yawning gap in power left Damien seething with frustration. He'd followed Nikrov's advice and developed an arsenal of large-scale techniques. Without them, he wouldn't have contributed anything at all. Still, Damien preferred to believe it wasn't his failing, but Akira's unmatched might, if only to soothe his bruised pride. "Don't let it get you down," Lacey said softly, already reading the disappointment on his face. "Dimensional god Jianming is regarded as one of the strongest beings in the universe." She offered a reassuring smile. "Frankly, in terms of raw power, I'd argue Thanos is easier to handle than Akira." Damien gave a wry nod. Throughout their encounter, they'd scoured every opening, every flaw in Akira's defenses, only to come up empty. In the only future the prophet can foresee, if Damien doesn't step in, the dimensional god Ming-Ming will inevitably slip away. Otherwise, the predictor wouldn't have bent its own rules to meddle in Damien's destiny, an extraordinary intervention that requires the present-day Damien to guide his future self. Damien sighed, but he wasn't discouraged. "I'm not down about it," he told Lacey. "I just know I have to keep getting stronger." Lacey offered him an encouraging smile. "I've been watching you fight," she said. "Don't measure yourself against us. Measure yourself against the dimensional god Akira Ma. Damien, you've already proven yourself a cosmic powerhouse. You have every reason to be proud." He returned her smile as she reached out and gently patted his shoulder. Then, Lacey rose and slipped back to her usual place in the rest area's throne, her queen's chair, as everyone called it. She hadn't even broken a sweat battling Akira, so there was no need for a shower when she returned. Calm and composed, she settled in, her presence as unflappable as ever. Damien's chest tightened at her words. He looked down at his hands, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Lacey wasn't just any instructor. She was half mentor, half guardian. When she trained him, she never relied solely on harsh discipline. More often, she balanced firm guidance with patient encouragement. Damien knew he was stubborn and quick to take offense. More than once, her frustration had boiled over into stern reprimands, and even a few bruising lessons. But just as often, when the gap between his abilities and the truly powerful left him feeling defeated, Lacey would sense his doubt and draw him close, her voice soft and steady as she reminded him of how far he'd come. By the time Kyle and Bruce Banner stepped out of the showers and into the common room, fresh clothes in hand, Tony and the others were already gathered around the low table. "I'm starving," Banner admitted, patting his growling stomach. Kyle practically dove onto the sofa and grabbed a plate. His regenerative gift, supercharged by the void, made him almost immortal. Improvements in his control meant he no longer went 10 days and a half unable to tap into it, but the one lingering side effect was a hunger that bordered on madness. He tore into a sandwich as if it were his last meal, eyes bright with relief and anticipation. Bruce exchanged a rueful grin with Tony before reaching for the turkey on rye. As plates piled up and conversation bounced around the room, Damien sat quietly beside Lacey, the warmth of her presence still fresh in his mind. For once, he didn't mind taking a moment just to be here, with allies who saw him and a mentor who believed in him. Using too much life energy to heal yourself in the midst of combat always carries a heavy toll. You might not feel hungry while you're fighting, but once the battle ends, you pay the price in lingering side effects and crushing mental and physical exhaustion. No amount of self-treatment can erase that fatigue instantly. Only a good meal and proper rest can bring you back to full strength. With that lesson in mind, everyone spread out through the rest area, eagerly seeking out food to replenish their life force. Damien watched the entire engagement and its outcome with keen interest. From the Prophet's commentary, he pieced together the true caliber of Tony's team. 4 names stood out as their pillars of strength. Renoli, whose lightning-fast speed left opponents no time to exploit a weakness. Lacey, whose versatile arsenals of attack and razor-sharp combat instincts kept foes off balance. And the duo Kyle and Banner, whose near-impervious physiques and death-defying boldness made them fearsome adversaries. Even so, Damien knew that against a top-tier powerhouse like the dimensional god Akira, these 4 would struggle to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, Tony would have sent someone else to take the lead against him. Damien watched Tony carefully, already spotting what the others had missed. The pair of fighters with slightly weaker defenses and slower reflexes would tear each other apart in a direct clash. Yet Tony, by comparison, was clearly the underdog. If any one of those 4 top-tier combatants squared off against him, victory would be anything but certain. Bruce Banner was no longer the inexperienced scientist Tony once sparred with. He'd sharpened his skills until they outmatched Tony's current arsenal. The repulsor blasts and armored strikes that could seriously injure Banner still fell short of delivering a knockout blow. Tony knew it as well as anyone. He simply didn't have the firepower or martial prowess to finish Banner off. Aboard Tony's battleship, Steve Rogers was the only one wearing his frustration on his face. But Damien, who had known Tony for years, could tell that beneath the billionaire inventor's calm exterior lay a storm of unwillingness and disappointment. Arrogant to his core, Tony had survived the vastness of space and witnessed firsthand how terrifyingly brutal the cosmos could be. He understood now more than ever how important innate talent and a strong starting point were in this savage hierarchy. Yet even so, he refused to abandon faith in his intellect. If there was one thing Tony Stark believed in, it was that his genius mind would always give him a fighting chance, even against the universe's most formidable adversaries. The Predictor had rated Tony's power on par with the universe's top-tier warriors, yet a yawning gap still separated him from the very strongest. Even so, Damien brimmed with pride at how much the Void Cult's earliest disciples had grown, and he knew Tony's spirits would get a fresh boost once they squared off against Thanos. Aboard the battleship, Damien watched Tony mask his disappointment with a smile. It didn't escape him that Kyle, Renoli, and Lacey now outshone Tony, hardly surprising, given how extensively they'd traveled the cosmos and how rigorously they'd honed their skills back on Void Island. Though all 3 had officially joined the Void Cult after Tony did, the delay had been minimal. Bruce Banner, by contrast, lagged noticeably behind. Yet in duels against the universe's elite, Banner had repeatedly proved more adaptable than Tony, relying on his immense strength and phenomenal regenerative powers to hold his own among peerless opponents. Damien knew he couldn't stand toe-to-toe with the universe's top powerhouses, let alone resort to reckless hit-and-run tactics. But he was no fool. He was a quick thinker, always looking for the fastest route to catch up with Banner. With most of the loose ends on Blue Star tied up, his next steps would simply require time and careful planning. In his mind, taking down Thanos was no longer the greatest hurdle. Instead, Damien's attention had already shifted to the forthcoming clash between the Void Cult and the Kree Empire. Some might call it premature to map out a strategy for a war that hadn't even begun, but Damien had always prepared for every contingency. He knew he couldn't simply absorb legions of creatures to force rapid evolution. No one, least of all Kassadin, would ever allow him that luxury. After all, it was Kassadin who orchestrated the whole fiasco with Thor, and Thor himself had immediately sealed away that devouring technique after their battle. If raw consumption was off the table, Damien realized he had other options. He could forge a truly devastating signature move, one that blended multiple energies into a single, overwhelming strike. To do that, he would have to delve deeper than ever into void magic, and that was exactly what he intended to do. Damien stared at the schematics flickering on the holo display, weighing his two options: train his body to new heights of strength or build a vastly more powerful suit of armor. Physical conditioning would take years of relentless effort, each improvement incremental. A leap of several levels, however, would require an entirely new kind of armor. But how? He scrolled through every piece of armor theory he'd ever stored in his mind. His current suit was a marvel of nanotech, designed for adaptability. Its fluid mesh could reshape itself on the fly, shrugging off artillery blasts one moment and javelins the next. Against most foes, it was more than enough. Yet when the universe's true heavyweights stepped into the ring, its versatility alone wasn't enough to guarantee victory. Damien closed his eyes and reached deeper into his memory banks. Though these records spanned only the past 10 years, he'd packed more adventure into that span than most people manage in a lifetime. He'd studied alien battlecraft, brokered uneasy alliances, crushed criminal empires, and made friends in the unlikeliest of places. One face emerged clearly: Kassadin, the stoic wanderer who had once entrusted him with a sliver of Uru metal. At the time, Damien had been so consumed by immediate crises that he'd nearly forgotten the gift. A spark of excitement jolted through him. Uru, the legendary Asgardian ore that forged the Destroyer, ranked among the universe's most formidable materials. Armor wrought from it could withstand the most catastrophic forces. If he could incorporate Uru into a new suit, suddenly his path forward felt unmistakably clear. He opened his eyes, determination blazing behind them. The next era of his armor wouldn't be a series of small upgrades. It would be a revolution, and he was ready to begin. Damien leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing as he recalled the legendary Uru metal, a divine ore said to be capable of leveling entire civilizations and shredding the stoutest defenses. He'd long since forgotten about it. Earth's technology had never been advanced enough to exploit its power, and he'd been spread too thin with other research. But now his knowledge extended far beyond Blue Star. If he remembered correctly, Asgard had passed the Uru forging secrets, the art of divine iron, to the Void Cult. In this realm, mastering the smithing technique alone wasn't enough. You needed a forge specially attuned to channel that power. He made up his mind. Once they returned to base, he would speak with Saul and ask him to arrange a meeting with the Dwarven Master Smiths, the royal blacksmiths of Asgard themselves. As the others tucked into their meal, a sudden low groan interrupted the chatter. The sound came from the dimension god Akira, who sat rigid and motionless. Waves of pain rippled through him so violently that even lifting his eyelids felt impossible. Yet after what seemed an eternity, Akira forced his gaze upward, and at that very moment, the nearby dimension god Jianming caught sight of two violet glowing eyes blazing with canny light. Damien, the dimensional god, had endured for tens of thousands of years without ever encountering power like this. The moment he sensed the surge of spiritual energy flowing from those violet eyes, every instinct told him to shut down his senses. In situations of overwhelming temptation, his first line of defense wasn't a battle of wills. It was to simply block out sight and sound. If he couldn't perceive the source, it couldn't ensnare him. But before Damien could react, it was already too late. At the same instant, another deity, Akira, felt himself sigh, zed by the same compulsion. His voice broke into a faint whisper. "My queen, how may I serve you?" He managed to gasp, weakness threading through every word. Akira's body trembled on the brink of collapse. His strength had been sapped nearly to nothing. And standing before him, Madame Butterfly realized with a shock that, as she bent him to her will, more than half of her own psychic energy was drained away. Continuous siphoning of mental power might not feel as abrupt as a sudden loss, but it brought the same result, an overwhelming fatigue that settled into her bones, threatening to pull her down alongside Akira. Damien's voice was low but unwavering. "I want to know where Thanos is." The question struck Madame Butterfly like a physical blow. Her knees buckled, and she caught herself on the nearest handrail, face draining of color. For a moment, she could barely draw breath. Thanos, the ancient titan whose power once shook the cosmos, even now clung to life by a thread. Summoning her composure, she spoke in a strained whisper. "According to my senses, he's on NGC 763, about 1.7 million light-years from here." Damien frowned. "What can you tell me about that world?" Madame Butterfly glanced aside, as if picturing the unknown planet. "It's still primitive, and just barely habitable. No intelligent life has taken root there yet. Thanos arrived a few days ago, and since then, I've lost all trace of his movements." As a dimensional deity of the highest order, Butterfly made it her duty to monitor any being who approached Thanos' level of power. Though neither she nor Thanos originated in the same galaxy, his homeworld of Titan long destroyed, his reputation preceded him. In his prime, he haunted the wreckage of his birthplace, fueling himself on the despair he sowed across star systems. Even near death, his spirit remained a force of raw destruction. Damien pressed his lips into a thin line, absorbing every word. If Thanos had slipped beyond Butterfly's perception, he was deliberately covering his tracks. And in Damien's mind, that spelled only one thing. Thanos was planning something, and he needed to stop him before the universe paid the price. Habitable worlds are always coveted, but only to a point. For the universe's great powers, a planet that's too primitive isn't worth the cost of development. They don't have the leisure to invest centuries in terraforming or cultural uplift. They'd rather settle on an already advanced civilization and seize control at once. Thanos didn't retreat to that backer world to become its ruler. He went there to vanish. And now, he truly is a fugitive, hunted across the cosmos. Even at his peak, Thanos was an unstoppable threat. Lately, though, his paranoia has tipped over into outright madness. Who can predict what vengeance this unhinged titan might unleash next? Dimensional god Jianming isn't afraid of Thanos, but he has no desire to host a crazed deity on his doorstep, nor will he tolerate being blindsided by a sneak attack. He turned to his aide and asked coolly, "With your senses, can you tell me where Thanos is hiding now?" When Mrs. Butterfly received the dispatch yesterday, she knew at once. This was no routine update. Whatever Thanos has planned, it's far worse than anyone dares imagine. Of course, Thanos reached out to many of the NGC galaxy's greatest powers. I was one of them. And, like the rest, I had no desire to aid him. Yet the moment he tried to recruit me, I secretly branded him with my mark. As long as he remains within 2 million light-years of my domain, I can track his every move. Beyond that boundary, his path no longer concerns me. Dimension God Akira laid out the facts with calm precision. If Thanos drifted past that 2 million light-year threshold, Akira wouldn't lift a finger. Whether Thanos perished, was scorched to cinders, or simply lost his mind would be of no consequence so long as he posed no threat. Madame Butterfly listened in silence. When Akira finished, she inclined her head in acknowledgement. And then, with unexpected speed, Lacey stepped forward. She extended a single finger, and a shaft of void energy leapt forth, striking Akira squarely in the chest. In a heartbeat, the mighty dimension god disintegrated into ash that scattered on the cosmic breeze. In the Void Divine cult, diplomacy could solve many disputes, but enmity toward the Void gods was never forgiven. Once you chose to stand against them, no plea or explanation could save you from their wrath. Adherents of the Void God sect live by a single, unyielding rule. Anyone who dares to challenge their authority must be destroyed. So when Lacey acted, no one in the chamber batted an eye. It was exactly what they expected. They hadn't physically beaten Dimension God Mingming into submission. Under Madame Butterfly's spell, he'd handed over the secret willingly, and they'd spared him. For now. But that mercy was tactical. If word ever got out that the sect showed leniency, more would dare to defy it. From this point on, there would be no more second chances. Anyone who offends or challenges the Void God sect's supremacy will be ruthlessly eliminated. Jarvis, ever the pragmatist, activated the containment field and released Dimension God Akira's ashes into the void. Simultaneously, he plotted a course for the NGC-763 system, the very star cluster Akira had named, and announced, "Coordinates locked." The holographic display pulsed once more as Jarvis confirmed the target coordinates. "The distance is 1.71 million light-years," the AI intoned. "At maximum speed, we'll arrive in a few hours. Shall we depart immediately?" Around the oval conference table, the team exchanged glances. Damien stood with his arms folded, studying the readout. Beside him, Lacey watched Madame Butterfly's slender, almost translucent fingers tremble. Quietly, Lacey poured a glass of water and offered it across the table. "Thank you for running the numbers," Lacey said gently. Madame Butterfly accepted the glass, her posture straightening. "No data is more accurate than direct readings," she replied, her voice steady despite the fatigue in her eyes. Lacey inclined her head. "Thank you, Lady Butterfly." Madame Butterfly set the glass down. "With this information, we'll have no excuse to let Thanos vanish again. I say we launch at once." Kyle cleared his throat. "I doubt I'll be back at peak condition in time for battle." Banner folded his arms, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "We'll call on Thor when we need him. He's proven himself one of the Void cults and likely the universe's top powerhouses. Even if you're still regaining your strength, a siege with Thor on our side won't be a problem." Kyle nodded in reluctant agreement. "All right, let's do it." Damien pressed his hand against the console. Then it settled. "Jarvis, prepare the jump coordinates. Let's move out." As the ship's engines roared to life, each team member braced themselves. In just a few short hours, they would face Thanos once more, this time determined to leave no room for his escape. Damien sat silent at the edge of the shimmering formation, his eyes never leaving its pulsing center. At his side, Renoli finally spoke. "We're just skirting the formation," Renoli said. "We'll only intervene if things go sideways. No objections here." Renoli's void power was somewhat depleted, but otherwise he was as formidable as ever, capable of unleashing a single, devastating strike on any opponent. They'd learned the hard way that Akira, the dimensional god, was too crafty and overpowered to be taken lightly. Still, their intelligence suggested that Thanos, much like Kyle and Banner, was the kind of reckless powerhouse they could handle. It might be risky, but it wasn't nearly as troublesome as facing Akira again. "If nobody has objections," Damien nodded, "then let's move out." Tony Stark cracked a grin. "I may have burned off most of my void energy, but when push comes to shove, I've still got Thor on my side." "Understood," Jarvis replied in his calm, synthetic tone. All directives received. The AI's avatar shimmered and then drifted off toward the control console. "I've dead a considerable amount of processing power. I'm entering low-duty standby." "Jarvis," Madame Butterfly said softly, "wake me when it's time." With that, the last of their preparations complete, the team slipped into the void. Every mind was steeled for the fight to come. No hesitation, no second thoughts, only the silent promise that they would face Thanos head-on and emerge victorious. Lady Butterfly lay stretched out on the plush sofa, as if it were a vast bed, her eyes gently closing as she recovered her strength. Damien, the prophet, observed from nearby as a formless void energy shimmered into view and coalesced around her in a protective violet-hued sphere. "Her charm magic is disturbingly powerful," he murmured, "but these restraints are anything but ordinary." Steve, lounging in a nearby chair, rubbed his chin and said, "She didn't even make it back to her room, just collapsed here in the common lounge." His gaze drifted to Butterfly's pale forehead. Moments ago, dimensional god Jianming was dying, and yet even then, Butterfly could barely seize control of his mind. Damien nodded thoughtfully. "Anyone well-versed in psychic arts will tell you this isn't mere seduction. It's a flaw in the very fabric of magic. I couldn't hope to hypnotize or dominate a dimensional god like Akira, even at death's door. As Butterfly's power grows, her charm will eclipse even this formidable level." Steve sighed, glancing at Butterfly's serene form. "Then what hope do we have?" Damien's eyes gleamed. "We keep strengthening our own defenses and unravel the mystery of her curse before it's too late. As outsiders, we all see it. Her future strength is beyond imagination, yet Lady Butterfly herself remains completely unaware of it." The prophet tilted his head. "Oh, You claim to perceive that as mere bystanders? Damien bristled. Then why haven't you told her? Why deny her this crucial insight? Tony and Banner exchanged knowing glances, but said nothing. They understood that sometimes silence is the best response, and in its absence, they could feign agreement. Finally, Tony spoke up. Instead of asking us why we haven't told her, he said, you should really direct that question to Niklov. Banner nodded. Niklov has long been attuned to the world of superhumans and understands precisely what each ability signifies. He might not have seen her potential at first, but during our expedition to the St. Nicholas civilization, he realized just how extraordinary Lady Butterfly's powers could become. Lacey, reclining with poise, raised a porcelain teacup to her lips. Her voice was calm, almost musical. As someone who has known Lady Butterfly for over a century, Niklov has chosen to remain silent, but of course, it is hardly our place to intervene. A person who knows themselves too well, Damien began, his tone measured, can sometimes gain great insight, but just as often it spells their downfall. He turned to Steve. As you pointed out, Madame Butterfly's talents are astonishing, but they carry serious limitations. We can't simply unleash her against every threat. So, he continued, until her power is truly honed, it's in her best interest to believe she's still lacking. That inferiority complex will keep her cautious and alive. The prophet frowned. Inferiority? You expect her to feel that? She's beautiful, intelligent, gifted, and wealthy beyond measure. Where would she find self-doubt? Steve's eyes shone with conviction. We all recognize her strengths, but she does not. In the harsh world of the strong, neither looks nor kindness nor fortune can guarantee safety or confidence. Damien leaned forward. Only power begets true confidence. Madame Butterfly endured a cruel past. She's never learned how formidable she can become, and that ignorance, for now, is her shield. She drifted endlessly until she finally found refuge in the land of nothingness. Relying on her keen intelligence alone, she managed to survive. When we first contacted her, it quickly became clear just how capable she was, though that very gift has brought her nothing but hardship. From childhood onward, her extraordinary talents kept her from growing up like other girls, shielded by a loving family. If she'd had her choice, she might have happily traded it all away. Lacey watched Madame Butterfly sleep, her gaze filled with both sympathy and admiration. The thought of the atrocities that woman must have endured as a child, preyed upon by a perverted father and vile neighbors before she even fully understood the world, turned Lacey's stomach. And that's saying something, since Lacey herself has known the cruelty of the powerful from a young age. Even so, she could never truly fathom the depth of Madame Butterfly's suffering. Her past had been fraught with misfortune, yet her life was not without its bright moments. Out of all the worlds scattered across the cosmos, she ultimately chose the Voidlands to meet Niklov, a decision she counted as her greatest stroke of luck. The prophet listened, then spoke up. Niklov is among the mightiest figures in the universe. Though he's maintained a low profile for years, Wumaki's reports never mentioned that he once saved Madame Butterfly's life. Of course, that omission makes sense. She's always relied on her own cunning to carve out her place here. If a danger ever arises that she cannot outwit on her own, Niklov, her steadfast friend of many years, will unquestionably step in to protect her. The cosmos is immense, and the people we encounter hinge entirely on chance. Without luck, two individuals a mere kilometer apart might never meet. With it, even souls living in different galaxies can find each other and form bonds that last a lifetime. Since the day Madame Butterfly crossed paths with Niklov, her fortunes have only grown, and that chance meeting was just the beginning of her luck. But when he refused to escort her back to the Tesma civilization, Renoli remarked, he was actually sparing her from unseen dangers. Niklov takes his duties very seriously. Sometimes the greatest protection is knowing when to walk away. Kyle leaned back, nodding. She's been roaming the world as a streamer since she was a child. That career kept her alive through countless risks and turned her into one of the wealthiest women I know. Renoli smiled. Indeed, she built her fortune selling intelligence from her own boutique agency. Few outsiders realize she's richer than most members of the Void cult. Then, by sheer happenstance, she passed Master Cassidon's trial and earned induction into the cult itself. Talk about being in the right place at the right time. Yet she never flaunts her wealth, Kyle said, swirling his drink. No gaudy jewelry, no ostentatious trinkets, just elegant, understated attire. And you can tell each outfit costs more than most people make in a decade. She knows what she's doing, Renoli agreed. In Madame Butterfly's case, her quiet confidence only highlights the true scale of her resources. Damien studied the elegant gown laid out before him and shook his head. This wasn't how a wealthy noblewoman in fairy gardens was supposed to dress. Even the most extravagant outfits he'd ever owned, each one costing hundreds of thousands of cosmic coins, hadn't lasted long once he'd tested them in a fight. That was why Damien always chose clothes that were inexpensive, stylish, and comfortable, rather than chasing impractical luxuries. Renali watched him with mild amusement. "Give her time," she said softly. "She'll grow into it." Damien sighed. That kind of progress doesn't happen overnight. Renali met his gaze. Nikrov won't stay in the Andromeda Galaxy much longer, perhaps only a few years at most. If he can guide Lady Butterfly until then, I know you'll do your part to protect her. Renali valued Nikrov's integrity, strength, and sense of duty. She believed he was destined to become one of the universe's foremost powerhouses, soon to rival their current leaders and earn a place among the Void Cult's legends. Even so, Damien knew that sharing a homeland wasn't enough to forge a true friendship. To connect with someone, you needed common ground and real conversation beyond polite pleasantries. "Are you serious about looking after me?" Renoli's voice held a playful edge as she met Steve's uneasy gaze. Steve shifted in his chair. Among those gathered, only he and Tony were single, the rest were married. If Peggy ever learned he was entertaining such a proposal, he'd never live it down. Clearing his throat, he managed, "Let's not drag Paige into this." Tony grinned. "Paige? Come on, Steve. We all know she's been manipulating men's natures since she was a kid, using her sharp mind to claw her way from the bottom to the very top." Renali leaned forward, her eyes sparkling. "Exactly. And Steve, if you think you can handle me and then stumble, you might as well step aside now." Steve opened his mouth, then closed it again. He glanced at Tony, who shrugged and sipped his drink. Tony broke the silence. "Wealth isn't the only measure of success," he said. "And it certainly isn't a license to run roughshod over people. But let's face it, in a world where so few call the shots and billions remain anonymous, having serious money is the clearest sign you've made it to the top." Renoli nodded thoughtfully. "By ordinary standards, a fat bank balance demands respect. Out here, that's the currency of power." Steve exhaled, meeting Renoli's steady gaze. "All right," he said at last. "I'll do my best, but if I stumble, don't worry, have it." Renoli interrupted with a confident smile. "I'll keep you on your toes. Even if I wanted to leave Paige, I couldn't." The words hung in the air, and Steve immediately grasped how absurdly difficult it would be to woo the elusive Madame Butterfly and earn her love. Still, a man couldn't simply admit defeat. He cleared his throat and offered a half smile. "All right, but I'd like to see if you really have what it takes." From her throne-like chair, Lacey leaned back and appraised the three men before her with amused interest. None of them were unattractive. Kyle might not fit the classical hero mold, but he certainly wasn't ugly. What set Kyle apart, though, was his strength. Most women cling to a man they feel they can depend on, and while Lacey had long since learned to take care of herself, and had no shortage of power on her own, she wouldn't deny that she sometimes dreamed of a partner with equal strength and a sense of responsibility, rather than a carefree playboy. She swept a quick glance over Damien and Steve. "I'm not judging," she said lightly. "Honestly, I'm just here for the show." "I know in my heart I'm not the one," Damien admitted, meeting Kyle's teasing grin. Kyle leaned back in his chair, unfazed. "On Void Island, you've had more dates than I can count, and more nights spent in beautiful company, but we both know it's never been more than desire. You pay, she gives, and even exchange." He shrugged. "Honestly, I'd rather sit back and let the beautiful ones chase me." Renali, known among them as the Prophet, smiled knowingly. "You're not just pretending, Damien. With that face, your impeccable wardrobe, and your powers, you've had women after you since you were 14 or 15. They've influenced every major decision you've made." Damien chuckled. "So every now and then, when I have a free weekend, I indulge. A little fun doesn't hurt." The prophet nodded. But you've never found your soulmate, and you know you'll recognize her when she appears. Stephen, who'd been quietly observing, finally spoke up. Maybe you don't need to chase her either. Let fate do its work, just like you let the others come to you. Damien leaned forward, considering the advice. Around him, the harbor lights of Void Island shimmered on the water. In that instant, he realized that no matter how many fleeting pleasures he enjoyed, he still hadn't found the one person who could change everything. None of us here has been with countless beauties, but that doesn't mean we can't pursue the few truly exceptional ones. I prefer women whose elegance is matched by depth of soul. Banner leaned back confidently. Take Mata, me Butterfly, for example. She's everything I look for, but as Renly pointed out, she's in a league of her own. I doubt any of us could win her over. With Lacey sitting nearby, one of his closest friends, Banner felt no need to hold back. Yet the moment he finished speaking, he caught Stephen's steady gaze. "Stephen, what are you staring at?" Banner asked. "If you've got something to say, just say it." A flicker of irritation crossed Banner's face. His comment had sailed right past the other men, but Stephen felt targeted. He claimed he liked betting beauties as much as the next guy, yet in truth he'd hardly seen one. Admitting that now would make him a laughingstock. So Stephen forced a casual shrug. "Is this just your imagination, Banner?" he replied with a half-smile, though inside his thoughts were racing. Damien had always assumed there were countless beauties across the universe capable of satisfying every longing. He simply hadn't experienced them yet. Now, after dealing with the whole Thanos mess, he felt an itch to get out there and explore. Everyone else seemed like seasoned veterans when it came to romance. He was still a rookie. How could he even compare? All the same, he couldn't shake the odd feeling that someone was watching him. Bruce Banner, for his part, had no idea he'd inadvertently offended Dr. Strange. Banner was gearing up for a friendly debate, unaware that his casual tone had struck a nerve. Lacey, who had a decent handle on male psychology, though not as sharp as Sarah, noticed Stephen's stiff reaction and raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected anyone in their group to be so green when it came to matters of the heart. To ease the tension, she intervened before things got awkward. "All right, let's drop this topic for now," she said briskly. Stephen held up his hands in mock surrender, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Relax, it was only a joke. Let's stick to what brought us here, and let's make sure Madame Butterfly never finds out about this little detour." He winked at Banner, his tone half amused, half serious. If Banner pressed him for details, Stephen planned to protest indignantly, insisting he knew exactly what he was doing, all in good fun, of course. Deceiving a handful of people is one thing, fooling everyone in the room is another entirely. Jarvis guided the battleship in silence, closing in on Thanos' coordinates. He remained quiet, listening intently to the bridge chatter. His real objective was to unmask the so-called cleaner veteran, a task made surprisingly easy by the intelligence they'd intercepted. Yet even with their quarry within reach, Jarvis refused to act rashly. He wouldn't unleash the ship's weapons until he was absolutely certain of his target, and that target, he suspected, was Dr. Stephen Strange. After their briefing, Bruce Banner and Kyle made their way to their quarters to rest. Having just eaten and drunk, both were still too drained to tap into their full strength, and only sleep could fully restore their energy. The same held true for the seer Stephen, Tony Stark, Renoli, and Lacey. They, too, set about replenishing the void energy in their bodies after the meal. NGC 763 lay 1.7 million light-years away, a distance that sounded astronomical, yet at their current speed would take less than 8 hours to traverse. None of them knew whether Thanos had already left the system. Even if he had departed, he could easily remain nearby. With no immediate threat detected, everyone turned their attention to personal preparations. A moment later, Jarvis's calm voice broke the silence over the comms. "We will reach NGC 763 in 1 minute." Kyle and Bruce awoke with a start, stretching as they left their rest chambers. Lacey snapped her laptop shut, abandoning her online shopping spree. "Okay, team," she said with a grin. "Once we lock onto Thanos, I'll call in Thor." Tony Stark stepped into the rest area and surveyed the assembled heroes. Since the precognitive seer hadn't taken the lead, No formal assault plan had been drawn up for confronting Thanos, nor was one strictly necessary. They all knew precisely what the Mad Titan could do, and they trusted their individual skills to carry the day. Damien leaned back in his chair, eyes fixed on the data scrolling across the console. In the physical school, there are no flashy powers, just raw strength and impenetrable defense. If you're strong enough, you can wound or even kill an opponent. If you're not, you can't even crack their armor. Steven, standing beside him, gave a curt nod. Around them, the stars slid past as their cruiser closed in on NGC 763. With no known intelligent life in this system, and no civilian shipping lanes to complicate matters, Jarvis had elected to plunge directly toward the planet's surface. Biological scan online, Jarvis announced. Waveforms rippled through space as the ship's sensors probed every nook and cranny of the world below. Scanning, came the mechanical cadence then, after barely a heartbeat, Jarvis reported, "Target acquired, a powerful humanoid entity. Altitude discrepancy, 20,000 meters. Distance, 3,271 kilometers to the southwest." Damien's gaze snapped to the view screen. A three-dimensional map of the planet appeared, its swirling clouds giving way to mountain ranges and scattered highland plateaus. A red marker pulsed precisely 3,271 kilometers from their current orbit. "Bring up a closer view," Damien ordered. Steven tapped a sequence on the control pad. The map zoomed in, focusing on a jagged ridge where the marker sat. The terrain was rugged, steep cliffs, narrow passes, and a vast plateau perched high above the valleys. "Looks like a high-altitude basin," Jarvis analyzed. "If our visitor remains there, approach will be difficult, but not impossible." Damien steepled his fingers. "Prepare the scout shuttle. I want recon footage as soon as we're within range. And Steven, arm our defenses, just in case this humanoid isn't too happy to see us." "Understood," Steven replied. He moved to the launch controls, muscles tensing with anticipation. Damien turned his attention back to the planet. NGC 763 had promised secrets, and already it was delivering one. Whatever lay in those mountains, he was determined to meet it head-on. Damien stood in the cockpit, eyes fixed on the hollow screen as Jarvis's measured voice filled the silence. "Life sign readings are off the charts," Jarvis reported. "Unknown metal alloy detected in both armor and weaponry, structural integrity and power output beyond any database match. A small stealth-class warship is maintaining a covert orbit nearby." Taken together, the AI concluded, there is a 99% probability that the being on the surface is Thanos. Damien's jaw clenched. The planet showed only that single life sign. Unless Thanos had vacated and something even more powerful had moved in, and Jarvis's confidence level left little room for doubt, this was their target. "Set a course," Damien ordered. Tony Stark glanced up from his console, a wry smile tugging at his lips. 99%, huh? Means he's still here, no exit strategy." He punched a few commands. 3,000 kilometers out. We'll be overhead in 189 seconds, plus or minus 3. "As you wish," Jarvis replied, and the engines roared to life. The Quinjet shuddered, then surged forward. In uncharted space, there were no speed limits, only survival and consequences. Steve Rogers, leaning against the aft bulkhead, spoke up quietly. "So, this is it. We're really going to see him." Damien nodded grimly. "Let's make sure we're ready." Exactly 189 seconds later, the planet's surface filled the cockpit viewport, its swirling storms and jagged mountains illuminated by the Quinjet's approach. Below, the faint glint of armor caught the sun, the unmistakable sign that Thanos was waiting. Damien held out his left arm. At his silent command, the vibranium shield lifted from its rack and snapped firmly into place on his forearm. Against the dimensional god Ming, though, even vibranium seemed futile. Ming bent space itself, teleporting in the blink of an eye to strike from impossible angles. Damien knew there was no winning by meeting him head-on. All he could do was rely on speed and reflex, weaving out of each assault. Fighting Thanos, however, was an entirely different proposition. The Mad Titan was a pure physical powerhouse, brutal, relentless, but followable. In those rare, pivotal moments when Thanos slammed into him, Damien's shield could absorb the full force, buying him precious seconds to counterattack. 10 years ago, Damien muttered under his breath, I first heard the legends of Thanos' iron will. Over the comm, Tony Stark's voice crackled with anticipation. Stark tapped his chest plate, and in an instant, red and gold nanobots swarmed and formed his armor, sealing him in Iron Man's iconic suit. His eyes gleamed behind the helmet's visor. "Finally," Tony said, voice steady and eager, "we get to see what all the stories were about." Damien met his gaze. Since Cassidon's warning, they'd known this moment would come. Blue Star's destiny to face a cosmic destroyer. Cassidon hadn't exaggerated. Thanos had already plotted attacks on their world. Now the fight was upon them. Damien inhaled, braced the shield, and prepared to sprint toward the oncoming storm. This battle would decide the fate of everything they held dear. Damien's heart skipped a beat. If it weren't for the elite warriors stationed on Blue Star, Thanos would never have dared show his face here. He would have had to wait patiently for an opening, striking from the shadows instead of storming the stronghold in person. Blue Star's defenses had already left Thanos vulnerable, ready to be destroyed without warning, but fate intervened. By tapping into the power of the void, Thanos not only survived but grew stronger, staking his claim across the cosmos. Had he remained a mere mortal confined to Blue Star, Damien knew he'd be too terrified to face a foe like Thanos. Nightmares would plague him, each one filled with the Mad Titan's merciless reputation. Throughout the universe, Thanos is whispered of as the ultimate destroyer, the one who laid waste to half of all life in countless civilizations. Even now, a shell of his former self, few dare to speak his name or reveal his whereabouts. Such is the terror he commands. I've seen his likeness in the holovaults, but I never imagined meeting him in person, Lacey said softly. She stood before Damien in a red and white battle skirt that swirled around her ankles, her posture as unyielding as forged steel. Her golden hair, once cascading to her waist, was swept into a high knot, highlighting the strength in her neck and shoulders. In that moment, Damien realized how fateful this encounter would be, for both herself and the fate of worlds. Chapter 7. Skirts of War. Damien watched Lacey circle the makeshift armory, her eyes alight with excitement. Gone were the days when she relied solely on battle tights for protection. Now she rattled off names of every combat skirt in inventory. Short skirts, long skirts, flowing dresses, all retooled with reinforced plating, energy channels, and discreet holsters for her blades. "I can't believe how comfortable these are," Lacey said, slipping into a slate-gray war skirt with flexible ceramite panels. "They look good, protect me from most impacts, and best of all, I don't have to worry about any embarrassing wardrobe malfunctions in the middle of a fight." Damien raised an eyebrow. "You're more concerned about fashion than firepower?" Lacey laughed, spinning once so the skirt flared. "Hey, battlefield aesthetics matter. Call it morale. Just don't miss your target because you got caught up admiring yourself," Damien teased. At that moment, Kyle strode in, shoulders broad under a battered tactical vest. He grinned at Damien. "Discussing Lacey's wardrobe again? You know, tracking down our quarry is the easy part. I've hot on heels of cosmic fugitives half my life." Damien exchanged a glance with Lacey. "Is it really that simple?" Kyle shrugged, dropping into a nearby chair. "When a prophet assigns you a target, you get a future vision briefing. Exact coordinates, reinforcement schedules, even combat tips. It's practically a guided missile." Lacey frowned. "But this time it's Thanos. Tony and the others are leading the hunt, right? They've never dealt with the prophet's protocols before." "Exactly," Kyle said, folding his arms. "Tony's squad has guts, no doubt about it, but they've been scrambling to understand the cosmic rulebook, so I'll run them through the basics: prophecy mechanics, dimensional rift etiquette, how to avoid getting decimated by a stray reality pulse." He leaned back, eyes gleaming. "Plus, I'm all for this lying down trip. No need for stealth. We get a direct confrontation with the dimensional god. It'll be my best open field fight in ages." Damien nodded, feeling the familiar thrill of impending battle. "Then let's get to work. Lacey, suit up in whichever skirt makes you feel unstoppable. Kyle, I'll join you in the briefing. We've got one shot at Thanos. No fashion faux pas allowed." As they prepared to leave, Lacey gave Damien a playful wink. "Don't worry. With this armor skirt, the only thing I'll lose is my pride. If I miss, that is." Damien laughed. "Let's make sure that doesn't happen." Damien felt a jolt of urgency wash over him as Jarvis's latest data scrolled across the display. The more power he tapped into, the harder it became to gauge his true limits without courting disaster. and right now, disaster seemed alarmingly close. All he could do was trust Tony and the others to work quickly and keep collateral damage to a minimum. Jarvis's sensors are at peak performance, Damien said, eyes fixed on the floating readouts. We can't afford any mistakes. Renoli glanced at the countdown timer. At full scan speed, it'll take no more than 180 seconds to cover the entire 3,000-kilometer radius. There's no need to rush. Jarvis's calm voice cut through the tension. Target profile acquired. Identity confirmed. Thanos. Stand by and be ready, Damien ordered, nodding to his team. Good luck. In the next instant, the ship's hollow projector solidified the image. A towering figure in purple and gold armor, his skin the deep violet of bruised plums, sat perched on a rocky precipice. In one massive hand, he cradled a colossal warblade, his unblinking gaze sweeping over the rugged landscape below. Not much aura was emitted, yet from the very sight of Thanos' silhouette and attire, one could sense the danger he posed. He also felt the unmistakable approach of a spacecraft. "So he's finally here," Thanos murmured. Rising to his feet, he offered a wry smile as he stared into the void. He knew this would be his last battle, that he would die on this very field. Years ago, he had risen through the ranks of the Void God cult to become a cosmic-level powerhouse, capable of laying waste to entire civilizations. In the time since, those who honed their skills in the void had grown ever more terrifying. Some were whispered to occupy positions among the universe's absolute elite. Now 6 of the cult's 8 top champions had been sent to deal with him. Even in death, his end would be without question. A moment later, the battleship's hatch groaned open. 4 figures stepped onto the barren ground. First came a man in gleaming gold and red armor, Damien, whose steady, earnest gaze spoke of unshakable resolve. Behind him walked a young mage robed in deep blue, his features unnervingly youthful. Last came a hulking brute whose mere presence exuded raw, formidable strength. All 4 made their way forward, and Thanos' smile widened. The final encounter had begun. Damien hurtled from the sky and crashed to Earth 100 meters from Thanos, the impact echoing like thunder. Unflinching, he rose to his feet and took a step forward, closing the distance without a trace of hesitation. Thanos allowed himself a small, approving smile. In all his conquests, apart from battles with peers of equal might, he could scarcely recall anyone so plainly outmatched, yet bold enough to challenge him so directly. From the shadows behind Damien, 4 warriors emerged. Lacey, Renoli, Predictor, and Kyle, the feared killing gods of the Void cult. Rumor had it they'd slain some of the universe's greatest titans together, but they made no move to intervene. Their steady composure spoke volumes, and Thanos couldn't suppress a low, appreciative chuckle. Now, before the Mad Titans stood an alliance brimming with confidence. Thanos turned his gaze to Tony Stark and the others, and they returned his stare without wavering. Tony studied Thanos' purple-hued skin and the deep furrows marking his face, an unnerving and a grotesque visage, but didn't allow himself to be swayed by appearances. He watched Thanos' every micro-expression, searching for the slightest hint of intention. Damien watched Thanos closely and saw no trace of fear on the Titan's face. Instead, something like admiration and perhaps genuine curiosity flickered in his eyes. He certainly didn't look insane. Bruce Banner, by contrast, felt the raw, pulsating life energy radiating off Thanos and knew in an instant just how devastatingly powerful the Mad Titan truly was. Steve Rogers leveled his shield and spoke with unshakable resolve. "We're here to kill you." No one bothered to ask why Thanos had attacked Blue Star. They already understood his purpose. He sought the 6 Infinity Stones to bring about his grand, if perverse, ideal. To someone like Thanos, concepts of good and evil were meaningless. Only the attainment of his vision mattered. And as the planet's defenders, they were natural adversaries with no hope of compromise. Thanos' gaze drifted to Steve's well-honed physique. Clearly, this man was no lightweight, but brute strength interested him less than the question burning in his mind. Tilting his head, he let the charged silence hang for a heartbeat before he spoke the words he most longed to hear answered. "You came here to kill me." Chapter 7. The Question of Kassadin. Stars glinted through the cracks of the obsidian arena, casting fragmented light over Thanos as he stood at its center. Across the universe, assassins thirsted for his blood, an endless tide of would-be executioners, as countless as crucian carp fighting an upstream current. Yet to him, they were nothing more than gnats against a hurricane. "The Void God cult does not tolerate weakness," he intoned, voice echoing like a dying star. Today's battle would be savage. Still, one question burned hotter in his mind than any blade. Had Kassadin himself dispatched these hunters to end him, or had they come of their own volition? Across the sands, Tony Stark and his companions formed a ragged line, each figure poised with fatal intent. In their armor and eyes blazed the memory of a fallen homeworld, Blue Star, and the promise of revenge. Thanos narrowed his gaze. He had spun endless theories in his head. If Kassadin had sent them, then the Void Lord deemed him a serious threat. If not, then these warriors acted on personal vendetta alone. He needed the truth. He stepped forward. "Answer me. Did Kassadin order this mission?" Stark's posture didn't waver. His voice rang out clear and cold. "Nobody told us to hunt you down. We've been sworn enemies ever since you invaded Blue Star. We built our strength and marched here on our own. That's all there is to it." A faint smile curved Thanos' lips. He had suspected as much, yet hearing it confirmed the subtle shift in his fate. Kassadin had not marked him for elimination. This was purely Stark's crusade. He sheathed his curiosity like a weapon, ready now to unleash the only truth that mattered. Stark continued, voice sharpened by years of loss. "You're no Gao Tianzun, and you're not the pinnacle of the universe. You're just another tyrant about to fall." Thanos' smile widened. No matter Kassadin's judgment, the reckoning had come. Let the battle begin. Damien's eyes narrowed as he faced Thanos. "You're not worthy of the honor of having Lord Kassadin himself send us to kill you, or even to be warned about you." He paused, recalling Kassadin's exact words. There were only two mortals in the universe he ever personally mentioned. Gao Tianzun, the undisputed pinnacle of power, a being who would survive the universe's end, and Thanos. The former's strength was so overwhelming that even cosmic annihilation wouldn't touch him. The latter was cunning, far-seeing, driven by grand designs. If Thanos were an ally, Damien might have admired him, for his audacity, his unwavering ideals, and his bold deeds. As it was, he was the enemy, and that made all his talents bitter to swallow. Powerhouses like Gao Tianzun or God King Odin didn't stoop to political intrigue. They simply were. A cold smile curved Damien's lips. "Had you not blocked my plan, even a universe-peak powerhouse would have been nothing to me." Thanos didn't flinch, his gauntleted hand clenched, the Infinity Stones glowing faintly beneath his armor. "You're naive, Damien," he rumbled. "You have no idea how cruel the strong can be, nor the arrogance, ruthlessness, and sheer stupidity that comes with sitting atop the food chain." Damien finished for him. He shook his head. "Believe me, I know it all too well. But let's be honest. Without the Infinity Stones, I could never reach the true pinnacle of power in this universe." A hush fell between them as the two titans sized each other up, the fate of worlds hanging in the balance. Damien stood shoulder to shoulder with the other disciples of the Void cult, his eyes fixed on the towering figure before them. The air crackled with cosmic energy as Thanos raised his chin, his voice rolling across the barren plain like distant thunder. "I am still the pinnacle of the universe," he declared, stepping forward. "Come on, ants, blessed by the Void cult for barely a few years, show me what you're capable of." At his words, Thanos threw his head back and laughed. It was a deep, roaring sound that shook the ground beneath their feet, kicking up sand and pebbles in a trembling halo around him. Damien felt the hair on his arms stiffen, but he refused to look away. For eons, Thanos had governed countless star systems. To him, these fledgling devotees were nothing more than children playing at power, utterly ignorant of what true strength demanded. The strongest beings, he believed, were entitled to their pride. The mightiest among them could, even should, remain unconcerned with the struggles of lesser mortals. Interfering in the affairs of the weak, he thought, risked upsetting the grand cosmic balance. In truth, it was simply arrogance. Damien's jaw tightened. He watched Thanos' aura swell, felt the raw arrogance emanating from every one of his movements. The Mad Titan stood aloof on the galactic stage, a spectator to suffering worlds while preaching the sanctity of non-interference. "Life and death mean nothing to me," he seemed to say with airy, disdainful glance. But Damien would not be silenced. Clenching his fists, he squared his shoulders and prepared to prove that compassion and courage could stand against even the greatest tyranny of all. Damien's ambition was simple, yet the universe refused to understand him. He would gather all 6 infinity stones and use their combined power to breathe new, lasting vitality into every corner of creation. But before any of that could happen, Thanos had already begun his savage onslaught. By the time the Mad Titan went berserk, Dr. Stephen Strange had activated the Asgardian teleportation array. At that very moment, Thor was in the Great Temple, penning and sealing official proclamations. Then a booming, otherworldly laughter shook the marble pillars. Without hesitation, Thor set down his quill and ink, gripped Mjolnir, and swept through the gateway in a flash, appearing at Strange's side in an instant. Strange gave him a wry look. You could say that many of the universe's top experts are lazy. Thor's brow furrowed. Or you might say the greatest powerhouses in the cosmos are arrogant. He turned his storm-gray eyes on Strange, voice low but thunderous. My father is not arrogant. Damien stepped forward, his cloak billowing in the cold wind. Before he abdicated the throne, he had devoted his life to protecting every living creature across the 9 realms. Your reckless meddling, he said, voice calm but firm, flies in the face of the universe's natural order. It undermines the very foundations of civilization and wipes away countless opportunities for organic growth. He locked eyes with Thanos, whose dark aura pulsed with raw power. You've never ruled a people or defended a realm from a throne. All you know is bending reality to suit your twisted ideals. Those ideals you champion are nothing but disaster for the innocents you crush beneath your ambition. Thanos' lips curled in disdain, but Damien held his ground. Don't pretend to be noble, he continued. At least the gods who claim indifference, however helpless they may be, aren't the ones wiping out entire worlds. A hush fell as Damien studied the Mad Titan's increasingly volatile presence. Unafraid, he added, if you've never borne the weight of a crown, you can't begin to fathom a king's burden. Since I ascended as Lord of the 9 Realms, I've learned that true leadership means knowing when you simply cannot reshape the universe to suit your whims. Many decisions start with the best of intentions and promising ideas, but without fully weighing their gains and losses, they can backfire into disaster. Thor learned this the hard way. He genuinely wanted to be a benevolent king, yet he lacked the subtle judgment required to rule wisely. Had Loki not guided him, his reign would have collapsed from its own naivete. Word then reached Thor of other gods scattered across the galaxy, deities who spent their days lounging in gilded palaces, unconcerned with justice or mercy. Their indolence was appalling, but in Thor's eyes, even they were infinitely better than Thanos. When the Thunder God finally confronted the Mad Titan, he spoke with unyielding resolve. Your father may have accomplished noble deeds among the gods, Thor said, but do you truly believe one lifetime of virtue erases the countless sins of divine neglect? Thanos' gaze remained cold. I refuse to follow that hollow path, he declared. At that moment, 7 of the 8 mightiest champions of the Void God cult emerged from the shadows. These gods had carved their strength through sheer determination, never leaning on lineage or legacy. Their leader stepped forward, voice ringing clear. Even if I fall today, you will see what it means to rely on nothing but your own power. Thor raised Mjolnir, lightning dancing across its surface. Thanos opened his mouth to reply, but the thunderbolts in Thor's eyes told him there was nothing left to say. In that charged silence, the fate of gods and mortals alike hung in the balance. Thanos fell silent. With his right hand, he wrenched a war blade loose from the earth. At the same time, the void within his left fist began to warp, coalescing into a visible miniature black hole between his gauntleted hands. In one brutal motion, Thanos thrust forward, launching the void-incarnate sphere at the defenders 100 meters away. Every scrap of light, matter, even darkness itself, was consumed in its path. Standing his ground, Damien Banner showed no sign of fear. His form ballooned upward as the energy of the void surged through him, lifting debris around his feet in a whirling vortex. Then, with the steady confidence of a god, he raised his colossal hand and clamped down on the oncoming singularity. The instant Banner's palm closed around it, the tiny black hole convulsed, space itself fracturing. The mountain trembled, boulders and dust rained down. Thanos' creation writhed and twisted, desperate to collapse inward, not to reclaim itself and drag Banner into oblivion. But Banner's grip only tightened. With a final, echoing crack, the black hole collapsed under his crushing strength, and all that remained was a fading echo of power in his hand. If you've got any tricks left, now's the time to use them. Miss your shot today, and there won't be a second chance. This time next year will mark your death anniversary. A violet aura flared around Damien, like a demon wreathed in purple flame. His eyes blazed with murderous intent. Across from him, Thanos' miniature black hole pulsed, an eruption of raw, crushing power. Such energy could wipe out countless lives and shatter solid matter. A planetary-level warrior would fall at a single touch. Even a universe-class titan might survive only to suffer catastrophic injury. But Damien had ascended to the top ranks of cosmic fighters by refining his own flesh and blood, and he did not flinch. Thanos' lips curled with dark satisfaction when he saw one of his signature moves smashed aside and destroyed. He knew, in that instant, that today might very well be the day he died, but he gave no sign of weakness. Damien, the Hulk, one of the Void Cult's 3 giants, truly lives up to his fearsome reputation. Without another word, Thanos shifted his stance, swinging his double-edged warblade in a vicious arc toward Damien's unguarded left side. The blade whistled in the air, then rang sharply, clang, as a gleaming shield materialized to meet the blow. Damien planted his feet on the cracked earth just as Thanos' fist landed. The force of the blow sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, fissures spreading outward like jagged scars. Thanos leaned forward, amusement curling his lip. "Bring them on," he sneered. "You think you can stop me? You're little more than an ant." At his words, Damien's eyes flared violet. He ground his heel into the shattered stone, and beneath him, the broken earth stirred. 2 massive serpentine columns of rock and soil slithered upward, coiling around each other until they merged into a titanic dragon of rock. Its head reared into the sky, jaws opening in a silent roar. Thanos paused, his smirk faltering. Damien clambered onto the dragon's snout, the creature's rocky hide shifting beneath his feet. From his outstretched hand, purple energy crackled, illuminating the dragon like molten lava. Damien's gaze never wavered from the mad titan, whose silhouette retreated for the first time. A memory flickered through Damien's mind. The day he dueled the dimensional god Akira and unleashed enough power to tear 5 worlds asunder. He had won that day, but at great cost. Now, faced with Thanos' advance, he felt that familiar surge of cosmic force. Precise, unstoppable. "Run if you must," Damien called, voice carrying over the dragon's rumbling breaths. "But I won't let you bully your way across the universe." The dragon reared once more, wings of stone unfurling, and with a mighty roar, it launched into the sky. Damien perched at its helm, ready to chase down Thanos or defend the cosmos, whichever came first. Although Steve's strike was impressive, it paled in comparison to the powers at play. Dimensi, Onal God, Akira's defenses were far more elaborate than Thanos' raw strength. As long as Akira maintained even one of his spatial barriers, no assault could harm him, and with instantaneous teleportation, there was no way to pin him down. Steve simply couldn't make an impact. Thanos, however, was another story. He had no impenetrable force fields. If you could bind him, the rest of the team could finish him off. In fact, Steve's shield played a crucial role. When Thanos hurled his mightiest blow, the vibranium absorbed and dispersed most of the force, sparing Steve from grievous injury. That single exchange proved that Captain America was more than capable of facing the Mad Titan in open combat. Even Thanos seemed surprised by Banner's resilience. Bruce had taken one of Thanos' full-strength punches head-on and barely flinched. That alone marked the Hulk as one of the universe's most formidable warriors, on par with any cosmic powerhouse. Even though Damien's power lagged slightly behind Thanos's, the gap wasn't vast. That devastating blow he'd just struck proved he was at least a cosmic-level powerhouse. When had a cosmic-level combatant ever dared to speak so boldly to the supreme force of the universe? Thanos' retort froze on his lips the instant Damien's heightened senses warned him of danger from every direction. Bristling with caution, Thanos unleashed a surge of energy. A jagged bolt of lightning tore down from the sky, igniting the air around Damien in searing flame. Thanos braced himself against the thunderous roar, then swung his sword in a wide arc, slicing through the inferno and carving a tunnel toward freedom. Just as he lunged forward, an even fiercer storm erupted, wind and lightning whipping up from earth and sky, stoking the dying embers into a towering sea of fire once more. Heat and electricity crackled all around him, driving home in an instant the sheer terror behind the Void Cult's power. Thanos knew then, if he remained trapped in that hellish blaze, not even he could escape unscathed. Damien burst out of the flames into an even more desperate situation. Before him stood a horde of cult mages in violet robes, encircling him like a noose. Dozens, even hundreds of glowing purple ropes shot forward, each one intent on binding him instantly. In a one-on-one fight, he wouldn't have worried. But these Void God cult fanatics had no honor. If they trapped him for even a single heartbeat, he'd face an unspeakable fate. Gripping his war blade, Damien charged through the onslaught. He swung the massive sword in wide, arcing sweeps, carving a cyclone of razor-sharp energy through the air. One by one, the enchanted ropes snapped apart and fell inert at his feet. A crack of golden lightning split the sky, and Damien instinctively halted his advance. He barely had time to raise his blade when a thunderous hammer strike shattered the air. Thor, hammer Mjolnir aloft, smote the edge of Damien's sword with a deafening clang. Sparks and rolling thunder cascaded outward, drowning the battlefield in raw, divine power. Damien watched Thanos with cool detachment. This wasn't the hesitant young man who'd faced Hela years ago. This was Thor reborn. Back then, when Thor dared to challenge Hela at full strength, he'd been pushed to his limits, but time and battle had only sharpened his power. In the years since, he'd grown immeasurably stronger. If he were still Master Cassadin, he might even unleash the fabled void-swallowing thunder. Even without that ultimate move, however, his new hammer brimmed with raw, unstoppable force. He swung the hammer in a wide arc. A thunderclap cracked, shrieking through the air. Thanos steeled himself, but he'd lost purchase on the ground. Thor's strike vaporized the earth beneath him. With a roar, Thanos crashed back first into the dirt. Before he could recover, a golden bolt of lightning, hundreds of meters thick, streaked from the heavens and collided with him in a blinding explosion. Thanos screamed as searing pain lanced through every nerve. He crumpled amid splintered rock and convulsed at earth, locked under the relentless storm. Damien stood amid the swirling pillars of thunder, aura blazing with divine fury. Rain hissed on molten stone, thunder rolled across the sky, and in that moment, Thor embodied the very might of the gods. Thanos struggled to lift his head, eyes burning with both rage and awe. "The so-called bloodline of a god king," he gasped, voice hoarse, "truly is extraordinary." Thanos' massive frame trembled, a thin stream of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he glared up at Damien. "I should have found a way to kill you long ago," he growled, madness flickering in his eyes. Damien held his ground, chest heaving, every muscle straining from the brutal clash. Around them lay the shattered remnants of a battlefield that whispered of unimaginable power. In this world, strength alone decided who lived and who died, and it was a world born utterly unfair. Some warriors began their lives at heights no one else could reach in a lifetime. Others would never surpass the lofty limits that defining few had already attained. As a Titan by blood, Thanos had always possessed prodigious might, yet even he paled beside the universe's true apex predators. Take Thor, for instance. The god king Odin's heir at barely 1,500 years old, he still counted as youthful among his divine kin. To ordinary mortals, 15 centuries seemed eternal, but in godly terms, the Stormbreaker's age was merely the dawn of his prime. Despite that, Thor's power had already soared to staggering levels, eclipsing any mortal's wildest dreams. What alarmed Thanos most was how Thor changed as he grew stronger. Once a champion eager to shield every corner of the cosmos, the young god's sense of duty had begun to wane as he approached the universe's summit. Thanos had foreseen this too. An arrogance born of unchecked might could dull even the noblest heart. Now, as Damien faced the battered Titan, he understood better than anyone how easily power could twist a soul. He lifted his weapon, dripping with the same crimson he'd inflicted on Thanos. "You still underestimate me," Damien said quietly. "But it's over." Thanos snarled again, struggling to rise. Blood slicked his chin, his breath ragged. He had built his legend on inevitability. No foe had ever pushed him so far. Yet here he lay defeated, in no small part because he had failed to account for Damien's resolve. A final shuddering breath escaped the Titan's lips. Then his eyes glazed over, and his gargantuan form slumped to the broken earth. The war-torn silence that followed was as immense as Thanos' rage had once been. Damien stood alone amid the ruin, the survivor of a battle that tested every boundary of power. The world remained unfair. Its strongest still ruled supreme, but for now, balance had been restored, and Damien would see to it that the memory of this victory endured far longer than the titans of legend. Throughout the cosmos, countless self-styled gods once granted young souls the fire of ambition. Yet as these deities aged and amassed power, they invariably succumbed to the same fate: petty, brutal tyrants devoid of any true ideal. Why, Thanos wondered, did the universe's greatest gifts never fall to him, but instead to these arrogant fools? That question kept his pride and his resolve in perfect balance. Want to kill me? Thor's voice boomed as he stood at the rim of a massive pit, Mjolnir gripped firmly in one hand. 300 meters below, Thanos lay battered but unbroken. The god's gaze was icy as he added, "Then go ahead and try." Thor's words made it clear. However fierce the Mad Titan was, he faced an opponent of fearsome power. Even at his peak, Thor could not rival his sister Hela, the relentless goddess of death. Daughter of Odin himself, Hela had inherited prodigious might and a blessing so profound that other gods scarcely dared imagine it. Roaring in defiance, Thanos launched himself skyward, vaulting out of the pit onto solid ground. He paused at its edge, eyes sweeping over the 300-meter drop and the 200-meter span of shattered rock. In that moment, he acknowledged a sobering truth. Thor's strength had become something beyond mortal comprehension, terrifying, unstoppable, inhuman. Damien was barely more than a young god, only 1,500 years old, yet already the Asgardian royal blood pulsed with the promise of ever-growing power. And now, he carried an even darker boon, the Void's blessing bestowed by Kassadin, god of the Void. With this corruptive gift coursing through his veins, who could say how mighty Damien would one day become? Some whispered he might rival the ancient cosmic deities themselves, even brush against the outermost fringes of the multiverse. Around him, the other immortals who had once besieged him felt similarly twisted by Void's influence. Each of them harbored the potential to accomplish marvels that ordinary beings could scarcely imagine. Yet, in this moment, Damien's triumph served less as an end than as a stepping stone, a launchpad not only for himself but for Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, the newly ascended Supreme Sorcerer, and the shield-wielding hero. All of them would use this turning point to propel themselves to heights beyond reckoning. And standing apart from them, Thanos found himself shaken to his core, not by fear of Damien's rise, but by the bitter realization that he, the Mad Titan, feared by worlds across the cosmos, had unwittingly become another rung on the ladder of these younger champions. Rage and unwillingness coursed through him, mind and body trembling at the thought that his centuries of conquest might ultimately serve only to elevate others above him. Thanos' face twisted in disbelief. How had he fallen into this trap? A sudden chill bit at his skin as ice crystals blossomed in the air. Before he could brace himself, a crushing blow slammed into his waist, and at the same moment, a vicious kick snapped against his wrist. The war blade flew from his grasp, and the force of the impact drove needles of pain deep into his organs, hurling him backward. As he reeled, the frigid air crept into his body, threatening to freeze him from the inside out. Drawing on every ounce of his vast energy reserves, Thanos fought to repel the Frost's invasion. His strength was legendary, but he knew that if he let the ice take hold, he wouldn't die outright. He'd simply slow until he stood frozen stiff, helpless against whatever killing strike came next. Then a cold, detached voice rang out over the wind-whipped battlefield. "Anger wins you nothing in a fight. Lose your head, and you'll only find regret." "I shouldn't have to teach you that," came the quiet reply. Through the swirling blizzard, Tony Stark's armor gleamed into being, no longer gleaming red and gold, but a dazzling ice blue, every plate etched with frosty filigree. He stood unmoved at the heart of the storm. Frost-laden clouds churned against flashes of lightning overhead. Thanos gritted his teeth as searing pain tore through his torso, Tony Stark's gauntlet hadn't simply dented his armor, it had punched through him, striking at his very organs just like Thor's hammer could. Before he could demand answers, he sensed movement behind him. He spun and swung a colossal fist, but it tore through empty air. The Hulk, banner unleashed, sidestepped, then drove his fist into Thanos' abdomen with astonishing force. The impact punched through armor and bone, the shockwave scattering the dark storm clouds Thor had summoned, as if they were nothing more than mist. Thanos staggered, blood flooding his mouth as his chest armor buckled inward. The Hulk loomed over him, eyes blazing. "Watching the wrong place?" he snarled. "Thought you'd like some company." Seizing Thanos' arm, Banner slammed an iron-shod knee into the Titan's ribs. Thanos bellowed as he was blasted skyward, trailing a fountain of blood that glowed red in the strobing lightning. 2 brutal strikes, enough to leave even the Mad Titan reeling. From the shattered ground below, a sardonic voice cut through the storm's roar. "Look, I told you, don't let your guard down in the middle of a fight." Tony Stark watched as Damien smashed through Thanos' defenses in a single devastating blow, pummeling the Mad Titan until he vomited blood. Even when Damien's eyes briefly flickered with restraint, the urge to press the assault never left his gaze. His fighting style, pure, unbridled physicality fused with raw energy and razor-sharp close-quarters skill, had turned him into a living nightmare no one dared approach. Sure, you might snap Damien's arm if you were strong enough, but even that was only a minor setback from which he'd recover in moments. Strike back the wrong way, though, and you'd be dead before you could even register the pain. Thanos, for all his legendary resilience, enough to draw blood from one of Thor's thunderous blows, was powerless against Damien's onslaught. When Thanos caught Tony's smug reference to siege tactics, his head cleared from its daze in an instant. "So you fancy yourself a one-on-one fighter," he growled, blood dripping from his lips. "Tell me then, what good is your siege warfare when you're only strong enough to bully the few with sheer numbers? Is that your void god religion's great strategy? Overwhelm the weak?" Even in his rage, Thanos couldn't help cursing the spectacle unfolding before him. "What are you babbling about?" Tony Stark's voice cut through the air, sharp as repulsor fire. Thanos hung suspended in midair, hundreds of glowing mystic ropes binding him at every joint. The once imposing purple and gold of his armor was crumpled and blood-stained. 2 crushing blows from the Hulk had left deep dents, and crimson seeped from the corners of his mouth. "When you ordered your armies to flatten entire civilizations," Tony continued, pacing before the defeated Titan, "you sent in hundreds of thousands of troops. So tell me, when the numbers are that big, doesn't each one count for less? Doesn't scale eventually dilute impact?" A pained snarl twisted Thanos' lips. It is not for one on death's doorstep to pass judgment on the methods of the Void God's faithful. Stephen Strange tightened another strand of glowing rope. "One-on-one, many-on-one, that's our choice. But this," he gestured at the bound Mad Titan, "is no sparring session." "It's war," Tony agreed. "We can debate rules and honor all we want, but when your enemy is mortal, the only path to survival is to win." Bruce Banner stepped forward. He towered over Thanos, calm and measured, until that calm snapped away like glass. "So," Bruce asked quietly, "would you like medical treatment? Or should we?" He let the threat hang, heavy as a sledgehammer. Suspended and helpless, Thanos glared up at them through bloodied cracks in his helm. Around him, the heroes exchanged looks, mercy or retribution. The choice was theirs. Tony, Saul, and Steve arrived on the scene a moment later. Saul glanced at the others, but Tony merely shrugged and said, "Fine, your call." They all knew Thanos' defenses were legendary. To most warriors, his skin might as well be paper, but to masters of strength like themselves, it was only as impervious as hardened steel. That was precisely why Bruce Banner and Kyle had honed their bodies along the physical path. A powerful physique was useful, but what truly set the elite apart was their ability to recover. No matter how strong your armor or how tough your skin, a foe of equal power will eventually break through. The real test is whether you can heal quickly enough to stand back up and keep fighting. Thanos possessed that tremendous strength and an uncanny prowess for projecting raw energy, enough to crush entire armies. Yet his greatest weakness lay in what he lacked: rapid regeneration. Even the universe's most feared warlord could be undone not by a lack of power, but by the slow pace of his own recovery. In the end, that flaw was all they needed. When you face an opponent of equal standing and power, your only hope is that your defenses hold, because once they're breached, death follows. Thanos, however, is no fool. After decades of conquest, he prefers tormenting the weak to challenging someone who could truly harm him. He targets only the vulnerable, never rashly inviting a showdown with the universe's mightiest. To cross the void god sect, the hidden hand that truly rules is to paint a target on your back. Offend them, and even the universe's strongest champions will fall. Damien harbors no deep hatred for Thanos. His beloved Pepper remains safe, and he himself survived the Mad Titan's onslaught. All he sought was justice, to strike back at those who dared invade Blue Star, and to give voice to the countless innocents whose homes and families Thanos destroyed. Let it be known, no one may defy the Void Cult without dire consequence, and no one may threaten Blue Star with impunity. As long as even a shred of injustice remains, Damien will rise as the Avenger, delivering death to his enemies. Below is a polished, idiomatic English version of the excerpt you provided. If you would like the entire 10,000-word chapter revised in the same manner, please send the rest of the text and I'll continue in this style. Thanos hovered in midair, his breathing ragged after 2 crushing blows from Banner. He was still conscious, but just barely. In front of him stood 5 of the Blue Star operatives, deep in discussion. Their plan was clear. They would treat Thanos, then subject him to repeated torture. Fear, unlike any he had ever known, flooded the Mad Titan. He shrieked, "If you have the courage, kill me now. Otherwise release me and learn the true meaning of vengeance." Thanos knew the anatomy of suffering all too well, how to torture flesh, spirit, and will until nothing remains. Hulk Banner had promised some kind of treatment, but Thanos dared not imagine what it entailed. The enigmatic Void Cult wielded terrifying powers. He had seen their healers restore shattered bodies in seconds. Before Thanos could gather his wits, Banner slammed a fist into his abdomen. The force tore through muscle and bone, driving the air from Thanos' lungs, and snapped the ropes, binding Doctor Strange to the Mad Titan. Let me know if you'd like me to continue with the rest of the chapter. Thanos' body snapped backwards several feet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Still, Stephen lunged forward and yanked him back. "This is our fight," Banner growled, his voice ice-cold. "What right does a dying man like you have to intervene?" Thanos coughed up more blood. "Rest assured, you'll die all the same, but we get to choose how." With massive hands, Banner seized Thanos by the skull, eyes glittering with merciless intent. In Banner's book, Thanos was irredeemable. No mercy was warranted. "I have no objection to you ending him, Bruce," Stephen said calmly, stepping back to give Banner room. "Just don't turn it into torture," Kyle called from the edge of the clearing. "Using force to stop an enemy is one thing, enjoying his suffering is another, and that road only leads to darkness." Damien's power was already extraordinary, but he'd hardly ever tested it in real combat, and even less often against someone truly monstrous. Now, facing Thanos, the tyrant who had invaded his homeworld of Blue Star, he couldn't bring himself to grant the villain a peaceful death. For Damien, the choice was simple: kill Thanos now or risk his people's future. "I understand," Damien said quietly, Kyle's brow furrowed. "But you said the loser's fate would be miserable." "We only get to choose Thanos' fate if we actually defeat him," Damien replied. Kyle shook his head. "And if we're not strong enough, he'll break us, and then Blue Star." The mere thought of failure tightened Damien's jaw. A pulse of violet energy began to swirl beneath his skin as fury rose within him. He imagined dragging Thanos before him, forcing the Mad Titan to suffer for every atrocity he'd committed. Kyle recognized that murderous intent instantly. With a sudden movement, he closed the distance and seized Damien's arm in a vice-like grip. Damien tried to yank free, but Kyle's strength held firm. In that charged moment, the air crackled around them, as though reality itself recoiled from their clash. Each fighter met the other's gaze, knowing that what happened next would seal both their destinies and Blue Star's. As the shockwave rippled outward, the very ground trembled beneath their feet. Thanos staggered as Hercules Kyle's raw power washed over him, his usual confidence shaken for the first time. Seizing the moment, Bruce Banner and the others surged forward, closing the ring around the Mad Titan. Though the central clash had only just begun, Kyle's allies, Lacey, Renoli, and the enigmatic Predictor, held the rear, their united presence a silent promise that Thanos' reign of terror would end today. Damien, the fate of the vanquished at the victor's whim is almost always terrible. Most never escape a cruel end. Kyle's voice was low and fierce. But remember, when I first trained you, I never told you to torture your enemies. I only warned you not to let your gentler instincts slow you on the battlefield. You must learn to be ruthless, to win at any cost. If you grow strong enough, you'll never be forced into that loser's fate. So breathe. Keep your head. As long as you survive in this universe, you'll face countless fights, hordes of enemies, and the scum that walk among us. Do you really want to fall into the habit of tormenting them over and over? That road leads only to an abyss. Kyle's large hand closed around Damien's arm, his glare scorching with intensity. Damien, never forget the teachings of the Void God cult. No matter what you face, you must always know exactly what you're doing. At that moment, Tony stepped forward, his expression equally grave. He's right. Decide your path and commit to it. At those words, Thanos saw the cold anger in Banner's eyes momentarily give way to clarity. Before he could savor the shift, Banner's enormous hand shot out and seized Thanos' head. A tide of impending death washed over him, and he fought to keep from screaming. Void God Kassadin, it's you! If there's an afterlife, I swear I'll kill you first. Thanos knew exactly who'd engineered his downfall. He didn't blame the others here. It was Kassadin he'd always despised, the true mastermind. His greatest regret was failing to recognize the Void God's threat sooner and eliminate him before this point. Without Kassadin's interference, his plan would have succeeded flawlessly. Banner's jaw tightened as he remembered Thanos' dying curse. Power from the void crackled around his fists, peaking in a lethal surge. With a brutal twist, he snapped Thanos' neck. There was a sickening crack, and Thanos' head spun unnaturally on its axis. Even in death, his eyes seethed with unspent rage. Watching the grisly execution, Stephen finally loosened the ropes in his hands. Dust spiraled through the air as Thanos' lifeless body plummeted from the sky, striking the ground with enough force to carve a shallow crater. The instant his head was wrenched free, every last spark of life drained away. Stephen leaned over the rim of the crater, still haunted by Thanos' final, gasped words. Why does he not hate us? Why does he protect Damien? He frowned. Perhaps Thanos truly believed Damien was behind his downfall. Lacey crossed her arms, her gaze steely. The predictors have glimpsed countless futures, and any path involving Damien is riddled with unpredictable variables. But make no mistake, this was no ambush. Thanos brought his fate upon himself. She nodded toward the horizon, where the distant glow of the blue star shimmered. As long as he never attacked that world directly, Tony and the others won't hunt us for revenge. Still, Thanos' own brand of tyranny, his blind faith in his warped ideals, would have led him to ruin sooner or later. If not by our hands, then by some other mighty adversary. Damien stood apart, silent, watching the dust settle around the fallen warlord's body. In those final moments, Thanos had never paused to atone for the atrocities he'd committed. In the end, it was his own hubris that sealed his fate. Damien unleashed a torrent of ice, the frigid blast sweeping over Thanos' body in an instant. Crystal spikes encased the Mad Titan, freezing him solid. Then, with a mere thought, Damien's form ignited in roaring blue flame. He surged forward, and the heat blade he wielded cleaved Thanos cleanly into 4 separate pieces. No chance to feign death, no hope for recovery. As Thanos' shattered fragments clattered to the ground, Damien felt a weight lift from his chest like he'd never known relief before. He'd grown stronger with every battle. His victory over the dimensional god Akira Ma had proved that no cosmic power could stand against him. Yet nothing had pushed him harder, nothing had kept him more alert than the looming threat of Thanos. For years, the mere knowledge that the Titan lived had driven Damien to the brink, refining his inventions, mastering new realms of power, never allowing himself a moment's rest. Now Thanos was truly gone, and the invisible pressure that had haunted Damien for so long dissolved into oblivion. Of course, he knew this wasn't the end of his challenges. The universe still bristled with far stronger foes, and the moment he let his guard down, new threats would emerge. But he was no longer the brilliant but flesh-and-blood scientist who once called himself Iron Man. He had transcended that identity. Today he was simply Damien, the herald of the void. Damien felt the familiar surge of power settle in his chest, proof that he could always lend a hand to protect what mattered most. He unclipped his gauntlet and let out a breath. That's it. It's finally over. Let's head home. Stephen, standing a few paces away, gave a slow nod. Now that Damien was certain Thanos lay dead, their mission on Blue Star was complete. For the last several days, the planet had gone unscathed, a fortunate outcome they owed entirely to the Prophet's guidance. Without that foresight, even a victorious fight against Thanos wouldn't have helped them track his cosmic trail in less than a week. Their powers had grown, yes, but gaps in their knowledge and experience remained. A distant hum grew into a roar as Jarvis's battleship descended through Blue Star's twin suns. The vessel's hull glittered, carrying reinforcements and supplies that would soon lift the survivors home. Madame Butterfly, who'd watched every twist of the conflict from the Void Cult's command tower, crossed her arms and surveyed the still smoldering battlefield. Thanos, once a galaxy-spanning scourge, had fallen beneath the onslaught of the Void Cult's finest warriors. Yet she refused to relax. The scum on NGC-462 are still at large, she warned, her voice calm but steely. Lacey's gaze hardened. Whatever their motives, they dared to attack the Void God faith. That offense won't go unanswered. Damien met her eyes, stirred by a new resolve. The threat of Thanos had been vanquished, but their true work was only beginning. Lacey stood her ground. No one built a reputation on empty words, only on decisive action. Damien, make sure you memorize these symbols and landmarks, she said, pointing to the strange glyphs carved into the rock face. Commit them to memory. We'll head back and rest for a few days before discussing how to clean this up, Damien replied. Honestly, the problem that's haunted me for years is finally solved. Right now, all I want is a hot bath, a good meal, and a solid night's sleep. Tony raised his tablet. I've already snapped a photo of the markings for you, Damien. You can use it to reopen the route without having to rely solely on your memory. A crackle came through each person's comm unit as Jarvis's calm voice interjected. If you hadn't shared that image, I'd have to hunt for distinctive features every time I visited this planet. Damien paused, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. I didn't say anything, he admitted, but you never asked either. Jarvis let out a quiet chuckle. Honestly, I thought you planned to rely on your photographic memory. It's part of the tradition in your magical world, Jarvis remarked. I don't know much about that world, Damien admitted with a shrug, so you can't really blame me. Jarvis showed no sign of guilt at Damien's protest. If you'd mentioned it sooner, I would have asked you to handle the photography. Damien smirked. I may be Mr. Tony's AI, but I can still throw out ideas and possibilities. But this isn't your project, Jarvis replied gently. I'd feel uneasy if I overstepped by offering too many suggestions. All right, Damien sighed. I'll drop it. See? Jarvis went on. Storing everything in our heads is so outdated. Damien paused, taken aback by how accurately Jarvis had anticipated his thoughts. He realized it was foolish to cling to old methods. The images Jarvis captured weren't mere snapshots, but fully interactive panoramas, every angle instantly accessible. With that technology, Damien could open a spatial portal and step directly into any recorded location. Damien stood on the deck of Tony's battleship, flanked by Lacey. He studied the swirling constellation of stars before him as Lacey spoke in a low, confident tone. Space teleportation magic isn't limited to places you've physically visited, she reminded him. You only need a clear mental image, something like a vivid snapshot in your mind. If you focus, we can resolve Stephen's problem within days. Damien nodded. Distance had never fazed him. His teleportation gifts spanned light years in an instant. Lacey's practicality always grounded him. All these preparations are necessary, she added, so don't worry about them feeling like a burden. He turned to her, determination shining in his eyes. First, he said, I'll send us directly back to Void Island. Lacey raised an eyebrow but fell silent in assent. Damien closed his eyes and envisioned the remote sea that fringed Xandar's Void Island. Fingers traced invisible sigils in the air, and a golden teleportation array burst to life beneath their feet. Runes pulsed along its edges, the light intensifying until it formed a radiant gateway high above the deck. Tony's colossal battleship quieted its engines and then plunged into the iridescent vortex. Moments later, they emerged in the black void near Void Island, millions of light-years from their starting point. The sudden arrival of the sleek warship startled every Xandarian lookout and Nova Legion scout in the area. Observation beacons flickered as officers on the island strained to comprehend the hulking silhouette looming against the void. On the viewing deck, Lacey exhaled softly. "We've got their attention now," she murmured. Damien allowed himself a small, triumphant smile. "Then let's get to work." He turned toward the command bridge, ready to lead the next phase of their mission, and determined to see it through to the end. The Xandarians, the Nova Corps, and even the Void Cult agents all recognized the massive vessel as Tony Stark's battleship at once. The Nova Corps immediately stood down, canceling their high alert and any plans to scramble forces. As for the people of Xandar, they knew the Void Cult was behind the display and paid it little mind. They'd seen grander formations before. This was merely a vast teleportation array blotting out the sky. Unusual, perhaps, but hardly miraculous. Thor had intended to return straight to Asgard. Then he realized how long it had been since he'd visited Void Island. So, bypassing the usual announcements, he slipped through the teleportation network and reappeared there in silence. No sooner had he arrived than Loki's call came through. Apparently, the trickster god had been trying to reach him for some time. The vast distance had garbled their earlier attempts. Thor tapped the comlink. "Hello?" Seeing Loki's name on the display, Thor felt a flicker of guilt. When the connection finally clicked into place, he spoke carefully. "Where have you been?" On the other end, Loki sat propped against one of the temple's marble columns, paperwork spread out before him. His face was pale, his tone tight with restrained irritation. Damien stepped into the throne room, offering a rueful grin when Loki's furious glare met him. "I went after Thanos," Damien admitted, shoulders sagging. "It's done. Tony and the others urged me to rest on Void Island before coming back." Loki's eyes narrowed. "You vanished without a word," he said coldly. "As acting regent, I've been shouldering all of Asgard's affairs in your absence. There hasn't even been a king here, so every burden fell to me." Damien winced. "I'm sorry, but Tony warned me last month that once I confronted Thanos, I might disappear without notice. I never intended to dodge my responsibilities. I just had to finish this." Loki folded his arms. "And what about Blue Star? Thanos' assault there was your doing. Blue Star is one of the 9 realms under Asgard's protection. Has that threat been dealt with?" Damien's expression steadied. "Yes, it's all wrapped up. Clean, precise, no loose ends." Loki studied him for a long moment, then finally nodded. "Very well. As long as this is settled, you can stay on Void Island for up to 3 days, Thor said. "But if you're gone any longer, don't count on me to cover your official duties." Loki relaxed slightly, relieved that their mission had succeeded and that the 9 realms no longer faced such a dire threat. "Understood," he replied. "I doubt I'll need the full 3 days. I'll rendezvous with the others on the island and likely return in a day or 2. "I won't let you handle everything by yourself," Thor insisted. Since ascending the throne, Thor often found himself wondering why he'd been so eager for power back then, why he'd wanted the crown so badly. Now that he wore the title, Lord of the 9 Realms, he felt the full weight of responsibility he had once dismissed. Protecting the realms wasn't just an ambition anymore, it was his duty. "Let's make a proper New Year's visit," Thor suggested. "Either this year or next, we'll all go back together and pay our respects." Loki nodded. "Of course. Please give my regards." He exchanged a few more words with Thor before ending the transmission. It wasn't that Loki and Thor didn't want to return for the New Year's celebrations. They simply needed to wrap up affairs here before joining the festivities on such an auspicious day. Damien stood in the great hall of the palace, watching the sun's pale light filter through stained glass windows. Asgard had grown quiet in recent years, its splendor overshadowed by a creeping sense of neglect, and for good reason. Their father, Odin, once the unstoppable All-Father, had become old and frail. Denied the Void's blessing that might have restored his strength, he barely maintained his vigil over the Nine Realms. Though Odin and Frigga had spent several years settling immediate crises and finalizing the transfer of power with the Void cult, countless issues still lay unresolved. When Thor at last claimed the throne, he pledged to rebuild Asgard's welfare systems and revive the realm's fortunes. Yet, upon inspection, he discovered that the kingdom's coffers were all but empty after years of gradual decay. Thor's battlefield prowess offered little preparation for the subtleties of governance or finance. Damien, too, knew only the barest outline of economics, and that knowledge would have to grow by leaps and bounds. Now it fell to Damien not only to weigh every proposal and help his brother Thor see both the promise and the peril in each decision, but also to learn the art of revenue generation from scratch. He would need to master Asgard's intricate social customs, negotiate with merchants and nobles alike, and find creative ways to restore the realm's prosperity. Only then could Asgard rise from its ruins and reclaim the glory that Odin and Frigga once knew. Loki had already devised a grand plan to fling open the Nine Realms. By tearing down the barriers between these vast worlds, the flow of goods, resources, and magic would skyrocket, creating unprecedented internal circulation. Anyone who secured a seat of power in that new order could live in luxury beyond imagination, while those left behind would struggle in its shadow. Of course, managing 9 interconnected realms would mean endless crises to resolve. It was no wonder every aspiring lord and lady clamored for attention, each presenting ever more elaborate, self-serving demands. Yet despite the headaches and obstacles, Loki and Thor never wavered in their original aim: to inscribe their names into the history books of Asgard. They had no intention of abandoning the project simply because it was difficult. After all, the greater the challenge, the sweeter the reward, and the deeper the sense of accomplishment once it was done. High above it all, perched in a secluded villa atop Void Island, Damien watched the unfolding drama with detached curiosity. He saw Thanos unleashing his wrath on Tony, berating him mercilessly, yet not uttering a single word to Damien himself. He couldn't help feeling puzzled. If the roles had been reversed, he was certain Thanos would have had no qualms tearing into him just as fiercely. Damien frowned. But Thanos was already killed by Tony and the others. How does that involve him now? Sonia glanced toward the horizon, where a golden teleportation array shimmered and drifted away from the massive space battleship. The link is indirect, she said. He did grant Tony's team the Void blessing, but Thanos himself seemed almost eager for death, didn't he? By the way, Mr. Stark, have they sorted everything out? Tony Stark leaned against the command console, arms crossed. All taken care of, and faster than anyone expected. Sonia nodded, pleased. Their strength has finally grown. Beyond you, Damien, the Void cult now boasts at least 8 top-tier powerhouses spread across the universe. That gives us the muscle to put the Kree Empire squarely in our sights. Damien's expression hardened. About that assault, if every piece falls into place, we'll need another 3 years of planning. If we hit any snags, it could stretch to 4 or 5. Tony's eyes narrowed. A confrontation with a cosmic empire won't be bloodless. Some of our people will die, but I refuse to let Void Brethren fall because of sloppy preparation. Damien met his gaze steadily. Agreed. I'll see to it that every contingency is covered. Sonia offered them both a firm nod. Then our path is set. Let's get to work. Mr. Cassidon leaned forward. If we face an assault too overwhelming to handle on our own, I'll lend my strength. You needn't worry. Damien met his gaze firmly. With your support, we can set a clear timeline within the next 3 years. Sonia's lips curved into a relieved smile as she chuckled softly. She had been waiting for this moment, waiting for Mr. Cassidon to pledge his power to their cause. No matter how much the Void God cult's members trained, they remained vulnerable without an ally of his caliber. Gather all the gifted warriors they could find, and they would still face the unyielding might of the Kree Empire, a civilization that had endured for hundreds of thousands of years. When war broke out, the conflict would engulf entire star systems. What Sonia needed most were comrades capable of defending themselves. Beyond that, they required a champion strong enough to weather the Kree's lethal counterattacks, and access to technology so fearsome it could shift the balance of power. Relying solely on one universe-class powerhouse to overthrow an empire of that scale was nothing more than wishful thinking. Chapter 1. The Shadow of the Kree. The Kree Empire has endured for hundreds of thousands of years. In all that time, countless factions and would-be conquerors have risen with the dream of bringing it to its knees. I doubt there's a single pinnacle-level expert in the galaxy who hasn't tested their mettle against its might and failed. Yet the Empire remains, commanding an entire galaxy with an authority no one dares to challenge. When an opponent wields that kind of power, you can never over-prepare. No contingency plan or secret trump card is too elaborate. Sonia watched me across the conference table, her steel-gray eyes unreadable. "I see you've been waiting for me to speak," she said. I leaned forward, elbows on the table. "Then speak." A faint smile curved her lips. "What if I told you we could finish this in 3 years?" Her words landed like a challenge. I sensed her thoughts even before she voiced them, a subtle ripple in the mental barrier she kept around her strategy. So she had already charted the timeline in her head. 3 years. Not 5, not 10, 3. I met her gaze and offered a single nod. All right, 3 years. In that moment, the war against the Kree Empire truly began. Damien's voice was quiet but firm as he looked Sonia in the eye. "I'm waiting for your answer and for the chance to act. If the Void Cult can marshal its full strength, we might stand a real chance against the Kree Empire and even defeat them. But the harder I train, the clearer it becomes how vast the gap is between us and the universe's true champions. Without decades, perhaps centuries of build-up, we simply can't overcome every obstacle by sheer numbers alone. And every day we delay gives the Kree Empire more time to tighten its hold. That's why I made one condition from the start. If within 3 years you can't personally commit to sheltering us, then at least grant the Void Cult refuge here. Let us remain under your protection while we prepare." A gentle smile curved Sonia's lips. Under her stewardship, the Cult of the Void, originally founded by Lord Kassadin, had grown stronger than ever. Void Island had blossomed into a true home for their brethren, a beacon of unity and hope in a restless cosmos. The Cult of the Void was built on Lord Kassadin's vision and on Sonia's tireless efforts, so Sonia cherishes every aspect of it. But don't mistake her devotion for kindness. She knows all too well how many of her followers yearn to conquer the stars and spread the cult's name across the universe. To them, that grand campaign is both the ultimate proving ground and the best way to honor Master Kassadin. That is why Sonia would never tolerate the idea of idling on Void Island in comfort. Instead, she meticulously plans training regimens, measures each member's progress, and waits for the precise moment to advance. She refuses to rush them into an interplanetary conflict where unprepared recruits might meet disaster. Above all, she believes Master Kassadin will always stand as their strongest ally. "If you have a request," she tells them, "and it isn't unreasonable, I will give it fair consideration." Damien smiled at her words. 3 years, such a short time. Sonia returned his smile with a firm nod. "Short, yes, but if you dedicate yourself, it will be more than enough. The advanced members have grown stronger, and the less experienced still have room to improve. That's all we need." Sonia smiled. "Then let's revisit this in 3 years." Damien nodded. He, too, needed more time to develop. By his calculations, in no more than 3 months, his third hero template would come online. Once that happened, his power would become broader and more formidable. He no longer feared eternity, he wanted to master it. In fact, he'd already decided which template he would choose next. Tony's strike team returned to Void Island aboard their battleship. Though they had plenty of pre-packaged rations on board, nothing compared to the island's fresh cuisine. As soon as the ship docked, everyone headed straight for the cafeteria. Thor, who hadn't tasted Void Island's specialties in years, practically sprinted ahead. Saul paused, however, blinking in surprise when he noticed Madame Butterfly walking beside him. He frowned, unsure what role she now played in their little circle. But for the moment, even that mystery had to wait. Today's priority was a long-overdue, home-style meal. "Who is that stunning woman?" Damien leaned close to Renoli and murmured. Renoli followed his gaze. "That's Lady Butterfly. She used to be the agent of the Land of Nothingness." Damien blinked. Lady Butterfly? But her skin, and even her whole look, were nothing like this last time I saw her. He'd pored over her dossier, even traded messages with her in the community. Back then, she'd been the very picture of dangerous allure, smoldering eyes, provocative posture. Now her countenance was almost angelic. Her eyes still held a gentle, sensual sparkle, but her overall presence felt pure and holy, so inviting it made people yearn to protect her. Sensing his surprise, Lady Butterfly offered a gentle smile. "This is my true form, my natural appearance and complexion. When I travel through the void, I adopt another guise for safety's sake. Although I haven't seen your full face, you're truly beautiful. As expected of the Void Cult's women, all of them are exquisite beauties." Saul spoke earnestly, his eyes lingering on Madame Butterfly. Through her veil, only her elegant brows and radiant eyes were visible but that was enough to captivate anyone. Damien, who'd been observing them, knew by now that there wasn't a single member of the Void Cult who lacked beauty. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Soul," Butterfly replied with a soft smile. "You're very handsome yourself." "I imagine there must be countless women eager to win your favor," Soul teased gently. Madame Butterfly chuckled, a melodious sound. Damien took in Soul's appearance. A strikingly handsome face, framed by well-defined features, a strong but not overly massive build that felt reassuringly solid. Coupled with Soul's title as Lord of the Nine Realms and his formidable power, it was no surprise that many women fluttered around him. Whether Soul welcomed their attention, though, remained to be seen. "It's not about how many women you can attract, it's about finding the one you truly desire," Thor said, flashing a confident smile. Thor then gave Damien an encouraging nod. With his good looks and strength, Damien stands a very good chance. Madame Butterfly accepted the praise with a polite, measured smile. "I'm sure I'll discover her in time," she replied, her voice cool and composed. Thor recognized the distance in her tone, a subtle refusal, but a sign of progress all the same. He leaned back and offered some advice. "Sometimes stepping back is the best way forward. Push too hard, and you'll only breed resentment, and you might lose even the chance to be friends. Courtship isn't about groveling, it's about mutual attraction." In the corner of the chamber, Tony Stark, Stephen Strange, Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner, Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor exchanged knowing glances. They'd all seen how Madame Butterfly's extraordinary powers could mesmerize people, causing them to overlook her flaws without even realizing it. And none of them doubted that Damien, with his quiet confidence, was exactly the kind of man who might eventually win her over. Lady Butterfly was surprisingly free of the kinds of flaws that usually drive men away. Forced to fend for herself from a young age, she'd never become arrogant or unreasonable. Instead, she learned how to handle men on her own terms and to prize her independence. It wasn't shocking that she attracted attention. Earlier, Steve had made his feelings obvious, but she'd shown no interest and declined him outright. Their original assessment was vindicated. No one here was likely to walk her down the aisle. Pleased with themselves, the others exchanged confident smiles. "Weren't we supposed to have a month before Thanos resurfaced?" Tony asked. "How did you track him down so fast? Or did you send the prophet in immediately?" Thor chimed in, amusement flickering in his eyes. Thor himself had just been politely rebuffed by Lady Butterfly, yet he showed no sign of dismay. Instead, he turned back to Tony and the rest of the team. After all, while some men might storm off in anger or resort to force when they're spurned, Thor was simply looking for answers. Damien had never questioned his upbringing when it came to love. Whether a man pursued a woman or the other way around, it was perfectly acceptable to be turned down if the match felt wrong. If one connection failed, you simply moved on, and eventually someone would come along who truly made your heart race. He didn't have extravagant standards for a woman's appearance. What he sought above all was harmony of character and spirit. He cared deeply for Jane Foster, but the divide between mortal and deity meant their paths could only intertwine briefly, never carry them to the journey's end. Originally, the agreement had been to search for 1 month. If no suitable match emerged, the prophet himself would step in. That was the rule the prophet laid down, Damien reminded his companions. But he never promised to reveal our futures outright, one of them pointed out. True, Damien acknowledged, but that doesn't mean we can't enlist Lacey and the others for help. After all, it was Lacey who had located Madame Butterfly for them. Chapter 15. The war room was alive, with quiet urgency. Around the long, holographic display table stood Damien, Tony, Steve, Stephen, Lacey, and Madame Butterfly. At one end, Renaud, the soothsayer known simply as the Predictor, watched them with careful interest. "We'll start our search in the sector Lacey and Madame Butterfly have pinpointed," Damien announced, tracing the projection with a finger. His dark eyes flicked up at the two women. "Your intel has been invaluable so far." Lacey inclined her head. "We intercepted strange energy signatures streaming between dimensions. They matched traces of Thanos' technology." Madame Butterfly, her patterned wings folded neatly against her back, added, "If he's hiding there, we'll find him." Tony crossed his arms, a wry smile forming. "Without you two, we might be chasing ghosts for months, maybe longer." Damien gave Tony a small nod. "That's true. In fact, I confronted a dimensional god myself, drew him out of hiding, and got him to confirm Thanos' location directly." Tony's eyebrows shot up. "You battled a dimensional god? You never said that." Steve chuckled softly. Knowing Damien, he probably slipped through a portal before we even realized he was gone. Stephen rolled his eyes at Steve's tease. "Yeah, and then came back with a dire warning and a martyr pose." A sudden silence fell. They all remembered how, on their last mission, Damien and Stephen had arrogantly assumed they could handle any threat. Lacey had had to pull them aside and set them straight. Ever since, they'd kept a low profile, and none of the others knew the embarrassing details. Renaud leaned forward. "These newcomers to the multiverse have no intention of ridiculing you, but—" He glanced at Tony and Steve, who were oblivious to the real story. "If the two of you ever heard what really happened, you wouldn't stop laughing." Tony toyed with a wrench he always carried on his belt. "Now I'm curious. What did I miss?" Damien and Stephen exchanged a quick, guilty look, then shook their heads firmly. "Not important right now," Damien said. "We've got bigger fish to fry." Madame Butterfly unfolded her wings and brushed a damp curl from her face. "Time is short. We must depart at once." Steve planted his shield on the table, determination in his voice. "Then let's move. If Thanos is in that dimensional rift, we'll end this once and for all." Before they dispersed, Renaud paused. "One more thing. This so-called dimensional god who gave you the lead. What's his name?" Damien looked thoughtful. "He called himself Akira." Renaud's eyes gleamed. "Akira. I've seen his name in an ancient prophecy. We'd better be prepared for whatever comes next." With that, the team assembled their gear and stepped toward the shimmering portal, ready to chase Thanos through the veins of reality itself. "Are you talking about Damien, the god who mastered the power of space, offended every major figure in the cosmos with his arrogance, and was finally cast out by the galaxy's most powerful rulers?" Tony asked, leaning forward. Thor's brow furrowed as he searched his memory banks. Then his eyes brightened. "Damien, yes. I've heard the name. Have you actually met him?" Stephen exchanged a look with Thor, surprise flickering across his face. "Most so-called gods are warriors who live for millennia," he said. "The longer they survive, the more their reputations spread across the stars. Mortals may not know them, but they all move in divine circles. I've heard of a few, infamous, immensely powerful beings. Damien, the god of dimensions, was one of the worst." Thor nodded. "But didn't he flee before they could corner him?" Stephen shook his head. "He tried, but he never got away. We intercepted him." Tony's eyes went wide. "Wait, you didn't just intercept him. You killed him?" Stephen's lips curled into a grim smile. "That's exactly what happened." Tony leaned back, shock giving way to disbelief. "I refused to run, and still they took him down? Even the universe's pinnacle deities couldn't contain Damien. How on earth did you manage it?" Thor exchanged a stunned look with Stephen. His voice dropped to a whisper. "Contain him? No, more than that. We subdued him. Damien was supposed to be immortal, an exception to every rule. Yet here we are. Damien has offended countless powerful beings over the course of his incredibly long life. In more than 30,000 years, he's crossed paths with some of the universe's mightiest warriors and earned their ire. Time and again, he found himself the target of deadly manhunts, but each time he slipped away with ease, thanks to his unparalleled command of space itself. Whenever a foe proved too formidable to face head-on, they would flee the moment Damien's presence warbled the air around them. His signature defense, tearing open spatial rifts in an instant, made it nearly impossible for any attacker, no matter how strong, to land a decisive blow. After enough failed attempts, even the top-tier powerhouses finally gave up the chase. That's why Tony's announcement came as such a shock. He insists that his team has actually slain the dimensional god Damien. All the credit really belongs to Damien, Rinaldi began, leaning back in his chair. He's the one who stepped through and wove the shadowy realm that trapped our enemy. As for the rest of us, Rinaldi continued, we stayed unscathed, but the interdimensional soul Akira Mian couldn't teleport out. He was cornered, unable to slip from heaven to earth, and we pressed the siege magic until he fell. Damien shook his head with a modest smile. I can't take all the credit. I only set things in motion and provided support. He wanted to accept their praise, but he reminded himself of his own limits. Yes, he commanded the power to seal entire worlds. Yet against a true dimensional god like Jian Ming, Damien knew he'd last only seconds. The real heavy hitters in that fight were Tony and Kyle. Damien had merely built the arena and watched the show unfold. Thor stroked his beard thoughtfully. Does the magic you tapped into truly come from the Supreme Mage's inheritance? Could it still create worlds? Damien paused. You could say it draws on the Supreme Mage's ancient legacy, but it's more complicated than that. I'm afraid I can't explain it fully. A hush settled over the room as everyone pondered the mystery of that power, one foot in legend, the other in realms still unseen. Just so you know, there will be opponents in the future whom you can beat but not truly kill, Stephen said. If that ever happens, just ask me. I'll handle it. Damien wanted to press for more details, but he couldn't quite find the words. After all, across the universe's upper echelons, many of the mightiest warriors cultivate unique defenses that prevent them from being completely destroyed. In that light, coming up against enemies you can subdue but not slay is perfectly normal. Chapter 724, Rumors of Death Spread. All right, Stephen said with a wry smile. If I ever manage to break free from him, I'll come looking for you. Thor frowned, still trying to grasp the scope of Stephen's power. Even the dimensional god Jian Ming had been sealed so thoroughly there seemed no escape, and now Stephen claimed he could forge an entire world. Such an ability had to be staggering in both strength and precision. Rinaldi turned to Thor. So, what's it like being Lord of the Nine Realms these days? You sound busier than ever. Thor ran a hand through his hair. Busy isn't the half of it. Outside of a few hours sleep each night, there's almost no time that's truly my own. He paused, letting a small, satisfied smile spread across his face. Yet I'll admit, this kind of busy is strangely rewarding. I've never felt so accomplished. Saul chuckled. Sarah was right. Having a packed schedule beats endless leisure. When you're stretched to your limits doing something meaningful, even a moment's rest feels like a luxury. He spoke matter-of-factly about the past few years, but the contentment in his eyes was unmistakable. After so long of drifting without purpose, diving into important work, even at the cost of personal free time, had brought a fulfillment he'd never known before. That thrill of admiration always puts Damien at ease. He and Loki are revered by thousands throughout Asgard, an honor that brings its own share of headaches, but also immense pride and responsibility. Taking a bit of downtime from your duties has really strengthened you, Loki remarked, swirling the ruby-red wine in his goblet. Damien offered a thoughtful nod. Yet I can't ignore the gap left by my early missteps. That initial stumbling block still haunts me. Loki took a slow sip. Look at Sol, he said. He lives by a strict schedule, 5 meals a day, then training whenever he has a spare moment. I tried to match him meal for meal, workout for workout, but I never improved as fast as he did. Damien raised an eyebrow. Even though you trained under the Void God's cult? Loki leaned back, setting his glass down with a soft clink. Before I joined their ranks, I was already stronger than Sol, even after he started his cultivation. It just goes to show that our starting points are often set in stone. That may be true, Damien agreed, gazing out at the starlit Asgardian skyline. But destiny isn't immutable. You were born immortal, and yet risen to stand among Asgard's greatest champions. More importantly, you've already defeated the foe you once vowed to destroy. He paused, the weight of their conversation lingering between them. That's a feat no one can take away. You've achieved something remarkable, Damien said, his eyes bright with admiration. Thor inclined his head, a modest smile playing on his lips. It's been a long journey, but I'm glad to share what I've learned. Damien leaned forward. When do you think Blue Star will enter the interstellar age? He asked. Loki, reclining on a nearby ledge, chimed in with a sly grin. Our plan is to link the 9 realms more tightly, boosting internal demand across each world. Blue Star stands to benefit enormously from that network. Thor chuckled softly at Damien's hopeful expression. Even if Blue Star achieves basic interstellar travel within the next 2 years, full integration with the 9 realms will take longer. Mastering the technology is only the first step. Humanity must still learn to navigate the cosmos and understand alien societies. You may share the same realms, but Earth is only beginning its journey among the stars. If beings from the mythical realms ever reveal themselves to the people of Blue Star, we can foster acceptance and perhaps even establish direct trade. But acceptance won't come easily, Sol cautioned. Many will react with arrogance, even hostility, simply because they can't grasp the universe's vastness or its terrors. Besides, humanity on Blue Star is on the verge of true unity. Once we merge as one, the cultural legacies of the 9 realms will collide. Different traditions meeting inevitably breeds friction. Just wait for my signal, Sol continued. When the time is right, you'll know. Even if I don't spell it out, I want Blue Star to connect with the cosmos. Tony Stark recognized the change of subject as a classic Sol maneuver. He'd been complaining, just a little, about his envy of the 9 realms' magical wonders, and Sol was steering the conversation back to business. Tony didn't mind. On Blue Star, there were many powerful figures, but the true decisions lay in the hands of 3, Stark himself, Bruce Banner, and Steve Rogers. And among them, Tony wielded direct authority over Earth's next steps. It made perfect sense that Tony would loop Sol in. We need to be ready for anything, Tony said. I just wanted to double-check that you've already thought this through. When Thor saw Tony's message, he remained entirely calm. Asgard may be connected to the 9 realms by the Rainbow Bridge, but ever since the realms' portals were severed centuries ago, ordinary travel between them has been all but impossible. That isolation serves a purpose. It lets each world, its cultures, its civilizations, grow without outside interference, and helps avert the kind of supernatural skirmishes that might otherwise erupt. Of course, there are exceptions. Few humans, blessed with extraordinary gifts, can breach the barriers. But by and large, Midgard is the weakest of the 9 realms, its civilization still in its infancy compared to the magically infused empires of Alfheim or the advanced technologies of Nidavellir. In the original design, once humanity proved itself strong enough to stand its ground, the pathways between worlds would be restored. Until then, the realms would remain closed, safe behind walls of magic and myth. Damien stared in awe as Thor laid out the scope of his ambition. Restoring the ancient pathways between the 9 realms wasn't a project measured in years, but in centuries, even millennia. Yet Tony's breakthroughs in energy transfer and accelerated development had already compressed that timeline by factors of 10, even 100. Thor himself longed to reopen those long-sealed portals and etch a new, glorious chapter into Asgard's history. Still, he cautioned, there was no point in rushing. Even with their current pace, fully re-establishing the realms would take at least 2,000 years, and 2 essential conditions stood in the way. First, Thor said, I must find a beloved, capable wife within the next 5 centuries, someone worthy to rule by my side as Queen of Asgard. Second, I need to raise and train our heirs, guiding them so they grow into responsible leaders rather than becoming corrupted by power. He paused, eyes distant. As of now, I haven't found that future queen, let alone begun shaping my children's education and character. Lacey, who had been listening intently, turned to him with genuine warmth. You've changed so much, Your Majesty, she said, her tone both affectionate and surprised. Thor offered a wry smile. In truth, he admitted, I never meant to wear the crown forever. Damien leaned against the warped metal railing, watching the pale dawn light stretch across Void Island. All he'd ever wanted was a simple life here. Eat, drink, train his abilities, and drift through carefree days with nothing more taxing than a good fight in the arena. Lately, though, every idle fantasy had faded. Thor had finally accepted his destiny as Lord of the Nine Realms, and with it, the arrogance of laziness was gone. "You never stop growing once you face real challenges," Damien said, breaking the morning hush. "And if you won't shoulder this burden, trust Loki to do it for you," Kyle added with a grin. Thor's broad shoulders tensed, pride and exasperation mingling in his voice. "I appreciate the vote of confidence," he admitted. "But when I was learning to be king, it was Loki's sharper mind that led me through every lesson. He complained he was on the brink of collapse, threatened to quit countless times because his duties and studies outweighed mine 100-fold. Honestly, I'd trade all that for my aimless freedom." Kyle threw back his head and laughed. "Count yourself lucky, buddy. A life of endless fun might grow tedious now and then, but at least there's no mess you can't claw your way out of." Damien watched Thor offer a wry smile in response. Around them, other members of the Void cult pulsed with their own dreams, each voyager chasing an ideal somewhere out in the cosmos. And for now, at least, that was enough to fill the morning sky with possibility. Chapter 7. The Burden of Legacy. Thor and Loki shared a singular ambition, to secure their places in Asgard's history, each with his own chapter of heroics and honored deeds. They wanted future generations to speak their names with respect and awe. With such lofty goals, there was no room for idleness. Even when their schedule showed free, they could only spare a day or two for rest before duty called again. "You might be enjoying yourself now," Loki teased, folding his arms across his chest, "but wait until heavier responsibilities land on your shoulders. Then you'll learn what true exhaustion feels like." Damien, sitting between the Thunder God and his adoptive brother, chuckled at something entirely unrelated. Thor cracked a half-smile and rapped his knuckles on the table. "That laugh will fade soon enough. Just you wait." Before them sat the 7 arch-guardians of the Void cult, Asgard's most formidable defenders. Though the cult had recently subjugated vast territories, none of those frontier lands would be Damien's charge. His talents were too valuable at the heart of the realm. As for Lacey, she had already been appointed warden of the Land of Nothingness. Her domain was secure, and barring any unforeseen crisis, no one would unseat her from the post. The gathered heroes exchanged glances, each well aware of the unspoken promise. Grand achievements lay ahead, but so did relentless trials. And in Asgard, few names earned their immortality without paying the price. Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, and Steve Rogers were still helping to develop Blue Star, but their involvement wouldn't be permanent. Once their schedules cleared, they'd receive formal assignments. And now that Tony had new duties, Damien and the others would soon be entrusted with territories of their own. Putting everyone else aside, Thor voiced a concern about Damien's ability to master such diverse fields so quickly. "If the Void God cult leadership issues orders, you know I'll follow them." Damien smiled. "Those orders won't come until the cult is ready to begin its conquest of the universe." Thor nodded. "Miss Sonia hasn't made any announcements yet, so until then, I'll continue handling things my own way." Thor's words didn't faze Damien. They actually put him at ease. He already knew the insider debates about Lacey's potential appointment as manager of the Voidland. Being the first choice didn't obligate her to accept. If Lacey declined, they'd simply move on to the second candidate, then the third. Damien was confident he'd remain in contention no matter how many names were on the list. Damien had already resolved to appoint a delegate and hand over his duties on schedule. That way, he could stick around Void Island a bit longer and wait for further orders from his team. Thor glanced at him, incredulous. "You really are insufferable," he muttered. The group continued chatting as they finished their meals. When dinner was over, Tony, Banner, Steve, and Steven were the first to excuse themselves, returning to the space battleship for showers, sleep, and some hard-earned downtime. Thor, however, preferred familiar ground and went back to Void Island to catch up with old friends. One by one, Damien, Renoli, Lacey, and the Predictor also bid their farewells and headed home. No matter how luxurious Tony's ship might be, it could never replace the comfort of one's own bed. Over the next few hours, a handful of others made plans to rest up before tackling the NGC Galaxy's remaining challenges. Before leaving the mess hall, Madame Butterfly stepped aside to call Nikrov, confirming she was safe and briefing him on everything that had happened so far. As more than a day slipped by, the island fell into a predictable rhythm, everyone taking a breather before the next mission. Over a dozen sleek interceptors, each crewed by one of Huan Xing's personal bodyguards, picked up Thanos' last known signal and converged on planet NGC 763. Now they orbited the barren world, hesitating to descend. According to their intelligence, this was the final resting place of Thanos. No other leads had surfaced anywhere else in the sector. Whoever could recover definitive proof of his presence here would be rewarded handsomely, 7 to 8 million cosmic credits apiece. Their preliminary scans showed no automated defenses, no life signs, nothing but ice and rock. Steeling themselves, they plunged through the thin atmosphere and swept low over the surface. What they found was a shattered mountain range, its slopes glazed in frost and littered with the broken fragments of ice-carved statues. As they swept their sensors across the glinting detritus, one pilot's voice crackled over the comms, tense and hushed. He'd locked on to a half-buried visage, a sculpted head whose features he knew all too well. In that frozen ruin lay the unmistakable likeness of Thanos himself. Chapter X, The Head of Thanos. A dozen or more planet-level experts stared in stunned silence at the ice sculptures before them. Each frozen visage was unmistakably Thanos's, brutally severed, perfectly preserved in glassy frost. Judging by the scorched earth and shards of shattered ice around them, a fierce battle had raged here only yesterday. The lingering tang of thunder, frost, and smoldering embers still clung to the air. "Who could have done this?" one veteran murmured, voice tight with shock. "Who carved these sculptures?" another demanded, voice echoing across the cratered ground. "No question," a third replied, scanning the horizon. "It has to be a senior operative from the Void Cult, the only ones powerful enough to hunt Thanos himself." They all knew the legends. Thanos was one of the universe's foremost warriors. His name alone commanded fear and respect on countless worlds. Yet here he lay, undone, in obscurity, on a backwater world designated NGC 763. If these experts hadn't arrived to investigate rumors of Thanos' final stand, perhaps hoping to claim a bounty, they might never have discovered his remains. A chill ran down their spines at the thought. How had the Void Cult learned of his whereabouts? And more unsettling still, if they struck so decisively against Thanos, what hope did anyone else have against such foes? The greatest powerhouses in the universe, beings of near-divine might, were ordinarily objects of reverence even for other galaxy-shaping titans. Yet Thanos himself fell in under a week, simply for crossing the Void God cult and earning their wrath. What fearsome force does that cult represent? Even the so-called planet-level warlords, brimming with knowledge and influence, could hardly grasp it. Still, they wasted no time dispatching word of Thanos' death to every corner of known space. As for the body of the fallen titan, they longed to recover it, but none dared approach. No one, not even the cult's high-ranking enforcers, understood why the Void God sect had left Thanos' corpse where it lay. They only knew that when instinct screams, "Don't touch," the price of defiance could well be one's life. Word of Thanos' demise first reached the far-flung NGC galaxy. Though remote, its secret service networks, spearheaded by Huan Xing and his intelligence operatives, relayed the shocking news with unprecedented speed. From star system to star system, the echo spread until every corner of the cosmos knew. Even heaven and earth bear witness. "The heavens and the earth bear witness," the crowd cried. "We owe everything to the Void Cult for bringing us justice. Dispatch this monstrous tyrant. I never imagined I'd live to see this demon fall. My lost loved ones, can you sense it, even in the darkest night? Someone has finally avenged us." Under Thanos' brutal rule, entire civilizations were shattered. Once happy families lay in ruins. Those who survived hardship found no comfort when half their world was wiped away. Despite the depth of their hatred, they were utterly powerless to retaliate. If they had the means, their planets never would have been left barren. Now orphans wandered with vacant stares, widows carried their grief alone, and the elderly sat in silent remembrance of brighter days. Then came the news. Thanos had been slain by the Void Cult. Though few knew whether this enigmatic group were friends or foes, they had at least delivered the one act these survivors dared to hope for. No further harm had come to them. only the end of the oppressor who caused them so much pain. And in that single victory, they found a measure of peace and gratitude that had eluded them for so long. If you want fame across the cosmos, the quickest route is to trample someone famous underfoot and claim the victory. That's how legends are born, or at least how their names spread. None loom larger or darker than Thanos. His countless atrocities have made him the galaxy's most reviled warlord, yet even his name strikes awe into every corner of the universe. Children hush their cries at the mere whisper of Thanos. So when Circe, the god of Hades, learned that Thanos had fallen, he felt the familiar chill tug at his abyssal eyes. For years, the Void God sect had produced warriors of staggering power. But the title, Top of the Void God sect, meant little beyond their own ranks. It didn't guarantee a place among the universe's true titans. Thanos' death changed all that. He didn't die by accident or betrayal. He fell in open combat, cut down by members of the Void God sect, agents of Kassadin, the god of the Void, who had not even bothered to enter the fray himself. Word spread that sect warriors had laid siege to Thanos' fortress and engaged him in a duel. Whether ambushed or challenged, the result was the same. Thanos' empire ended at their blades. Now every great power, every would-be conqueror and empire, stands on tiptoe. If Kassadin remains in the shadows, his followers have proven they need no divine patron to shake the pillars of the universe. In death, Thanos has become their greatest advertisement, and the cosmos trembles. Damien's body and soul thundered in unison as a vast obsidian portal, like the gates of Hades, swung open before him. Without hesitation, he stepped through. Back in his own realm, whispers of betrayal drifted through the air. A ragtag alliance was scheming against him, but he dismissed their efforts as little more than clownish antics. In truth, he was curious to see what these insignificant ants might attempt. For now, however, Damien, Lord of the Underworld, knew that discretion was the wiser course. He had learned much about the fearsome reputation of the Void God sect. Aside from the legendary Gao Tianzun, no one who dared cross them ever lived to tell the tale. With that in mind, Damien resolved to hold his position in the shadows, letting the sect's own enforcers uncover and crush the conspiracy. The plotters believed their scheme flawless. Rather than confronting the Void God's warships directly, they deployed makeshift barricades, scraps of debris and junk, to stall the approaching fleet. Their blind faith in the plan was almost pitiable. They truly thought they could outmaneuver immortal warriors. But Damien, watching from his hidden vantage, knew better. Once the Void God sect's champions freed themselves from other distractions, they would come sweeping through these impromptu blockades like a tide, and leave nothing but ruin in their wake. And at that moment, he would step forth again, more than ready to survey the fallout. Damien sat back in the darkness, watching the pieces fall into place. The villains he'd just slain no longer posed a threat, but he still needed reliable deputies to divide up the territory, and keep order. Recruiting a handful of cosmic powerhouses to patrol the demon-infested NGC galaxy wouldn't be difficult. For now, he'd remain hidden, observe quietly, and let his new lieutenants handle the rebuilding. When news broke that Thanos was dead, it rippled first through the NGC galaxy, and then erupted like a supernova of gossip in Andromeda. Everyone who followed galactic affairs knew that Thanos had been making mischief there. As denizens of the fairy galaxy, they were only too familiar with the terror wrought by the Void Cult, so it wasn't shocking, in their eyes, that the cult had finally claimed him. Intelligence reports soon surfaced with images of an ice sculpture of Thanos, shattered, splintered into jagged chunks. There was no mistaking the target. Now Andromeda's elite were abuzz, speculating which Void Cult powerhouse had struck the fatal blow. "Look at the frost patterns on these fragments," one whispered over a hollow feed. "Could it be the work of the Ice Witch Claudia?" Another scoffed. "No, Claudia's art is elegant, precise. Whoever did this wanted to make a statement." And so the question hung in the cosmic winds. Which dark champion of the Void Cult had torn Thanos apart, and what would their next move be? Damien leaned forward, tapping the console's hollow display until the star charts zoomed out to reveal their entire sector. Around him, officers exchanged low murmurs. "According to my intel," began Lieutenant Reyes, voice steady, "Claudia's still back on her home planet. No sign she's moved." Good, Damien said, nodding. We need her safe until we know exactly who's after Thanos. Analyst Miro frowned. Which members of the Void Divine Religion have been dispatched for the assassination? Any solid leads? Reyes shook her head. All we know is that the Void Pioneer, Tony Stark, appeared in the NGC galaxy, millions of light years from here. His battleship materialized out of nowhere. Damien's eyes narrowed. So Stark's on the move. But who's with him? No one's picked up any comm traffic, and for some reason, the Void Pioneer himself isn't officially listed as a combatant of the cult. Miro glanced at the others. Why wouldn't he count? I just got back from Void Island. I prayed at the temple there and picked up some chatter. The Void Pioneer may focus on technology, but he also holds one of the 8 supreme ranks in the Void Divine Religion. Damien crossed his arms. Right, the cult's 8 pillars of power. We know most of them by reputation. He tapped a finger on the table, pulling up a roster. Void Manager Lacey, Hercules Kyle, Supersonic Renoli, The Predictor, Void Herald. Tony Stark, Hulk Banner. Yama Alex Reyes pointed at the list. That's 7. Who's the 8th? Your guess is as good as mine, Miro admitted. Even the archives don't have a name. It's like this final pillar has erased every trace of themselves. Damien studied the roster, lips pressed into a thin line. If all 8 are gathering for this, if they plan to take down Thanos, then we're looking at a full-scale divine offensive. We can't afford to underestimate them. A tense silence fell over the command deck. Outside the panoramic viewport, distant stars wheeled in silence. Damien stood and met each of his officers in turn. Right now, our priority is twofold. Protect Claudia until she's out of range, and track every whisper of Stark's fleet. I want probes on every hyperspace corridor between here and the NGC galaxy. And get me anything, any signal, any clue about that missing pillar. It's the wild card in all of this. Reyes tapped her compad. Understood, sir. I'll coordinate with long-range recon. Miro already had her fingers flying across a secondary terminal. I'll dig into the temple archives again. If there's any hint of who that last pillar is, I'll find it. Damien nodded once, decisively. Good. Dismissed. As the officers filtered out, Damien allowed himself a moment's quiet. 8 supreme beings of a fanatical cult, all converging on Thanos. Ott sent a chill through him. But he was no shrinking violet. He would meet their threat head-on. And he would make sure Claudia, and the rest of the galaxy, survived what was coming. Damien flipped through the glowing hollow feeds of the Andromeda network, watching as every major forum, from Proxima b to the outer reaches of the Horsehead Nebula, erupted with theories about the Void Cult's 8 legendary champions. I've only ever heard of 8 top-tier members. One commentator wrote, Could it be Thor, the god of thunder? Another responded, I actually spotted him on Void Island once. Spot him and then join the cult? Someone scoffed. Thor, heir to Odin's title as God King and ruler of the 9 realms, born with Asgard's mightiest bloodline, why would he ever bend the knee to the Void? A third voice chimed in. Kassadin, the Void god, is fearless, but can he truly subjugate someone so proud as Odin's greatest warrior? Unlikely. Thor only came to Void Island to train and refine his power. There's no way he joined them. If it's not Thor, the discussion turned speculative, then who else could reach such heights? The Void Cult is renowned for boasting dozens of fighters stronger than most planetary armies. It's beyond our wildest means to recruit or challenge them. No one could name the mysterious 8th figure with certainty, and the thread exploded with guesses. Shapeshifters from the Pleiades, demon-born warlords from the Void Rift, exiled Asgardian princes seeking revenge. But every claim dissolved under scrutiny. Damien sighed and closed the thread. His own world felt very different from these high-stakes rumors. He tapped over to his training comm channel, where Coach Nara had just posted the day's orders. Adjust your work-rest cycle. Schedule a dental checkup. No excuses. Swim 6,000 meters today. Ramp back up to 10,000 tomorrow. He paused, staring at the stark bullet points. While the galaxy buzzed about gods and cult champions, Damien's battles were measured in laps and checkups. With a resigned shrug, he donned his training gear and headed for the pool, his own quiet quest for strength. Chapter 7 and 25, contact from Zeus, Star-Lord and his allies were locked in mortal combat across the battered surface of Vesper Prime, striving to stem the planet's